Why are you adding to the chaos now? You're so annoying. Su Ming thought to himself, but said aloud, "Don't be angry, she's my distant cousin. Why don't you wait a moment, I'll go and chase them away." Meanwhile, Tang Qingyue and Longer were pacing anxiously. No matter how they called, Su Ming didn't respond. "Sister Tang, has something happened to my brother? Otherwise, why didn't he answer us?" Longer asked anxiously. Tang Qingyue, a few years older than Longer, immediately put on a stern face and said, "Didn't you hear him laughing just now? What's wrong with him? He's clearly playing with that fire ghost king, maybe he's having a good time right now." Hearing Tang Qingyue say this, Longer panicked and hurriedly asked, "Hero Chu, please help my brother out of this predicament. What will my sister and I do if he really marries that fire ghost king?" Chu Pengfei tried several methods, but couldn't open the door no matter what he tried. He could only say, "The fire ghost king must have set up a barrier here, I can't open it. But don't worry, Brother Su is very clever, I believe he'll be fine." As soon as Chu Pengfei finished speaking, Su Ming pushed open the door and came out. "What are you all arguing about here? Get out of here," Su Ming said, giving everyone a wink. Tang Qingyue, still furious, didn't see him and shouted, "Come out now. You didn't do this for that fire spirit orb." Slap. Su Ming slapped Tang Qingyue across the face, leaving 5 red marks. He had to do this to stop her. "You actually hit me for that vixen. From now on, we're done, I'll never speak to you again." Tang Qingyue finished speaking and ran away crying. Everyone present was stunned, no one expected Su Ming to actually hit her. Even he felt a pang of heartache, but to make the fire ghost king believe him, he had no choice but to do this. Go as far away as possible. I love her, I will only love her in this life, and I will always be good to her." Su Ming shouted loudly into the room. Chu Pengfei seemed to sense something and said, "Let's not disturb Brother Su. He must have his reasons for doing this." Su Ming nodded, surprised that Chu Pengfei was the one who understood him best. Chapter 74 Don't be angry, husband, I'll show you. Without anyone to disturb him, Su Ming quietly returned to his room, whereupon the fire ghost king immediately came to greet him. Su Ming hugged her tightly, his fingers slowly tracing the necklace around her neck. "Of course, I want the whole world to know that you are the apple of my eye." This time, the fire ghost king didn't flinch, only instinctively protecting her chest. "It seems you still don't believe me. I was just curious about the fire spirit orb." "Fine, since you don't believe me, I'll leave now." Su Ming feigned disappointment. The fire ghost king, now subdued, quickly said upon hearing this, "Don't be angry, husband, I'll show you." She deftly removed the necklace, chanted a spell, and the pendant transformed into a fiery red bead. "Oh my, I didn't expect it could grow bigger. My wife is so good to me, let's play something exciting," Su Ming said with a smile. The fire ghost king, immersed in happiness, completely forgot about the fire spirit orb. "Alright, how did you know I like playing this?" Su Ming scooped her up and gently tied her wrists with a ribbon. "Husband, I need to take my medicine. Bring me the medicine on the table." The fire ghost king relied on medicine to maintain her beauty and didn't want Su Ming to see her disfigured. Su Ming went to the table, secretly poured out the medicine, and casually poured wine into a bowl. The fire ghost king took a sip and immediately sensed something was wrong. She asked in horror, "What did you give me to drink?" Su Ming smiled calmly, "On such a fine night, fine wine is fitting." Upon hearing it was wine, the fire ghost king screamed, "Where's my medicine? Give it to me now." Suddenly, a strange light emanated from the fire ghost king's body. Without the medicine and with the fire spirit orb gone, she instantly realized something was terribly wrong, but it was too late. "I threw away those medicines long ago. I didn't expect you to be so easily fooled. Remember, never trust a man's words, especially a handsome man like me." Su Ming sneered. The fire ghost king finally realized he had been tricked and roared angrily, "You dare to deceive me? I will never let you get away with this." But it was too late. His hands were bound by Su Ming, and without the fire spirit orb, he had almost lost all his magic power, and could only watch helplessly as he dissipated. Even so, he still shouted with all his might, "Citizens of the blissful realm, you must tear Su Ming to pieces. I will never forgive him." Su Ming watched the Fire Ghost King disappear, took out the fire spirit orb from his robes, smiled with satisfaction, and then walked out of the room, saying to Chu Pengfei, "Brother Chu, we have the goods, we can go now." When everyone saw the fire spirit orb in Su Ming's hand, they realized that this was all a carefully orchestrated scheme. Chu Pengfei said admiringly, "Brother Su, you are indeed incredibly resourceful. Now that we have the goods, let's leave this dangerous place quickly." The chubby boy finally found his chance to speak. Having held back all night, he hurriedly said, "I knew it. How could my brother marry that vixen?" When Su Ming and his group arrived at the Flame Bridge, it was already surrounded by guards. But these guys were no match for Su Ming and Chu Pengfei. The two quickly dealt with them and left the paradise with Longer and the chubby boy. Meanwhile, Tang Qingyue returned to her residence to pack her things. Before leaving, she muttered, "That annoying stinky tofu. He actually dared to hit me. I never want to see him again." As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Zhao Weiming standing there, a wicked grin on his face. "My dear little slut, you've finally fallen into my hands." Tang Qingyue instinctively took 2 steps back, drew her short sword, and said coldly, "You're shameless. Who's your wife?" Zhao Weiming chuckled, "It's not my fault, it's all your good-for-nothing husband's fault. He lost you to me. From now on, you're mine." Hearing this, Tang Qingyue turned to run, but Zhao Weiming wouldn't let her escape so easily, and followed closely behind. "You don't believe me? Here's a letter he wrote himself, containing what he wants to say to you." Seeing Zhao Weiming take out the letter, Tang Qingyue stopped and snatched it away. "Let me see what this scoundrel wrote." She tore open the envelope, and suddenly a thick smoke billowed out. She immediately fainted. Zhao Weiming smiled triumphantly. "Ha, you finally can't escape my grasp, you little slut, here I come." Not far away, a man of extraordinary bearing watched all this. He toyed with the ring on his hand, casually unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the large tree next to Zhao Weiming. Before Zhao Weiming could react, a second bolt of lightning struck him directly. Su Ming and the others were on their way back to the inn, everyone quite happy. No one expected that Su Ming would actually obtain the fire spirit orb, and that he had accomplished the task without even the Fire Ghost King lifting a finger, getting it done with just a few words. "Brother Su, you're truly amazing. No wonder the masters all said you weren't an ordinary person, now I realize they were right." Hearing Chu Pengfei's praise, Su Ming felt a surge of pride and, without any hesitation, began to boast. "Of course, who do you think I am? Sometimes using your brain is much more effective than your fists. That's right, my older brother is the smartest, no one in this world can compare to him." Little Fatty always looked up to Su Ming, so he always stayed by his side. "By the way, where did that silly girl go?" Su Ming remembered what had just happened and felt he had gone a bit too far, even slapping Tang Qingyue in the heat of the moment. He knew Tang Qingyue's personality and felt very guilty. "Brother, you shouldn't have done that. How could you hit a girl? Sister Tang must be very sad." Longer, being a girl herself, understood girls' feelings better. "Can you blame me? I kept giving her signals, who knew she was so dense? The situation was urgent, how else could we get the fire spirit orb?" Su Ming spoke toughly, but he felt uncomfortable inside. Chu Pengfei could only shake his head helplessly. Miss Tang has probably already returned to the inn. With Brother Su's abilities, he should be able to easily appease her. The group hurried back to the inn, but Tang Qingyue was nowhere to be seen. They went to ask the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, have you seen Miss Tang?" "Yes, I have. She came back in a huff, packed her things, and said she was going back to Hangzhou. I asked her why she wouldn't go back with you, but she completely ignored me." "What should we do?" "Brother, why don't you hurry and go after her? It's so late, what if something happens to her?" Longer was frantic. What could possibly happen to her? "I'm not going to chase after that girl. Don't worry, she'll come back when she's had her fill of trouble." Su Ming said this, but his heart was pounding. By the way, Zhao Weiming has been following her, like he's pressuring her to pay back the money. That guy's pretty cunning, you guys need to be careful. Longer warned. Hearing that Zhao Weiming was following Tang Qingyue, Su Ming's heart tightened. He certainly remembered his agreement with Zhao Weiming. He thought that leaving Xiao Peng in his care was the end of it, but he hadn't expected this guy to have his eye on Tang Qingyue. Then Before Chu Pengfei could finish speaking, Su Ming had already disappeared. Actually, Su Ming was the one most worried about Tang Qingyue. Although the two bickered all the time, they were the most anxious for each other when danger struck. Seeing Su Ming run out, the others quickly chased after him. Hearing that Tang Qingyue was returning to Hangzhou, they followed the road back to Hangzhou and found Zhao Weiming lying on the ground, barely alive and unable to speak. Speak! Where did you hide Tang Qingyue? Su Ming shook Zhao Weiming violently, while Chu Pengfei patted his shoulder. Brother Su, he's dead. Chu Pengfei noticed Su Ming's anxiety and comforted him. Zhao Weiming seems to have been struck by lightning. It didn't rain last night. Could he have encountered something strange? Longer chimed in, yes, this situation is quite strange. Chu Pengfei carefully looked around, his gaze landing on a large tree nearby. Brother Su, don't worry, look at that tree. It was definitely struck by lightning. She probably encountered a powerful figure. Weina may have a kind of magic, I can see what she looked like before she left. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately released Zhao Weiming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Chu Pengfei sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began meditating. But for some reason, the image of Ziyan kept appearing in his mind, which startled him so much that he quickly opened his eyes. What did you see? Why are you so nervous? Su Ming was even more anxious than him. I didn't see anything. Give me some more time. Chu Pengfei didn't want to reveal his thoughts and continued meditating. About 15 minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes. Miss Tang was rescued, but I didn't see the person's face clearly. I only noticed a ring on his hand, which seemed to have the character, Lei, engraved on it. Character. After Chu Pengfei finished speaking, a flurry of names flashed through Su Ming's mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, I understand. It must be the Lei family of Ganzhou. Let's hurry over there. To save time, the group flew on their swords, heading straight for Ganzhou at top speed. Brother Su Ming, how can you be so sure this is related to the Lei family of Ganzhou? Chu Pengfei asked. Su Ming replied, only the Lei family wears those special rings. The Lei family has had 4 generations of generals. It said their ancestors received guidance from a master and mastered the 5 thunder technique. Tang Qingyue must have been taken there. Not long after, the group arrived above Ganzhou city. Su Ming and Chu Pengfei suddenly sensed an eerie aura emanating from the city, and their hearts sank in unease. Strange, why are there so many strange things in this city? Never mind, rescuing Miss Tang is the priority. Chu Pengfei nodded in agreement. That's right, it's really strange. After rescuing that girl, we'll cleanse these evil spirits. 3 minutes later, they entered the city, only to find no evil aura at all, but rather an abundance of righteous energy. This is too strange, not only is there no evil aura, but it also exudes righteous energy. It seems this Ganzhou city is unusual, we must proceed with caution. After circling around, they couldn't find Tang Qingyue. Suddenly, little Fatty disappeared. He was right behind them just now. Where did he go? Have you seen little Fatty? He was just behind them. The group searched everywhere and found little Fatty sitting at a noodle stall. No wonder people called him Little Fatty. You're so inconsiderate. You didn't even invite us to eat your noodles. Su Ming was a little annoyed. Little Fatty smiled and waved. Big brother, these noodles smell so good, I can't resist. Come and try them, they're really amazing. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. You don't even know where Qingyue is, and you're still eating. Su Ming was anxious and had no appetite. Big brother, don't worry too much. Miss Qingyue should have been rescued by now. This Ganzhou city is quite nice, the noodles are delicious, and the people are kind. Look, doesn't that girl over there look just like Hua Hua? The group turned around and saw that it wasn't Hua Hua at all, it was Hua Hua herself. She stood there, looking furious. Hua Hua, it's so good to see you. Where's Miss Tang? Longer stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Since Hua Hua is here, Tang Qingyue should be alright. Su Ming, this is a letter from my master. He also told me to scold you a bit, you're a coward. Seeing Hua Hua, Su Ming knew that Tang Qingyue was safe and sound, otherwise, Hua Hua wouldn't have come to deliver the letter. However, he still felt awkward in front of everyone. I can't be bothered to read this letter no matter what he says. Fine, I won't read it then. Who cares? Hua Hua stormed off. Tang Qingyue was her master, and Su Ming had bullied her. Naturally, she was also very angry. Tang Qingyue, who had been hiding, was frantic when she saw that Hua Hua hadn't delivered the letter. She quickly grabbed a pen and wrote a few words, instructing Hua Hua to continue delivering it. Hua Hua, though unwilling, dared not disobey her master's orders and could only return to Su Ming's side, feeling wronged. Master said, "Don't even think about leaving until you read this letter." Who gave you the right to bully our master? All eyes were on Su Ming, making him extremely uncomfortable. If you don't want to read it, then don't, unless your master comes to beg me personally. Chapter 75 Heading to Ganzhou City. Boss, I think we should just let this go, okay? We came here to find Miss Tang. We finally found her, so let's see how things go first. Okay, fine, just to give you face, but you have to read the letter aloud. Su Ming readily agreed. Actually, he was also really eager to see what was in the letter. He was more impatient than anyone else. Little fatty may be slow-witted, but he can always read his mind. How can you be like this? Shameless. Stop, stop, stop. Don't read all the profanities. Just read the important parts. Little fatty read for a minute, mostly insults directed at Su Ming, so Su Ming quickly interrupted. Little fatty flipped through the letter and said, "It seems like there's only one page left." Tang Qingyue secretly laughed, wanting to see Su Ming make a fool of himself. Su Ming, you dare hit me. I'll never forgive you. You're such a jerk, you stinky tofu. Su Ming felt his pride shattered and slammed his fist on the table, roaring. This silly girl dares to insult me like that. Fine, I'm ignoring her now. Come eat, she can do whatever she wants, I'll never look for her again. Tang Qingyue, enraged, stomped her foot and threw her umbrella at him. Who told you to come find me? Let me tell you, even if you beg me now, I won't go with you. Sister Tang, it's so good you're alright, we were all worried about you, come back with us. Longer grabbed her arm. Su Ming, unable to bear this humiliation, said, Fine, I won't go. I'm telling you, I won't beg you. Slap, Tang Qingyue slapped Su Ming across the face, leaving him stunned. You, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Tang Qingyue said smugly, hands on her hips. Tang Qingyue snorted coldly, we're even now. From now on, we'll keep to ourselves. You can beg me, but I won't come back. She turned and left. Chu Pengfei stamped his foot anxiously, what are you waiting for? Go after her. Su Ming said dismissively, I don't care about her. She's a madwoman. Don't anyone go looking for her. Just as Tang Qingyue was about to leave, a person dressed in foreign clothing approached her respectfully and said, Miss Tang, we've sent someone to take you home. Tang Qingyue was still angry with Su Ming and felt it would be too humiliating to go back. Without a word, she got into the sedan chair and went straight back to the Lei residence. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his group found an inn to stay for the night. In the main hall of the Lei residence, Lei Ting sat on the main seat. The Lei family had always protected Ganzhou City, and thanks to the protection of the Lei Spirit Pearl, the city had always been peaceful. When Lei Ting saw Tang Qingyue return, he smiled and said, Miss Tang, you're back. Did you see your friends? Tang Qingyue quickly replied, Thank you so much, young Master Lei. If it weren't for you saving me that night, who knows what Zhao Weiming would have done to me. Lei Ting waved his hand, Miss Tang, you're too kind. It's nothing. I called you back because I prepared a meal. I didn't know what you liked, so I had the servants make 6 side dishes. Please try them. He clapped his hands, and the servants brought the dishes one after another. Although Tang Qingyue came from a wealthy family, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the variety of dishes on the table. Are these Ganzhou specialties? They look delicious. Well then, I'll gladly accept. After all that fuss, Tang Qingyue was indeed hungry. Facing the polite and considerate Lei Ting, she felt he was much better than that annoying Su Ming. After dinner, Lei Ting led Tang Qingyue to the room prepared for her. Upon entering, Tang Qingyue was stunned. The room was completely different from yesterday's. Lei Ting smiled. You said you liked purple curtains, fresh flowers, and a round octagonal table, and I've prepared all of that for you. From now on, treat this place as your own home. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Tang Qingyue hadn't expected Lei Ting to be so thoughtful. She had only mentioned it casually yesterday, and he had actually arranged the room like this. She was deeply moved. Young Master Lei, I'm so unworthy to have troubled you like this. I'm truly sorry. Lei Ting waved his hand again. All right, you should rest early. Tomorrow I'll take you to the mountains. The scenery here is beautiful, and the people in the city are quite easygoing. I'm sure you'll like it here. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned to the inn, increasingly furious. Tang Qingyue had actually slapped him in public, showing him no mercy whatsoever. I'm furious. Where did little fatty go? I specifically told him not to wander off. We have to leave Ganzhou City first thing tomorrow morning. Su Ming said angrily while frantically packing his luggage. No, we can't leave. We still haven't found Miss Tang, and I have a bad feeling about this place. We have to stay and check it out. Xu Pengfei's tone was firm. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately turned around and shouted, Xu Pengfei, don't forget, your elders ordered me to obey everything. Do you dare disobey orders? That depends on the situation. The situation in Ganzhou City is not simple. I'll go investigate now. If you don't like it, stay here by yourself. After saying that, Xu Pengfei left without looking back. Su Ming was left alone in the room. How could he stay there peacefully? You want to leave me here alone? No way. Wait for me. Su Ming hurriedly chased after him. The two walked from one end of the street to the other, the clear mirror in Xu Pengfei's hand glowing faintly. It's too quiet here, unsettlingly quiet. Remember the heavy demonic aura we felt when we first arrived above Ganzhou City? It became peaceful as soon as we landed. I think there might be a thunder spirit orb protecting this place. Looks like our trip wasn't in vain. Do you still want to leave? Xu Pengfei said in a low voice. Upon hearing the words thunder spirit orb, Su Ming immediately abandoned the idea of leaving. Can you find the thunder spirit orb's location? Since we know it's inside the city, shouldn't we hurry and find it? Things were far more complicated than they seemed. Strangely, the clear mirror shows the thunder spirit orb's location keeps changing. I don't understand why. Xu Pengfei frowned, his face serious. Su Ming scoffed, thinking he was being too tense. Looking up, they saw the two of them standing in front of a tavern. Su Ming patted Xu Pengfei on the shoulder and said with a smile, Xu Pengfei, since we don't have any leads right now, how about we go have a few drinks? Before Xu Pengfei could answer, Su Ming had already pulled him into the tavern. Brother Su, I'm a cultivator, how can I drink? You should enjoy yourself, Xu Pengfei said somewhat awkwardly. Oh, when you're out and about, you can temporarily forget about rules. Anyway, nobody knows us, so let's just drink to our heart's content today. I know you have something on your mind, drinking can help you forget your troubles temporarily. Try it and see, Su Ming urged. Xu Pengfei's mind was indeed in turmoil, he couldn't let go of Ziyan. The last time he drank was with Ziyan, and that feeling was still unforgettable. Alright, I'll go all out today and drink with you to our heart's content, Xu Pengfei finally agreed. The two drank glass after glass until late at night, eventually becoming completely drunk. Brother Su, do you know? I'm heartbroken. I really love Ziyan, Xu Pengfei murmured. What Su Ming had drunk too much that day, even someone with his tolerance was a little dizzy. I need to tell you, I love Ziyan, I love her from the bottom of my heart. But we can't be together, and it's causing me immense pain, Xu Pengfei continued rambling. Gradually, both of them quieted down, until they woke up the next morning to find themselves in the same bed, quickly pushing each other away. What happened? How did we get back last night? I feel like I have a blackout. Su Ming rubbed his head. He'd drunk too much last night, and his head still ached. Brother Su, I don't know what happened. I woke up here. How much did I drink last night? I'm still a little dizzy. Su Ming tried hard to recall what happened last night, and suddenly remembered Xu Pengfei saying he liked Ziyan, and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su, what are you laughing at? Did I drink too much last night and talk nonsense? You really blacked out? You don't even remember what you said? Great, I'm not telling you. Brother Su, that's not fair. I drank with you, and now you won't even tell me what I said? Are you even a brother? Xu Pengfei looked anxious. Su Ming laughed heartily and said, Who do you like? Who do you love? Now you remember. Su Ming's words made Xu Pengfei's face turn bright red. He was already thin-skinned, and Su Ming's words made him even more embarrassed. I don't know what you're talking about. I have things to do. You can stay here at the inn. Xu Pengfei hurriedly left after saying that. Had he really said something he shouldn't have? Too embarrassing. Watching Xu Pengfei's departing figure, Su Ming laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Just then, little Fatty happened to pass by and saw Su Ming squatting on the ground laughing. He quickly went over. Big brother, what are you laughing at? You're grinning like an idiot so early in the morning. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Su Ming saw little Fatty and immediately rushed over excitedly. Little Fatty, I can't hold it in anymore. There's something I have to tell you, but you absolutely mustn't tell anyone else. Although little Fatty was a bit simple-minded, he was quite clever. He quickly waved his hand. You'd better not tell anyone. If word gets out, people will think I leaked it. I'd better pretend I don't know. Su Ming was so anxious he kept rubbing his hands. He was overjoyed but had nowhere to confide in. How could he possibly contain himself? Okay, I don't blame you. Do you know? Xu Pengfei has his eye on someone. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, little Fatty shook his head and plopped down in a chair. How could that be? Master Chu was a very upright man, always strict with his rules. How could he possibly have someone he likes? You must be mistaken. The chubby boy looked incredulous. Su Ming leaned closer to the chubby boy. You really don't believe me? This is absolutely true. Last night, as dawn broke, Tang Qingyue sat alone in the garden. Lei Ting was very attentive to her, taking care of her food and clothing meticulously, but she still felt this wasn't her true home. These past few days, she'd been dreaming of reuniting with Su Ming and Longer, but that annoying fellow wouldn't give her a way out, which made her a little frustrated. Qingyue, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I specially brought you some steamed buns, come and have some. Lei Ting's thoughtfulness made Tang Qingyue feel uneasy, as if she didn't deserve it. She quickly stood up and said politely, Young Master Lei, thank you for your care these past few days, but I think I should take my leave. Lei Ting hadn't expected her to say that and asked, Qingyue, have I neglected you in some way? Or have the servants been disrespectful to you? If that's the case, just tell me, and I'll help you get justice. Tang Qingyue waved her hands repeatedly. No, everyone in the Tang family has been very kind to me, like family. I'm extremely grateful. It's just that this isn't my home after all, and I feel bad troubling you all so much. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by Zhao Weiming long ago. I'm thinking of going back in a few days. Lei Ting hadn't pressed Tang Qingyue about her background, so he said, All right, I'll take you home tomorrow. Just tell me your address. Tang Qingyue suddenly realized she was homeless and was speechless for a moment. Lei Ting seemed to sense her predicament and continued, If you don't want to go back right away, you can stay here for a while longer. If there's anything you don't like, just let me know, and I'll try my best to meet your needs. Tang Qingyue waved her hands apologetically. No need, thank you so much. I think my friends should be in Ganzhou by now. I'll go find them. Chapter 76 Su Ming. Who do you think you are? Seeing that Tang Qingyue was determined to leave, Lei Ting couldn't stop her. Since that's the case, then I can't stop you. Miss Tang, there's a girl named Longer waiting for you outside. Upon hearing that Longer had arrived, Tang Qingyue hurriedly said to Lei Ting, Young Master Lei, my friend has arrived, I need to go see her. Lei Ting didn't speak, but simply gestured for her to proceed. Guided by the maid, Tang Qingyue quickly met Longer. The two were on good terms, and upon meeting, they warmly shook hands. Longer, I miss you so much. I even dreamt about you last night. Tang Qingyue said excitedly. In her heart, she had long regarded Longer as her own younger sister. Even though she knew Longer also had feelings for Su Ming, after hearing Longer's story, she felt that even if they were both with Su Ming, she would be willing. I miss you too, Sister Tang. I came here specifically to bring you back with me. Everyone misses you, especially my brother. Longer replied with a smile. Upon hearing Su Ming's name, Tang Qingyue immediately turned her head, a hint of anger in her voice, and said he misses me? I don't believe it. He'd rather I never go back. Longer understood girls' feelings. She approached Tang Qingyue and softly advised, Sister Tang, don't you know my brother? Although he's always joking around, I can tell he's actually very worried about you and likes you a lot. Since you like him too, why do you always bicker? Listen to me, come back with me. Tang Qingyue actually wanted to go back too, but was too shy to say it. So she pretended not to understand and said, he likes me? I haven't noticed. You're probably just imagining things. She wasn't sure what Su Ming was really thinking and wanted to probe through Longer's words. Longer asked directly, then let me ask you, do you like my brother? Tang Qingyue was stunned by the question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Longer continued to persuade her, since you like my brother, why don't you just tell him? If you don't tell him, he'll never know. What's so hard about liking someone? Just like me, I like my brother, and I told him. Why keep guessing? Tang Qingyue had been pampered since childhood, and face was very important to her, but she realized that Longer's words made sense, and hesitated for a moment. Longer saw her hesitation and directly took her hand and left the Lei residence. Tang Qingyue half-heartedly followed her to the street, where they happened to run into Su Ming and Chu Pengfei. Oh, isn't this Miss Tang? Su Ming teased. You jerk, you stinky tofu. Running into you first thing in the morning is such bad luck. Longer, let's go that way. Tang Qingyue replied irritably. Longer smiled helplessly. The two always bickered whenever they met, and she didn't understand why. Sister Tang, wait for me over there. I'll talk to my brother for a bit and then come over. Longer didn't want to be stuck between them anymore. Seeing Tang Qingyue standing to the side, she turned to Su Ming and said, Brother, can't you just talk to Sister Tang properly? Longer had originally thought Tang Qingyue was going to confess her feelings to Su Ming, but things had turned out this way. She had finally managed to persuade Tang Qingyue to return, but Su Ming's few words had driven her away in anger. All right, forget about him. Our most important thing now is to find the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Don't worry, he's just having a tantrum. He'll be back on his own in a bit. Longer, don't try to persuade me anymore. I can handle this myself. Longer was about to speak when Chu Pengfei interjected, Miss Longer, don't you know your brother's personality? Let it be. Who can really understand their situation? I think they're just a match made in heaven. See, Chu Pengfei is much better than before. Longer, you should learn from him more in the future. However, your clear mirror doesn't seem to be working very well. Let's split up and search. Su Ming finished speaking and left, as if nothing had happened. Longer was furious, jumping up and down. She had finally managed to calm Tang Qingyue down, but Su Ming's few words had driven her away. Chu Pengfei not only didn't help her, but also sided with Su Ming. She glared at Chu Pengfei and turned to leave. Chu Pengfei shook his head helplessly, completely clueless about what he had done wrong. Tang Qingyue walked back to the lay residence, her steps growing heavier. She had originally intended to leave the lay residence. If Su Ming had said the word, she would have stayed. But now she was caught in a dilemma, unable to go back to the lay residence, and too afraid to go to Su Ming. While hesitating, she suddenly saw Su Ming walking towards her. She quickly straightened her clothes, sat down by the pond, and thought to herself, "You silly girl, you finally remembered to come to me." Tang Qingyue thought Su Ming had come to apologize, giving her a way out. Su Ming saw Tang Qingyue sitting alone by the pond and patted her shoulder. "Are you torn between two options? Nowhere to go now, huh? Why don't you come back, so you don't end up homeless?" Tang Qingyue immediately flared up, standing up and punching Su Ming in the chest. "You annoying brat, can't you say something nice? Who's homeless? Let me tell you, I can go wherever I want, it's none of your business." Hey, I'm doing this for your own good, why are you blaming me? Are you embarrassed to go back to the lay residence? Tang Qingyue turned around angrily, just in time to see Lei Ting. "Qingyue, you're back. Why are you standing at the door instead of coming in? Is this your friend?" Tang Qingyue glared at Su Ming fiercely and said angrily, "What kind of friend do I have? I don't know him. He's a nasty jerk, a real piece of work. I'm tired, I'm going back to rest." Tang Qingyue finished speaking and left. She needed to let Su Ming know that she wasn't alone. "Brother, may I ask your name?" Lei Ting politely cupped his hands and asked Su Ming. "My surname is Su, and my name is Su Ming." "You must be young Master Lei Ting," Su Ming replied. Lei Ting was somewhat surprised to hear him say his name and asked, "You know me?" Su Ming smiled and immediately said, "In Ganzhou City, who doesn't know the name young Master Lei Ting? If I didn't even know you, I wouldn't be able to survive in this city. Brother Su, if you don't mind, please come to my house." Lei Ting was quick-witted and immediately realized that Su Ming and Tang Qingyue had a special relationship. "Of course not, then I'll take my leave." Su Ming wanted to take this opportunity to visit the lay residence, as he felt the Thunder Spirit Pearl was likely with Lei Ting. Upon entering the lay residence, Su Ming was stunned by its luxurious decorations. He had to admit, the Lei family was indeed quite extravagant. Su Ming looked around, realizing this was no ordinary hut, it was clearly a palace. The antiques and treasures here were even more exquisite than those in his Tianlong palace. Some items were so beautiful he didn't want to put them down. Don't underestimate these. These are treasures left over from the previous dynasty. You're pretending not to know anything. Lei Ting hadn't expected this young man to be so knowledgeable about these strange and unusual things. He knows these things only because he used to work as a clerk in a pawnshop in Yuzhou City. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Tang Qingyue spoke coldly, clearly still resentful of Su Ming's earlier rudeness. "That's right, I did work in a pawnshop, but I know far more than you do." Su Ming didn't back down, readily admitting his background. "Brother Su is too modest. These treasures are all family property left by my father, while you have earned them all through your own efforts." "I admire that." Lei Ting laughed. Tang Qingyue became agitated upon hearing this. "You're wrong. He's not a good person at all, he's a complete liar." She jumped up and pointed at Su Ming. "Qingyue, that's not a good way to talk. Brother Su and I are old acquaintances. Since we're friends, you shouldn't speak of him like that. That's rude of you." Lei Ting advised. "Forget it, Lei Ting, I won't hold it against this young man. After all, he's an elder. Actually, according to seniority, he should call me uncle." Tang Qingyue grew increasingly angry, unable to utter a single word. "Oh dear, this is truly unexpected. Since Brother Su is an elder, we should naturally treat him well. However, I promised to take care of this girl, and her temperament is really troublesome," Su Ming said with a smile. Though Lei Ting was somewhat skeptical, he still invited them to stay for dinner and asked Tang Qingyue to show Su Ming around. The two walked to the pond in the backyard. "No wonder you didn't want to go back, the Lei residence is much better than where you live." I think young Master Lei is interested in you, would you like me to play matchmaker? Tang Qingyue was furious, thinking, how can this idiot not understand that I like him? You're really infuriating. Are you hoping I marry someone else? And who said you're my uncle? When did my grandfather ever ask you to interfere in my affairs? Tang Qingyue said excitedly. Su Ming replied earnestly, this was something your grandfather personally instructed me to do, and I always keep my word. If it weren't for fulfilling my grandfather's request, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Su Ming just found it particularly amusing to see Tang Qingyue angry. Watching her puffed-up cheeks made him secretly pleased, though he himself found the thought rather strange. Brother Lei, you've really put in a lot of effort, preparing so many dishes so quickly. Then I won't stand on ceremony. After saying this, Su Ming picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Lei Ting smiled, these are just ordinary dishes from home. I don't know if you'll like them? Qingyue, you should eat too. Tang Qingyue glanced at Lei Ting, then at Su Ming, before picking up her chopsticks and taking a bite. Brother Lei, you might not know Qingyue's background yet. She's no ordinary person. Have you heard of the Tang clan in Yuzhou? Her grandfather is the renowned old master Tang. She grew up in a wealthy family and has a bit of a spoiled princess temperament. If she offends you in any way, please be lenient. Lei Ting had known Tang Qingyue for so long but had never asked about her background. Hearing Su Ming say this today, his eyes lit up. So Qingyue is from the Tang clan. My father and old Master Tang were very close. I often heard him talk about him when I was little, he's a big shot. That's right, who doesn't know old Master Tang's name? Your cooking is really good, much better than those restaurants outside. Brother Su, you flatter me. I wonder if it suits your taste. Would you like a drink? Lei Ting was always very polite to Su Ming, so Su Ming finally picked up his glass. Then I'll toast Brother Lei to thank you for taking care of my Qingyue. Since our families are old friends, how about we become in-laws? Tang Qingyue knew what he was up to as soon as she heard this and gave Su Ming a hard stomp. Su Ming, if you say that again, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Su Ming didn't take it seriously. Although his foot hurt terribly, he continued, young Master Lei, you come from a noble family, and my Qingyue is also a young lady of the Tang clan. You two are quite a good match. Lei Ting remained silent, only he knew what he was thinking. Su Ming, that's enough. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just give me away like that? Last time you sold my information to Zhao Weiming, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you want to sell me to Lei Ting? Let me tell you, I have nothing to do with you for the rest of my life. Hearing Tang Qingyue's words, Su Ming finally understood why she was angry and quickly explained, when did I sell you to Zhao Weiming? I made a bet with him about who would be the first person to hug me. I thought it was little Fatty, but he mistook it for you. Tang Qingyue was furious and wouldn't listen to Su Ming at all. In short, I won't look at you again. Chapter 77 The Thunder Spirit Orb must be on him. After speaking, Tang Qingyue left, leaving only Su Ming and Lei Ting in the room. Young Master Lei, don't let her fierce demeanor fool you, Qingyue is actually a good girl, just a bit stubborn. You'll have to be more tolerant of her in the future. Lei Ting remained calm. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. As for the marriage you mentioned, I'll seriously consider it. Su Ming felt he had said everything he wanted to say, so he stood up to leave. Lei Ting saw him to the door, and as he turned to leave, Su Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't said a few things clearly, so he stepped forward and gently patted Lei Ting's shoulder. Instantly, a tingling sensation swept over him, and Su Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He trembled all over, and his hair stood on end. Brother Su, are you all right? Lei Ting seemed to have anticipated this. Su Ming, enduring the pain, managed to squeeze out a sentence, could you help me find a place to wash my face? Not long after, Su Ming returned to the inn, where Chu Pengfei, Longer, and Xiao Peng had also returned. Su Ming briefly recounted what had just happened to them. After listening, Chu Pengfei said, it seems the Thunder Spirit Orb is definitely on him, but he hasn't fully mastered its power yet, which is why he can't control its might. Judging from Su Ming's account and our observations in the woods that day, he's in a very dangerous situation. Upon hearing this, Longer immediately asked worriedly, then isn't Sister Tang also in danger? Before she finished speaking, Su-ming had already reached the door. The three asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Su-ming replied, "Of course, I'm going to find Tang Qingyue. She's in danger, and I can't stand idly by." Seeing his anxious expression, the three could only shake their heads with smiles. Actually, Su-ming was most worried about Tang Qingyue, but he had always kept it to himself. Chu Pengfei said, "How can we let you go alone like this? Xiao Pang and I will go with you. Longer, you stay here and wait for us to come back." After saying this, Chu Pengfei and Xiao Pang followed Su-ming to the Lei residence. After discussing it, they decided to sneak into the Lei residence, and quickly gained entry. At that moment, Lei Ting stood atop the city wall, looking down at the peaceful people living in harmony below. Suddenly, a surge of blood welled up in his chest, and he almost vomited blood. His steward hurriedly supported him, asking with concern, "Young master, are you all right? Has your old illness flared up again?" Lei Ting clutched his chest, calming himself slightly, and said, "It's nothing serious. I've gotten used to it. I'll be fine after a rest. However, I'm afraid this illness is incurable, otherwise, I could be playing happily like those children in the streets." Just as Chu Pengfei had predicted, Lei Ting indeed couldn't fully control the Thunder Spirit Pearl, and the Thunder Spirit Pearl only brought him endless pain. Every so often, his body would undergo changes, each time a torment. The steward comforted him, "Young master, didn't you go to San'in City to search for the Fire Spirit Orb? Once you find the Fire Spirit Orb, your illness can be cured." Lei Ting sighed, "I didn't find any trace of the Fire Spirit Orb when I was in San'in City. Perhaps I'm not destined to have it." All of this was overheard by Chu Pengfei outside the door. It seemed Lei Ting was also searching for the Fire Spirit Orb, while Chu Pengfei knew in his heart that the Fire Spirit Orb was in his and Su-ming's hands. As for why Lei Ting wanted to find the Fire Spirit Orb, he had no idea. Meanwhile, Su-ming found Tang Qingyue's room. Tang Qingyue was inwardly grumbling about Su-ming, feeling he completely lacked romance. Did she really have to confess her feelings first? She had considered this question, but she always lacked the courage, afraid that if she were rejected, they wouldn't even be able to remain friends. Suddenly, she heard someone open the door and hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" There was no reply from outside. As soon as she opened the door, Su-ming covered her mouth and pressed her onto the bed. "Don't make a sound. You're in danger right now. Come with me." Su-ming released her, but Tang Qingyue pushed him away. "You're the one in danger. I'm doing fine. Young Master Lei takes good care of me, he even made my room feel like my home. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. I'm not going with you." Tang Qingyue started acting up again, and Su-ming was extremely anxious. "Grandma, now is not the time to make a scene. Lei Ting is dangerous. Just look at the room's layout, he's up to no good. Come with me now." Su-ming grabbed her arm. "I won't go. I'm perfectly comfortable here, and young Master Lei treats me very well. Just leave me alone from now on, never again. Just leave." Tang Qingyue struggled. "Please, this isn't the time to be stubborn. Things are more complicated than you think. You have to come with me today." Su-ming scooped her up, preparing to forcibly take her away. "Help! Help!" Tang Qingyue bit Su-ming, screaming for help. Su-ming had no choice but to let go and quickly ran out. Lei Ting and the butler heard the cries for help and immediately rushed to Tang Qingyue's room with their men. As soon as they left, Chu Pengfei came out, the mirror of clarity radiating light in his hand. Clearly, the Thunder Spirit Orb was with Lei Ting. Su-ming ran up behind him and patted him on the shoulder. "Let's get out of here first, before anyone notices." Lei Ting and the butler went to Tang Qingyue's bedroom. She said, "I'm sorry, I thought there was an assassin, but it was just a bird. I chased it away, and I'm sorry for making everyone worry." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed. Tang Qingyue and Lei Ting went to the back garden. Knowing she couldn't hide it from Lei Ting, she said, "Young Master Lei, actually Lei Ting waved his hand, as if he knew what she was going to say, and said, "No need to explain. You don't need to explain to me. It's just a bird. I know it's all because of feelings. Since you care about him so much, why don't you just tell him?" Tang Qingyue felt a little disappointed after hearing this. She didn't have the courage to confess to Su Ming, but she didn't want to hide anything from Lei Ting. "I'm afraid that if I confess, we won't even be friends anymore. Maybe he already knows I like him, but he's like a block of wood, completely oblivious to my feelings. It really makes me angry." Lei Ting shook his head after listening. Although he didn't know how to comfort her, he still voiced his thoughts. "I think you two are quite destined for each other. Do you know what destiny means? Two people in love aren't necessarily destined for each other, it depends on timing, location, and circumstances. You two are definitely destined for each other. Don't miss this good opportunity, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. You men are like that. Why do you always have to let the woman speak first? Don't you know the boy should be the one to speak first? It's always like this, making people lose face. I thought Miss Qingyue was usually cheerful and generous, but I didn't expect her to still have a woman's heart. Of course, but he never treats me like a girl. He's always so carefree, forgetting everything completely. Sometimes, forgetting isn't easy. Unless it's a deeply unforgettable feeling, who would willingly forget? You know how painful that is? It can break your heart, even make you think about suicide, and it can also make you remember forever." Seeing Lei Ting's dejected look, Tang Qingyue seemed to understand something and said, "Young Master Lei, you've had feelings for someone before, haven't you? Otherwise, why would you speak so emotionally?" Lei Ting seemed to have been touched on a sensitive topic. He didn't answer, but slowly turned and walked away. Watching his lonely figure, Tang Qingyue understood, he must have had a very deep emotional experience. At this moment, her mood was as fiery as thunder. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned and flew into a rage, yelling at Chu Pengfei, Xiao Pang, and Longer, "That stupid woman. She won't believe a word I say. I think she's fallen for a sweetheart, she's such a woman who values beauty over friendship. Brother, Sister Tang isn't what you think. She's just having a tiff with you. If you had been nicer to her, she would have come back sooner." Longer, being a woman, understood women's feelings better. "Why are you women all so troublesome? Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore. You two come with me." Su Ming called Chu Pengfei and Xiao Pang to the tavern, and the three of them began discussing what had happened that day. "I think the Thunder Spirit Orb is definitely on Lei Ting, because I felt the clear mirror react as soon as I got close to him. But why is he still looking for the Fire Spirit Orb? What's the connection between these two things?" Chu Pengfei couldn't figure it out, but Su Ming's mind was filled with Tang Qingyue's image, and his heart was in turmoil. "Let's stop talking and have some tea. Waiter, bring the tea quickly." Soon, the waiter brought over a pot of top-quality Biluakan tea. Su Ming quickly stopped him and whispered a few words in his ear. The waiter listened and immediately turned to leave, returning after a long while. "Chu Pengfei, the tea here is famously good. Don't think about those worries, let's drink some tea first." Chu Pengfei picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, almost spitting it out. "Brother Su, why does this tea taste a bit like alcohol?" Su Ming feigned confusion, then opened the teapot lid and pointed to the tea leaves inside, saying to Chu Pengfei, "How could that be? Look, this is just tea. It just has this flavor. You'll get used to it after drinking it a few times." Chu Pengfei looked at the tea leaves and finally felt relieved. "I never imagined there was such a tea in the world, it tastes so much like wine." They chatted idly for a while, and soon Chu Pengfei felt dizzy, as if he were drunk. "Brother Su, I still think this tea tastes like wine, I feel like I'm about to drink too much." Su Ming smiled slightly, a genuinely happy smile, and said, "Actually, you're right. What you drank was wine, but I had the waiter switch it." Chu Pengfei was already quite drunk, muttering, "Why did you lie to me? I'm a monk, this will make me break my vows. He, I did it on purpose. Little Fatty never believed me, so we made a bet, hoping you'd tell me what's on your mind." Chu Pengfei shook his head. I don't have anything to say. Let's go back. I'm dizzy and nauseous, and I feel like throwing up. How could Su Ming let him leave like that? Don't you have anyone in your heart? At this moment, Chu Pengfei's face flushed, his mind filled with Ziyan's image, muttering repeatedly, "No, I've never thought about anyone. I shouldn't have said I liked Miss Ziyan." Little Fatty, hearing his honest words, slammed his hand on the table. "You're a monk. How can you like a girl? You made me treat you to a meal for nothing. I just like Miss Ziyan, I love her." Ziyan has always been very important to Chu Pengfei, especially after he regained his memories. They experienced 2 lifetimes of love, how could he easily let go? The next morning, Chu Pengfei woke up with a headache and found Su Ming and Xiaopeng staring at him, looking confused. "Brother Su, Xiaopeng, what are you looking at? My head is spinning. And you're still talking. You made me treat you, have you forgotten what you said last night?" Xiaopeng was very unhappy that Chu Pengfei admitted he liked Ziyan. He shouldn't have made that bet with Su Ming. Chu Pengfei seemed to remember something too, and said to Su Ming somewhat angrily, "Brother Su, don't try to persuade me to drink anymore. I'm a cultivator, I absolutely cannot break my vows. If you continue like this, I'll really get angry." Chapter 78. Are you really going to marry young Master Lei? You two chat, I'm leaving first. To avoid an awkward situation, Chu Pengfei decided to slip away first. That Taoist priest is so petty, taking a joke so seriously. "Longer, let's go buy some things, brother." The two walked on the streets of Ganzhou City. Longer was a little puzzled. "Brother, didn't we go too far? I think Master Chu seems really angry." Su Ming, however, disagreed. "That Taoist priest is too narrow-minded, it was just a joke. Besides, what's wrong with liking someone? It's exhausting to keep it all bottled up." Longer, who had intended to comfort Su Ming, saw an opportunity after hearing his words. "It's really hard to say you like someone, the more you like them, the more nervous you become. Like Sister Tang, she likes someone but can't say it openly, it's actually quite pitiful." Mentioning Tang Qingyue made Su Ming angry. "Don't mention that fickle woman. I went to save her, and she turned around and bit me, serves her right for not being able to get married." "Brother, how can you say that about Sister Tang? Maybe the person she likes has something to do with you? Have you ever thought about why you two always argue the moment you meet? Isn't it because she likes you?" Su Ming completely disbelieved that Tang Qingyue could like him, feeling that their constant arguments meant they were never meant to be. Longer, however, felt that Tang Qingyue had feelings for Su Ming and advised him not to be so harsh on her. Su Ming was in a bad mood, inexplicably down lately, and constantly thinking about Tang Qingyue. He said he would cherish Longer even more without Tang Qingyue by his side, which made him happy, but Su Ming didn't want to talk about it further. Meanwhile, Chu Pengfei discovered the Thunder Spirit Pearl nearby on the street, and sure enough, saw Lei Ting and Tang Qingyue walking towards them. He went to Su Ming to discuss their next move. Lei Ting saw Tang Qingyue and took out a hairpin for her to try on, but Tang Qingyue made an excuse and ran away. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a horse startled. Lei Ting quickly shouted for Tang Qingyue to be careful, and turned around to see a black horse charging towards her. Tang Qingyue didn't have time to dodge, so she closed her eyes and waited. Just at the critical moment, Lei Ting rushed over and caught her, and surprisingly, both of them were unharmed. Chu Pengfei found Su Ming and told him what had happened. Now that they had found the Thunder Spirit Pearl, they needed to figure out how to get their hands on it. Chu Pengfei suggested they trick them like last time, but Su Ming disagreed. Last time it was just luck, this time Lei Ting was a tough guy, carrying electricity, even a touch could be fatal. Chu Pengfei agreed with Su Ming, believing Lei Ting's experience was definitely related to him. Just as he finished speaking, the three heard cries for help and immediately chased after the direction the horse's hooves had gone. Lei Ting and Tang Qingyue stood frozen in place. Lei Ting stared at his hands in disbelief. In the heat of the moment, he had pushed Tang Qingyue away. Normally, she would have been dead, but now she was unharmed. Lei Ting curiously touched Tang Qingyue's arm, finding she didn't react at all, which gave him a glimmer of hope. "Young Master Lei, everything's all right now, can you take your hand away?" Hearing Tang Qingyue's words, Lei Ting finally snapped out of his daze, quickly withdrew his hand, and excitedly said to his attendant, Miss Qingyue was frightened, quickly take her back to her residence to rest. Back at the Tang residence, after being led to her room, Tang Qingyue kept replaying the scene from earlier in her mind. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Miss Tang, this is ginseng tea specially prepared for you by my young master. He says it'll calm you down. Tang Qingyue turned around and saw Zhao Zhongwen, the steward of the Lei residence. She quickly and politely accepted the tea. Steward Zhao, I saw Lei Ting seem to be smiling just now. I've never seen her so happy since I've known her. What happened? Steward Zhao replied with a smile, today is truly a day to celebrate. Not just you, everyone in our manor is very happy. Our young master has suffered from a strange illness since childhood, she's surrounded by lightning, and anyone who touches her will be injured. Until today, she met you. Your constitution seems to be immune to her. Tang Qingyue then remembered why Lei Ting had looked at her so strangely earlier. Isn't there any other way to cure her illness? Butler Zhao shook his head helplessly. Our young master is truly pitiful, enduring pain unimaginable to ordinary people. Can you understand the feeling of not being able to have intimate contact with your loved one? From childhood to adulthood, she has borne all of this alone. Tang Qingyue, following Butler Zhao's words, recalled her experiences over the years. If it were her, she probably wouldn't have been able to endure it long ago. But why am I immune to young Master Lei? Butler Zhao smiled slightly. Although he didn't know the reason, only Tang Qingyue was unafraid to touch young Master Lei's body. Perhaps this is fate. You are a gift from heaven to the Lei family. From now on, she no longer needs to be afraid of contact with people. You are our Lei family's greatest blessing. After hearing Butler Zhao's explanation, Tang Qingyue came to a cemetery. The tombstone clearly read, Tomb of the deceased wife, Dong Wanqing. Now I finally understand your inner pain. Separated from your beloved by death, living a life of loneliness, without family or friends, all the burdens rest on your shoulders alone. I've never seen you smile. How deep must your pain be? Lei Ting slowly turned around. Her eyes were already brimming with tears, years of pent-up grievances had finally burst forth. Lei Ting asked Tang Qingyue when she had arrived and if she knew everything. Tang Qingyue nodded, saying that Butler Zhao had told her everything, but was there really no other way? Lei Ting glanced at her and said there was a way, but he didn't need it now because he had encountered someone who wasn't afraid of his actions. Tang Qingyue naturally understood his meaning, but her heart belonged only to Su Ming, so she continued to press. Lei Ting shook his head, saying he had heard before that the fire spirit orb could cure his illness, but after saving Tang Qingyue, he heard that the fire spirit orb had been stolen. He had searched for years before finally finding it, but it seemed destined to be out of his reach, and he gave up hope. Tang Qingyue's eyes lit up upon hearing this, because she knew the fire spirit orb was with Su Ming. Don't worry, leave this to me. She then went to find Su Ming. Su Ming was initially happy to see her, but upon hearing that she wanted the fire spirit orb to save Lei Ting, he immediately refused. Impossible. Su Ming shook his head, but Tang Qingyue persisted, will you give it to me or not? Don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't. Tang Qingyue was incredibly naive, Lei Ting had saved her, and she felt she had to repay him. The two argued, and Su Ming, caught off guard, was slapped. Enraged, he yelled, you hit me for Lei Ting? Our long-standing relationship is worth less than your few days of interaction. Tang Qingyue realized she had hit him too hard and softened her tone, saying, Su Ming, are you really not going to care about me? I promise you, I'll just borrow it for a bit, and I'll return it to you once Lei Ting is healed. Su Ming still refused, no, absolutely not. You're too naive. Don't you know what Lei Ting is up to? Is he lying to you? I told you long ago, this man is unfathomable, don't trust him so easily. But Tang Qingyue wouldn't listen. Lei Ting was her savior. If you won't give me the fire spirit pearl, I only have one way, I'll go back and marry him right now. Are you satisfied now? Tang Qingyue wanted to force Su Ming to marry Lei Ting, but Su Ming didn't believe her. Su Ming didn't care about the fire spirit orb, he just didn't want Tang Qingyue to get too close to Lei Ting. But his attitude only made Tang Qingyue angrier. Su Ming, I'm asking you seriously, do you really want me to marry him? Are you sure you won't regret it? Tang Qingyue stared at Su Ming, wanting to give him one last chance. I'm sure, absolutely sure. Young Master Lei Ting is rich and powerful, and he treats you well. If you marry him, you'll be Mrs. Lei. Should I congratulate you in advance? Su Ming's tone was sarcastic. Tang Qingyue was furious, she hadn't expected Su Ming to treat her like this. Tang Qingyue flung her hand and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she stopped, silently hoping Su Ming would chase after her. However, there was no sound. She gritted her teeth and headed towards the Lei residence. Just as Tang Qingyue stepped out, Longer emerged from the shadows. She had seen everything that had just happened. Originally, she wanted to persuade the two to stop their falling out, but a selfish thought suddenly surfaced. Once Sister Tang gets married, brother will only think of me. Sister Tang, I'm sorry. Longer silently murmured to herself. Tang Qingyue returned to the Lei residence, where Lei Ting was fiddling with an antique. Seeing her return, he calmly said, "You're back." Tang Qingyue looked at Lei Ting's calm face and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, young Master Lei, I didn't get the fire spirit orb." Lei Ting had already guessed this outcome and calmly replied, "It's alright, it's normal. If it were that easy to get, I wouldn't have waited until now." Although Lei Ting pretended to be nonchalant, Tang Qingyue sensed his disappointment. She suddenly remembered Su Ming's words and said excitedly, "But don't worry, I will cure your illness. I've decided, I want to be with you." The antique in Lei Ting's hands shattered with a crash. He hadn't expected Tang Qingyue to have this thought and hurriedly turned around to ask, "Is it true?" Tang Qingyue didn't speak, only nodded. "Then what about Su Ming? Didn't you always like him?" Lei Ting's words stung Tang Qingyue's memories. The scene from just now kept flashing through her mind. What's the use of liking him? He doesn't care about me at all. I don't like you now, but I can try to like you. Tang Qingyue's voice trembled slightly. Lei Ting laughed heartily after hearing this. From childhood to adulthood, Tang Qingyue was the only person he could get close to. This feeling was incredibly precious. "Qingyue, don't worry, I'll treat you well, cherish you, and never let you suffer again," Lei Ting promised earnestly. Su Ming was troubled. His words earlier were just spoken in anger, but judging from Tang Qingyue's expression, she seemed to take it seriously. He quickly found Longer and said anxiously, "Longer, help me. I might have angered Tang Qingyue. She said she wants to marry young Master Lei. You have to stop her. We don't know young Master Lei's background yet, it's too dangerous." Longer knew very well that Su Ming still couldn't forget Tang Qingyue. She also cared deeply for her brother and didn't want to see him harboring feelings for someone else. She was conflicted. "I should help my brother. He likes Sister Qingyue, and Sister Qingyue likes him too." But another voice chimed in, "But what if you help them get together? What will you do then?" These two thoughts battled within her, leaving her torn. Seeing Su Ming's anxious expression, she finally nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try. But Qingyue is still angry, I'm not sure if she'll forgive you." Hearing Longer agree to help, Su Ming immediately smiled, "Good sister, I'm relieved to have you help me. I believe Qingyue will forgive me." Longer turned and walked out of the courtyard. Su Ming didn't see her, she had already started crying. At this time, the Lei mansion was brightly lit. Lei Ting was busy preparing for his wedding with Tang Qingyue. The Lei family had been rooted in Ganzhou City for a century, possessing great wealth. The servants in the mansion were extremely busy, and the whole place was bustling with activity. The servants were all talking about it. Hearing that Lei Ting was getting married, they all came to offer their congratulations. Longer arrived at the Lei mansion, met Tang Qingyue, and was led to her room. Upon meeting, Longer eagerly asked, "Sister Qingyue, are you really going to marry Lei Ting?" Tang Qingyue looked somewhat troubled, but still forced a smile and said, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to marry young Master Lei. What about my brother? Don't you love him the most?" Long repressed. Chapter 79, Drowning Sorrows in Alcohol. Tang Qingyue sighed, what else can I do? Relationships are a matter between two people. He doesn't love me at all, so why should I persist? Young Master Lei is very good to me. I want to try to accept him and slowly forget my brother, because he doesn't love me. Longer, after hearing this, began to struggle internally again. In the end, selfishness prevailed. She said, Sister Qingyue, then I wish you happiness. I'll tell my brother what you said now. I'll take my leave. After Longer left, Tang Qingyue sat at the table, recalling her past with Su Ming, feeling as if it were just yesterday. Qingyue, are you there? Lei Ting's voice came from outside the door. Yes, come in. Tang Qingyue replied. Lei Ting had changed into a new outfit, looking radiant. Qingyue, our wedding is set for 3 days from now. Today, we'll have the engagement banquet first. I want to make you the happiest woman in the world. Tang Qingyue couldn't feel happy at this moment, but she still forced a smile. I'll do whatever you say. Everyone agrees. A woman follows her husband wherever he goes, whether he's a chicken or a dog. I'll listen to you. Lei Ting was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed Tang Qingyue's hand and strode out the door. 1,000 people had already gathered outside. The steward, seeing Tang Qingyue and Lei Ting come out hand in hand, excitedly shouted to the crowd. Fellow villagers, we at the Lei family have a joyous occasion. People from the town, hearing the news, rushed to the Lei residence. The steward then loudly announced. Everyone, quiet down. Our young master is getting married, to the young lady Tang beside him. To celebrate this joyous occasion, the Lei family will be holding a 3-day banquet starting today. People from the town, eat and drink whatever you like. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, and everyone began to chatter excitedly. That's wonderful! Young Master Lei is finally getting married. This is great news. Indeed, after his first wife passed away, young Master Lei hasn't remarried. I heard this Miss Tang isn't afraid of his lightning, they're a match made in heaven. Exactly. I saw young Master Lei save Miss Tang on the street that day, I knew they were destined for each other. Yes, I saw it too. They were even embracing, but Miss Tang was perfectly fine. While everyone was discussing, Su Ming, Longer, and Chu Pengfei arrived at the Lei residence. Hearing the people's comments and the steward's announcement, Su Ming realized that Tang Qingyue was serious this time. For some reason, Su Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He quickly pulled Longer aside and asked in a low voice. Longer, did you tell Qingyue what I told you to say? Longer clearly sensed Su Ming's emotional fluctuation and didn't know how to answer for a moment. I forgot. How could you forget something so important? Are you just going to watch her marry Lei Ting? Seeing Su Ming so agitated, Longer understood that in Su Ming's heart, Tang Qingyue was far more important than herself. Brother, you're the one who made Sister Tang marry Lei Ting, and now you regret it. Longer's words left Su Ming speechless. Indeed, Tang Qingyue's choice was entirely his fault, who else could he blame? Sister, you're right. I was indeed too hasty just now. I just don't want her to marry a stranger. Her grandfather entrusted her to me before he died. If she marries the wrong person, I'll be letting down Grandpa Tang in the afterlife. After saying this, Su Ming felt a sharp pain in his heart, almost losing control of himself. He turned and grabbed Chu Pengfei's hand. Pengfei, come drink with me. Chu Pengfei knew Su Ming was in a bad mood, so he reluctantly went with him to the tavern. However, the incident at the last drinking party made him decide not to drink a drop this time. Soon, the two arrived at a small tavern. The tavern was bustling, several times more crowded than usual. Waiter, bring out all your best food and drinks, Su Ming shouted. The waiter quickly ran over, smiling, and said, esteemed guests, you're in luck today. Everything's free today, all you can eat. Su Ming looked puzzled, you mean you don't have to pay for food? Yes. You're obviously from out of town, aren't you? Don't you know something big has happened in Ganzhou City, the waiter said mysteriously. Chu Pengfei asked curiously, what happened? Why is the food free? The waiter explained with a smile, in 3 days, it's the wedding day of young Master Lei of Ganzhou City. Young Master Lei said that for the next few days, all guests from out of town can eat and stay here for free. You can eat and drink as you please, no need to pay. You think we can't afford food? Su Ming suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting loudly, startling the waiter. Sir, what's wrong? Free food, aren't you happy? The waiter looked aggrieved. Su Ming realized he'd been too impulsive, but he wasn't about to back down. Give me a jar of the best daughter's red wine. He's so generous, I'll make him regret it. The waiter wasn't angry at all, he laughed even louder. Sir, you're joking. You probably don't know how rich the Lei family is. They've guarded Ganzhou City for a century, their wealth is immense. Don't even mention a jar of daughter's red, even if you drank 100 jars, young Master Lei could afford it. All right, stop talking, hurry up and bring the food. Chu Pengfei quickly interjected, worried that Su Ming would break down even further. What's the use of money? Does money mean you can do whatever you want? Brother, I'm in a bad mood today, don't stop me, I'm going to drink, I'm going to get drunk. Su Ming said angrily. As the saying goes, alcohol can drown sorrows. Su Ming downed a whole jar of wine in one go. Chu Pengfei didn't try to stop him, because he knew how bitter Su Ming was inside. Why did that annoying woman marry Lei Ting? Doesn't she know I like her? Chu Pengfei shook his head helplessly. It seemed that drunk people always blurted out their true feelings. Let him be. Do you like Miss Tang? But why do you always argue with her? Su Ming often asked himself the same question. He clearly liked her, yet he always wanted to argue. Because I like her, I really like her. Late into the night, when the two left the tavern, Su Ming was completely drunk, still muttering Tang Qingyue's name repeatedly. Chu Pengfei took him back to the inn and then went to meditate. That night, he too was filled with turmoil, unable to understand what love truly was, something that made people bound together by life and death, something he ultimately couldn't shake off. The word love. The next morning, Su Ming woke up with a splitting headache. He went outside and saw Chu Pengfei meditating. Were you sitting there until dawn? Did I drink too much yesterday? Did I talk nonsense? Chu Pengfei slowly stood up and calmly said, No, you didn't say anything. But drink less in the future. Alcohol is bad for your health. Even if you're drunk, you have to face your thoughts clearly. Su Ming understood from Chu Pengfei's words that he had indeed lost control last night, but still wanted to save face. I don't understand what you're saying. I was just thinking, maybe I'll come up with some brilliant ideas when I'm drunk. Meanwhile, Longer hadn't slept all night either, because she had encountered a strange thing. The demon sealing box that held the elder's evil thoughts had actually made a sound. Friend, don't be afraid, only you can hear me. We're old acquaintances from the demon sealing tower, how about we make a deal? Longer was startled by these words and hurriedly nudged the chubby boy sleeping soundly beside her, but he wouldn't wake up. Save your breath, this kid won't get up until dawn. What do you want? My brother said I'm a bad person, shut up. I don't want to hear what you have to say, and I don't want to make a deal with you. Ha, but those wicked thoughts in your heart have already surfaced. You like Su Ming and don't want him to have other women around him. I can help you, as long as you hand over those wicked thoughts to me. Su Ming is my brother, liking him is perfectly normal. I don't care if there are other women around him, as long as he's happy, I'm happy. But now you've added hypocrisy to your picture, is that really what you think? Come on, promise me, I'll help you, I'll make sure your brother only loves you. Longer had a terrible headache, feeling like countless voices were screaming in her head, but she desperately tried to hold it in, covering her ears with her hands. I won't listen, I don't want to hear anything. If you keep nagging, I'll smash your head in. The voice finally disappeared, but Longer didn't sleep a wink all night. Did she really think that way? Perhaps only she knew. You don't think that way, because you understand yourself better than I do. Your brother doesn't love you at all, he loves Tang Qingyue. Without my help, you'll never get your brother. The evil spirit kept stirring up Longer's desires, as if trying to devour her. No, I don't believe you. My brother said that if you arouse my desires, it will strengthen you. I won't fall for it, get out of my way. Fine, I have plenty of time, but you don't. We'll meet again, you'll come looking for me then. Longer didn't sleep all night, her heart in turmoil. Until she heard Chu Pengfei and Su Ming's conversation the next morning, her desires finally overwhelmed her reason. Brother, you still can't let her go, right? These words made Su Ming a little embarrassed. He could only force a smile and gently pat Longer's head. Longer, this has nothing to do with you. I'll continue to treat you well. I have something to do, I'll be going now. Watching Su Ming's departing figure, Longer gritted her teeth and walked towards the lay residence. She decided to stir up trouble between Su Ming and Tang Qingyue. She absolutely couldn't let them be together so easily. Once they were a couple, she feared her position in Su Ming's heart would waver. At this moment, the lay residence was brightly lit and bustling with activity, as people came in an endless stream to offer gifts. Lei Ting was usually helpful and deeply loved by the people. Hearing of his wedding, almost the entire city came to congratulate him. In the crowd, Tang Qingyue saw Longer and quickly went up to greet her. Longer, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. Tang Qingyue warmly took Longer's arm, already considering her a younger sister. Longer, it's so good to see you. It's been so long since we've all gathered together, we've missed everyone so much. Sister Tang, we're all so happy, we came especially to congratulate you. Hearing Longer's words, Tang Qingyue looked disappointed and a little puzzled. That's all? Is this all you came to congratulate me on? In her mind, Su Ming and the others should have come to stop her, but unexpectedly, they were only concerned with congratulating her. It turned out she'd been imagining things all along. Sister Tang, I really envy you, finding someone so sincere to you. Look at this Lei family mansion, it's like a palace. You're going to be living the high life. Tang Qingyue was straightforward, never beating around the bush. To tell you the truth, I don't feel happy at all, not at all. But I understand what you mean, thank you for your blessings anyway. Over there, Su Ming paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing, completely at a loss, wondering how Longer and Tang Qingyue's conversation had gone. Being alone was quite boring. He opened the door and saw Chu Pengfei still sitting cross-legged in meditation. He immediately stormed over, fuming. Chu Pengfei, I'm so annoyed right now, I want to spar with someone, will you fight me? Chu Pengfei shook his head, knowing Su Ming was in a bad mood and just wanted to take it out on him. I won't fight you, I'm afraid I'll accidentally hurt you. Chapter 80. Aren't there still people who love you? Su Ming, even more enraged, immediately drew his demon sword and attacked Chu Pengfei like a madman. However, his emotions were too intense, and his fighting was chaotic. He was no match for Chu Pengfei and was defeated in a few moves. Stop fighting, it's so boring. Fighting you is pointless. Let's go for a walk. A short while later, Su Ming, Chu Pengfei, Longer, and Little Fatty arrived at the market. The market was unusually lively today, much more crowded than usual. As soon as they turned around, Little Fatty disappeared. Su Ming searched everywhere and found Little Fatty had been attracted by a roasted pig's trotter stall. He quickly ran over and grabbed Little Fatty's ear. You fatso, why can't you change your greedy ways? You can't move your feet once you smell the aroma. Little Fatty hurriedly begged for mercy, I can't resist the smell. These pig's trotters must be delicious. Su Ming couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he took out his money and bought two. Only then did Little Fatty obediently follow him. Young man, why is it so lively here? Those people don't look like locals. They're from out of town, all here for young Master Lei's wedding banquet. There's a fireworks show tonight. Hearing about the fireworks display, Little Fatty clapped his hands and cheered, awesome. We can see fireworks. Where did all these people come from? I can tell you're from out of town too, right? This is the most famous fireworks team in Anchangchang. Young Master Lei paid a fortune to hire them, supposedly just to make his beauty happy. Su Ming grew increasingly angry, coldly saying, "What's so special about that? It's just fireworks, I've seen plenty." Seeing Su Ming's genuine displeasure, Chu Pengfei quickly pulled him aside. Suddenly, the clear mirror in his robes lit up. Looking up, he indeed saw Lei Ting and Tang Qingyue. This further confirmed his suspicions. The thunder spirit orb must be on Lei Ting, otherwise why would it be wandering around? At this moment, Su Ming also noticed Tang Qingyue and immediately turned his back to her. Although the situation was complicated, Tang Qingyue didn't want to miss this last opportunity, so she followed closely behind to the bridge. Actually, Tang Qingyue had already noticed Su Ming following her, but when they reached the bridge, she suddenly turned around and said firmly, "Su Qingyang, can't you say something nice?" Su Ming was completely taken aback by Tang Qingyue's sudden turn and was momentarily flustered, instinctively retorting, "Who said I was following you? I was just bored and happened to run into you." Tang Qingyue understood Su Ming's personality, but now she was too lazy to argue with him. She calmly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I have an appointment to get my hair done. Do as you please." With that, Tang Qingyue turned and left, tears welling in her eyes, but she forcefully held them back. "Wait. You said you wanted to do my hair? Do you want me to help you? Don't let your hair grow long and scare people." Seeing Su Ming's serious expression, Tang Qingyue couldn't find a reason to refuse, so she nodded and said, "All right, consider this the last time you'll do my hair." Soon, they returned to the inn. Su Ming mixed shampoo for Tang Qingyue and slowly removed her hairpins. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to remember something and hurriedly said to Tang Qingyue, "Wait here for me a moment, I'll be right back." Tang Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. Was he up to something again? But seeing his serious expression, it didn't seem like it. She repeatedly asked herself, did she really want to marry Lei Ting? Did she really want to be the young mistress of the Lei family? The answer was, of course, yes. These past few days, Su Ming's image kept appearing in her mind, hoping he would come to find her. But Su Ming not only didn't come to find her, but also wished her happiness, which made Tang Qingyue very sad. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Ming brought in a basin of shampoo with some magical little leaves added. "What's this? You don't know, do you? Let me tell you, it's called sesame leaf. It gives off a special fragrance when you put it in water." Su Ming played with the sesame leaf as he gently spoke to Tang Qingyue. "I've heard of this leaf before. Back in the Tang family, Xiaoying always washed my hair. Her hair was so black and shiny, and always had a fragrance. Apparently, it was also from this leaf. I only just learned it's sesame leaf now. It's a pity that after Grandpa died and I left the Tang family, no one has washed my hair since." Tang Qingyue recalled the past. In just a few months, she had experienced many things she had never done before. Seeing her like this, Su Ming quickly comforted her. "Qingyue, don't be like this, you still have." "You still have what?" Tang Qingyue asked eagerly, hoping Su Ming would say, "You still have me." But when Su Ming saw the expectant look in her eyes, the words he was about to say changed. After saying, "Aren't there still people who love you?" Su Ming immediately regretted it, thinking to himself that he hadn't even managed to say "I love you." They didn't dare say a word. Tang Qingyue remained silent, simply sitting quietly, savoring the moment. She knew this might be the last time Su Ming washed her hair, because they were about to part ways. The choice she made might be one she'd regret for the rest of her life. Su Ming was also deeply saddened. He wanted to speak up several times, but his pride prevented him from doing so. Just as Tang Qingyue turned around, he suddenly noticed something on her neck. "Huh, how did you get this? Isn't this mine?" Tang Qingyue was startled by his gaze. Following his eyes, she looked at her jade pendant and quickly explained, "Oh, you mean this? It's been with me since I was little." Su Ming examined it closely and noticed that this jade pendant was indeed different from hers. The pattern was reversed. "It really does seem to be yours, but the pattern is reversed. Could they be a pair?" Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyue suddenly remembered her grandfather saying that these jade pendants were a pair, and only destined people could possess them. And Su Ming actually had a matching half. Could this be their destiny? Yes, I remember now. The first time I met you, my jade pendant was snatched away by a mysterious person. I felt a force pull me directly into the sedan chair. Su Ming's experience was similar. Tang Qingyue had also encountered a similar thing at the market that day. That mysterious force had been drawing her in. Tang Qingyue was now filled with anxiety. Grandpa said that the jade pendant is a pair, and only those who are destined to be together can possess it. The one who possesses the other half is her destined marriage. Seeing Tang Qingyue's dazed expression, Su Ming seemed to understand. The jade pendant must hold some secret. Is there a story behind this jade pendant? Perhaps destined people are meant to be together. This jade pendant is one I've worn since childhood. Nonsense. There's no such thing. Besides, your jade pendant was stolen long ago. Even if there's a connection, it's the person who stole it, not you. Even so, it's not Lei Ting. He wasn't the one who stole the pendant that day. Tang Qingyue was speechless. Was it truly fate? No wonder she couldn't forget Su Ming no matter how hard she tried. But she was stubborn, having promised to marry Lei Ting, she would never go back on her word. Then, she remembered her grandfather's words. That's right, this person must be Lei Ting. He's my destined one. With that, Tang Qingyue rushed out of the room. She refused to accept this fact. She had clearly promised to marry Lei Ting, so how could Su Ming have discovered the jade pendant now? Her mind was in turmoil, and she dared not face Su Ming, afraid she would lose control of her emotions. That evening, Lei Ting invited Tang Qingyue to watch the fireworks. The two sat on the city wall, while Su Ming silently watched Tang Qingyue's figure below. Qingyue, what's wrong? You look so worried. Tang Qingyue was lost in thought, because she had already noticed Su Ming below. Scenes from the day flashed through her mind, and she was certain that Su Ming was her destiny. I'm fine, I just suddenly remembered some things. Lei Ting thought the girl would be happy to see the fireworks, but Tang Qingyue showed no joy. Don't think about it, look how beautiful the fireworks are. Although the fireworks were beautiful, neither Su Ming nor Tang Qingyue were in the mood to watch. They were thinking the same thing, they couldn't easily give up on the person they loved. You watch first, I'm going to the restroom. Tang Qingyue took the opportunity to leave. She planned to go back to Su Ming. This was a matter of life and death, and some things needed to be said clearly. She didn't want to regret it later. On the other side, Su Ming was also restless, unable to hear anything Xiao Pang said. His mind was filled with the events of the day. He was certain that he and Tang Qingyue were a perfect match, and he absolutely couldn't let her marry Lei Ting. You guys keep watching, I'm a little tired, I'll go back first. Xiao Pang and Longer were engrossed in the show, completely unaware of Su Ming's expression. Unconsciously, the two arrived at the Bridge of Longing. Upon seeing each other, their hearts seemed to be connected once more. You stinky tofu, you annoying brat, okay, I admit you're my destined one. Tang Qingyue smiled happily, finally speaking her mind. Su Ming hadn't seen Tang Qingyue so happy in a long time, so he said loudly, Qingyue, I like you. Hearing these words, Tang Qingyue was moved to tears. She had waited so long, finally hearing Su Ming say those 4 words himself. You annoying brat, why are you only saying this now? Do you know how long I've been waiting? Tang Qingyue said with a hint of reproach. Su Ming slowly walked to her side, gently placed his hand on her shoulder, and looked at her tenderly, saying, Isn't it too late to say this now? I know you like me too, and you don't want to marry Lei Ting, right? Even if I like you, that's after you like me back. Of course I don't want to marry Lei Ting, but what should we do next? Tang Qingyue asked anxiously. What should we do? Su Ming feigned ignorance, which only made Tang Qingyue more anxious. Don't forget, Lei Ting and I are already engaged. I'm officially marrying him tomorrow night. We can't just elope, can we? Tang Qingyue had already decided that as long as Su Ming was willing to be with her, she would rather run away with him. Elope? Don't forget, Lei Ting hasn't retrieved the Thunder Spirit Pearl yet. Isn't that why we came to Ganzhou? Su Ming reminded her. Tang Qingyue looked confused. Lei Ting has the Thunder Spirit Pearl? I didn't know. Su Ming was also stunned. He had clearly asked Longer to tell Tang Qingyue, but judging from her current expression, she was obviously completely unaware. I already told Longer to inform you, didn't she tell you? Longer didn't mention it at all. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Then what did she say to you? Longer only said everyone wished her well. I was wondering about that at the time. Su Ming felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. How could she say that? I clearly told her to tell you not to marry Lei Ting. Tang Qingyue, quick-witted, immediately understood Longer's meaning and hurriedly comforted Su Ming. All right, don't be angry. I no longer likes you, and now you like me, she must be upset. But she's still your sister. Don't blame her when you go back. Women all think like that, I understand. Su Ming hadn't originally intended to blame Longer. After all, blood is thicker than water. Now that things were out in the open, he naturally wouldn't pursue the matter further. You just mentioned the Thunder Spirit Pearl, I'll go ask Lei Ting for it right now. Chapter 81. Do you want to know about your origins? After spending time with him these past few days, I think he's a pretty reliable person, and he'll probably agree. Su Ming nodded. He had also dealt with Lei Ting before, and he was indeed a straightforward guy. Lei Ting probably doesn't know he has the Thunder Spirit Orb yet. Here's a bracelet for you, only it can activate the Thunder Spirit Orb within you. Su Ming took out the giant spirit bracelet from his pocket. It was the one Chu Pengfei had given him last night. Tang Qingyue said to her companions, wait for me at the inn, I'll be right back. We'll meet again after I get the Thunder Spirit Orb. With that, she turned and left, quickly returning to the Lei residence. Lei Ting was anxiously searching for her. Seeing her return, he immediately asked, Qingyue, where have you been? I've sent people all over the world to look for you. Tang Qingyue replied directly, I just went to the inn, there's something I need to explain to you. I can't marry you because my heart belongs to Su Ming. She didn't want to hide it, she felt it was better to say it sooner rather than later. Lei Ting asked in surprise, what did you say? What did you say when I asked you before? Now I've already informed everyone, what am I supposed to do? Things had developed too quickly, Lei Ting hadn't anticipated it at all. Tang Qingyue said firmly, Lei Ting, I know I'm sorry, but I can't lie to you. I love Su Ming, and I will never marry anyone else in this life. Lei Ting shook his head helplessly, perhaps he was destined to be alone forever. Since Tang Qingyue didn't want to marry him, forcing her wouldn't end well. He sighed, go. Don't ever see me again. Thunder was deeply disappointed. He had finally found someone he could be close to, and now he was about to lose them. Tang Qingyue pleaded, Thunder, I have another favor to ask of you. I need the Thunder Spirit Pearl within you. Can you give it to me? I know this request is unreasonable, but the Thunder Spirit Pearl is truly crucial to me. Thunder looked confused. What Thunder Spirit Pearl? I didn't know I had such a thing. He had no idea he possessed such a treasure. Tang Qingyue explained, you didn't know you had the Thunder Spirit Pearl? Your lightning power all comes from it, it granted you divine power. I know it's very important to you. If you don't want to give it to me, I won't force you. Thunder was surprised by Tang Qingyue's request, but he seemed unusually happy. So my divine power and lightning all come from this pearl? Take it away quickly. But I don't know how to get it out. Thunder had always wanted to be an ordinary person, but his inability to approach others troubled him greatly. If he could retrieve the Thunder Spirit Orb, he would no longer be that special being, this was his wish. Tang Qingyue comforted him, saying, don't worry, I can handle it. As she spoke, she took out the giant spirit bracelet from her bosom, chanted a few incantations, and the Thunder Spirit Orb was removed. Tang Qingyue was filled with gratitude. Lei Ting, I really don't know how to thank you. I know I owe you, but please don't hate me. Even if I married you, we wouldn't be happy. Lei Ting laughed heartily, why should I blame you? To be honest, I should thank you. Now I can finally be a normal person. From childhood to adulthood, my body couldn't touch anyone else, it was so painful. From today onwards, I'm just like any other person. How could I possibly be angry with you? Xingyue, thank you so much. Just then, the Lei Manor emitted a dazzling light due to the departure of the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Even the distant Donqing mirror reacted. Chu Pengfei said, "It seems Miss Tang has obtained the Thunder Spirit Pearl. I didn't expect Lei Ting to be such a magnanimous person." Su Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought Lei Ting would blame Tang Xingyue or even cause trouble, but Lei Ting had actually handed over the pearl voluntarily. Now that we have the Thunder Spirit Orb, it's time for us to go. The group left the inn and headed towards the Lei Manor. Suddenly, dark clouds churned in the sky, lightning flashed, and countless evil spirits flew down towards the Lei Manor. Previously, these evil spirits had been suppressed by the Thunder Spirit Orb within Lei Ting's body. Now that the Thunder Spirit Orb was gone, and Lei Ting had lost his divine power, the evil spirits broke free and surged towards the Lei Manor. Just as Lei Ting and Tang Xingyue arrived at the entrance of the Lei Manor, the Heavenly Mountain Demon appeared. The Heavenly Mountain Demon sneered, "Thunder, now that you've lost your divine power, who can help you? Attack!" Although Thunder had lost his divine power, he was naturally brave and fearless. He loudly commanded the servants of the Thunder Manor, "Kill them." A fierce battle immediately ensued. At this moment, Longer held the demon suppressing box. A voice came from within the box, "If you don't want your brother to know your ulterior motives, you'd better find a secluded place. I have something to tell you." Longer was terrified that her brother would discover the truth and blame her, so she quickly ran aside, clutching the box. The voice continued, "Give me your selfishness and greed, and I will give you immense power. I guarantee that from this moment on, only you can control your brother." Longer was terrified. She knew a voice within her was tormenting her. But he also knew that if he let selfishness and greed take over, the power would only grow stronger. So, he forced himself to say, "No way. I won't do such a thing. My brother will hate me if he finds out." The voice laughed, "Ha, now you really have no other way out. Don't you just want your brother to love only you? Give me your biggest wish, and I'll definitely help you achieve it." Watching Su Ming's departing figure, Longer didn't realize that Su Ming truly loved Tang Xingyue. His heart was filled with desire, and unconsciously, his hand reached for the magic box. A bright light flashed, and the inner demon broke free from the box, flying towards the Tang residence. "Ha, don't worry, I'll definitely keep my promise. From now on, Su Ming belongs only to you." Longer suddenly realized he had made a mistake. His two conflicting personalities resurfaced. Su Ming and Chu Pengfei also joined the battle, and with their help, the situation immediately changed. Suddenly, Tang Xingyue's vision went black. Su Ming was already standing beside her, pulling her hand and flying into the sky. "Su Ming, where are you taking me? What will happen to them if we leave? Hee, why do you care about them? With Chu Pengfei here, they'll be fine. I'll take you to a good place right now. Haven't you always wanted to know about your origins? I'll take you there now." Tang Xingyue felt that Su Ming had become a stranger. She quickly looked down and saw another Su Ming fighting against those evil spirits. "Who are you?" A puff of smoke drifted by, and Tang Xingyue fell from the sky. "Ha, you are going to another world, a world neither within the 3 realms nor the 5 elements. From this day forward, Tang Xingyue will no longer exist." With the help of Chu Pengfei and Su Ming, the evil spirits were quickly cleared away, but Tang Xingyue had vanished without a trace. "Have you seen Xingyue? I just saw her here." Su Ming was looking for Tang Xingyue, and Longer panicked upon hearing this. "I think I saw her go back to the inn." Longer began to lie, filled with regret. If Su Ming knew that he was the one who orchestrated all this, he would probably never forgive him, and he himself would live with guilt for the rest of his life. Then I'm relieved. She hasn't rested properly these past few days, let her go back first. Just as Su Ming finished speaking, Lei Ting arrived. "Thank you all for your help. How about this, I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." Speaking of food, Little Fatty was the first to jump up. Great! Great! Su Ming has told me the food here is delicious. Today we can finally try it. After the fierce battle, everyone was starving. Su Ming had tasted the food at the Lei residence and knew it was incredibly delicious. Then we'll gladly accept your offer. Thank you for your hard work, young Master Lei. Not at all, thank you so much. You helped me recover and even helped me get rid of the heavenly mountain demon. Treating you to a meal is only right. After Lei Ting finished speaking, he instructed the steward to prepare the food. In no time, 10 dishes were laid out on the table. The group ate like whirlwinds, eating until they couldn't eat anymore before putting down their chopsticks. We're all full, Brother Lei. We'll take our leave now. After bidding farewell to Lei Ting, everyone returned to their respective inns. Su Ming went to Tang Qingyue's room to look for her, but found her gone. He didn't think much of it, assuming she'd probably gone out for dinner. Longer returned to her room and immediately took out the demon-suppressing box, urgently saying, "Come out quickly. I regret it. Give Sister Tang back to me." A cold laugh came from inside the demon-suppressing box. "Ha, absolutely impossible. Now Su Ming only has you left. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? I did everything you said. It's too late to back out now." Longer was filled with regret. To satisfy her own selfish desires, she had actually sent Tang Qingyue to another world. She had spent 1,000 years in the demon-suppressing tower and knew all too well the feeling of loneliness. She pleaded desperately, "Please, give Sister Tang back to me." No matter how much she begged, there was no response. Meanwhile, Tang Qingyue gradually regained consciousness, feeling a terrible headache. She looked up and found herself in an unfamiliar place, completely alone. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky, "You want to know about your origins? I'll tell you now." Tang Qingyue cried out in terror, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Let me go. If Su Ming finds out, he'll never forgive you." She shouted for a long time, but no one answered. What shocked her even more was that her body began to change, transforming into an ancient tree in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Su Ming was completely unaware of what was happening. He was in a good mood and insisted on drinking with Chu Pengfei. The two talked a lot, but Su Ming didn't realize that these words deeply hurt Chu Pengfei. Su Ming's feelings for Tang Qingyue intensified Chu Pengfei's desires. After Su Ming fell asleep, Chu Pengfei left a letter and went directly to see Ziyin. The next morning, Su Ming woke up to find himself having slept with Xiao Pang all night. He quickly pushed him away, exclaiming in surprise, "Fatty, how could it be you?" Xiao Pang looked confused and mumbled, "Who else could it be? You thought it was someone else." Su Ming almost blurted out, "I thought you were Tang," but realized his mistake and quickly shut up. Xiao Pang teased, "You didn't confuse me with Miss Tang, did you? You're really something." Su Ming was a little embarrassed and was about to explain when he suddenly noticed a letter on the table. He picked it up and saw that it was from Chu Pengfei. Su Ming chuckled, "This Chu Pengfei is quite interesting. Why not just say what he wants to say? Why write a letter? Let me see what he says." In the letter, Chu Pengfei clearly stated his decision. He had decided to follow his heart and go find Ziyin, and would reunite with Su Ming in a few days. After reading the letter, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Chu Pengfei has finally figured things out. He's going to find Ziyin. It seems that girl isn't entirely clueless, she just pretends to be oblivious. Little Fatty asked, looking confused, "He really went to find Ziyin? Does he still want to cultivate Taoism? Or is he planning to return to secular life?" Little Fatty asked Su Ming, full of doubt. Su Ming tapped him on the head and laughed, "You're such a fool. Can't you see? Chu Pengfei has always liked Ziyin, he just hasn't realized it yet. Let's wish them well." Chapter 82. You need to leave early. The two chatted and laughed for a while. Meanwhile, Chu Pengfei finally met Ziyin. As soon as he disembarked, he saw Ziyin standing by the riverbank waiting for him, as if she had known he would come and had been waiting there every day. "I knew you would come to find me," she said. Ziyin's face was full of joyful smiles. Seeing her strengthened Chu Pengfei's resolve. Let me tell you a story. Chu Pengfei said, there was a fool who always loved a girl. In the first life, they were separated by worldly prejudice. In the second life, fate separated them again. In the third life, this fool finally understood that he must be with the one he loved. After hearing this, Xian threw herself into his arms, excitedly saying, I've waited hundreds of years to hear these words, and now I feel incredibly happy. The two embraced tightly, their love, spanning 3 lifetimes, finally coming together. They walked hand in hand along the riverbank, reminiscing about the past, savoring the taste of happiness, a love that could never be severed. On the other side, Longer was conflicted. Tang Qingyue's disappearance filled her with immense guilt. She regretted her past choices and, unable to bear the inner torment any longer, decided to confess everything to Su Ming. She knew that if she didn't, Su Ming might never forgive her. After a struggle with her conscience, Longer mustered her courage and knocked on Su Ming's door. She immediately knelt down, sobbing, Brother, I'm sorry, I lost Sister Tang. I lied to you yesterday. She didn't return to the inn at all. She was taken to some unknown place by something in the demon suppressing box. Su Ming initially didn't believe her, thinking Longer was joking. He turned to little Fatty and said, Look how well she's acting. Is she playing a trick on me with Qingyue? Seeing their disbelief, Longer cried even harder, hurriedly explaining, Brother, I didn't lie to you. Sister Tang really is missing. It's all because I'm jealous. Brother, kill me. Seeing Longer's seriousness, Su Ming realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly helped her up and comforted her. Longer, how could I kill you? Tell me quickly, what happened? Su Ming wiped away her tears and patiently listened to her story. After hearing this, Su Ming immediately ran to Longer's room and yelled at the demon-suppressing box, You bastard, where did you hide Qingyue? Su Ming kept shouting, but the demon-suppressing box didn't respond. You won't talk, huh? Fine, I'll smash you right now. Su Ming angrily picked up the demon-suppressing box, but Xiao Pang and Longer quickly pulled him back. Su Ming was about to smash open the mysterious box, but Longer and Xiao Pang panicked. Longer said, Brother, don't smash it. If you break it, everything inside will run away. Xiao Pang chimed in, That's right, this box knows where Tang Qingyue is, don't mess around. Su Ming stopped, but then noticed something strange. Why is this box getting heavier? It wasn't this heavy before. Xiao Pang had noticed it before, having warned him, but he hadn't paid attention. I told you, this thing seems to be growing, and getting heavier and heavier. Xiao Pang explained. Su Ming couldn't worry about that, he needed to find Tang Qingyue immediately. He immediately sought advice from Chu Pengfei. Chu Pengfei, Tang Qingyue is missing. Tell your junior brother to find out where she's hiding quickly. She said she was taken to the land of absolute worry, but we have no idea where she is. Chu Pengfei replied immediately, The land of absolute worry? Never heard of it. But I'll ask my junior brother right away. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Just then, the land of absolute worry suddenly caught fire, and Tang Qingyue was in danger. Chu Pengfei's junior brother tried many methods to find Tang Qingyue, but to no avail. Finally, he went to find Changmei and Qingshu Daoist. Esteemed masters, I know I shouldn't disturb you, but the situation is urgent, so I have no choice but to take the liberty. The junior brother said respectfully. The elders immediately knew that the matter was serious, otherwise, Chu Pengfei's junior brother wouldn't have come to them. So he quickly asked, What is it? Esteemed masters, Miss Tang has disappeared. She's been captured by a demon and taken to the land of despair. My magic power is insufficient right now, I can't find her. I beg your help. The elders were shocked to hear this, not expecting the demon to act so quickly. The land of despair is the foremost of the 10 hells, outside the 5 elements, beyond the 3 realms. This demon is incredibly ruthless. One elder exclaimed. Sect leader, let's go together and see what's going on. Time is of the essence. It's been burning there, Miss Tang might not be able to hold on much longer, another elder said. The elders understood the gravity of the situation and immediately used magic to enter the illusionary realm to investigate, informing Chu Pengfei of the situation. Chu Pengfei immediately went to find Su Ming. Brother Su, Miss Tang has been taken to the land of despair, the most dangerous of the 10 great forbidden lands. It's very dangerous. With just the few of you, I'm afraid you can't make it. Wait a little longer, I'll be right back. Su Ming couldn't wait any longer. Every moment of delay made Tang Qingyue's situation more perilous. No, I can't wait any longer. She's my woman, I can't let anything happen to her. Even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I have to go. It's too dangerous, you might not come back. Xu Pengfei was still worried. It was indeed very difficult for the three of them to return alive. Xu Pengfei, just let me try. Consider this a chance for me to show off in front of the girl I like. Believe me, I can definitely rescue her. Su Ming said resolutely. Xu Pengfei hesitated after hearing this. At this moment, Ziyan spoke up, Pengfei, the most powerful thing in this world is emotion. I believe Su Ming can rescue Miss Tang. As long as he had confidence, nothing was impossible. Upon hearing this, Su Ming quickly focused his attention and followed Xu Pengfei's instructions to rush towards the land of no worries. They soon arrived at the wind's edge, but no matter which way they went, it felt like they were going in circles, unable to get out. Xu Pengfei, what do we do now? We seem to be trapped. We can't see anything, not even the eye of the wind. Su Ming was extremely anxious. Xu Pengfei relayed his message, you need to clear your minds of distractions, think about happy things, forget about the eye of the wind, and you can get in. Everyone immediately did as instructed, putting aside their worries and focusing on happy thoughts. After a long time, they finally escaped the eye of the wind and arrived at the land of no worries. However, a new problem arose. The place was full of fiery red trees, and after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find Tang Qingyue. She had transformed into a tree, and these trees all looked similar, making it difficult to distinguish her. Worse still, he'd lost contact with Xu Pengfei. There seemed to be a barrier around the area. Now Su Ming had to find a way out on his own. He calmed down and suddenly remembered that he'd drawn a little pig pattern on the back of Tang Qingyue's neck. Even if she had turned into a tree, the mark should still be there. Finally, he found the large tree with the pig mark. Longer, Xiaopang, come quick. I found Qingyue, Su Ming shouted. Longer and Xiaopang heard the voice and ran over. Together, they knocked the tree down, and Hua returned to human form. Master, hold on. We're here to save you, Hua said anxiously. Tang Qingyue finally returned to human form, but remained unconscious. No matter how Su Ming called her, she didn't respond. Hua's continuous channeling of true energy into her was also ineffective. Just then, Xiaopang looked up and saw Xu Pengfei and Ziyan arrive, and shouted happily. Seeing Xu Pengfei and Ziyan, Su Ming felt slightly relieved. Longer felt guilty, believing that if she hadn't given her jealousy to that demon, Tang Qingyue wouldn't be in this state. Xu Pengfei explained that for them, only a day and a night had passed, but in the land of despair, time felt like torture. There was no sunlight or moisture there, and Tang Qingyue had been greatly exhausted. He was now channeling his inner energy into her, hoping she would wake up quickly. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Su Ming asked Ziyan if he could help channel his inner energy. Ziyan waved her hand, saying no, because Su Ming was neither a god nor a demon and couldn't do that. Xu Pengfei also seemed to be in trouble, sweat beading on his forehead. Ziyan immediately used magic to forcibly separate the two and then channeled some inner energy into Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, but her gaze was vacant, as if she couldn't hear anything around her. Su Ming ran over to check on Tang Qingyue and found that she was still not quite right. Ziyan, a descendant of Nuwa and possessing considerable experience, suggested that finding Tang Qingyue's family was crucial for her to fully regain consciousness. Everyone looked at each other, no one knew Tang Qingyue's background. Xu Pengfei remembered that Tang Qingyue was an orphan taken in by Old Master Tang, and Ziyan also found the situation troublesome. Xu Pengfei decided to seek help from his junior brother, Ma Longfei, who was knowledgeable and capable of finding people with records. Upon receiving the order, Ma Longfei immediately began searching, but after scouring the entire register, he couldn't find Tang Qingyue's name. He quickly reported the results to Xu Pengfei. Su Ming doubted Ma Longfei's abilities, but Chu Pengfei trusted his junior brother, believing him to be more capable in this matter. This only proves one thing: Miss Tang is not human. I have great confidence in my deductive abilities, I've never been wrong. What did you say? Qingyue isn't human? Then what is she? Did she spring from a stone? Although Chu Pengfei was certain Tang Qingyue wasn't human, he still couldn't determine whether she was a celestial being or a demon. Just now, when I channeled my true energy into her, I felt a special power respond to me. That power was very pure, like the feeling of a plant just sprouting. It seems we can only go to the sect leader. With our abilities alone, we can't save Miss Qingyue. As soon as Chu Pengfei finished speaking, Su Ming immediately chimed in. Then what are you waiting for? Contact that old man quickly. Su Ming was so anxious that his words became somewhat slurred. Brother Su, don't be rude to the sect leader. If you speak like that, I won't dare to confront him. The long-browed Taoist was the person Chu Pengfei respected most. As the sect leader of the Amei sect, he had always taken good care of Chu Pengfei and naturally wouldn't allow Su Ming to be disrespectful to him. Alright, I misspoke. Don't mind it. The most important thing now is to save Qingyue. Seeing that Su Ming's attitude had improved, Chu Pengfei nodded in satisfaction, then lit the Xianyuan incense, and the image of the long-browed Taoist immediately appeared before everyone. Sect leader, Miss Tang is still asleep. Although her eyes are open, she seems lost in thought. What should we do? You finally come to this. You can't save her in the mortal realm. You must go to the heavenly realm immediately. Only there is a chance to wake her. Although you haven't collected all 5 beads yet, it seems you need to set off sooner rather than later. I say, old man, what time is it? You still want us to go to the heavenly realm? I don't believe you have no other way. Su Ming couldn't help but say to the long-browed Taoist with displeasure. Fellow Taoist Su Ming, this is truly beyond my capabilities. I really have no way. You can only send that evil energy to the heavenly pool in the heavenly realm. Perhaps that can save Miss Qingyue. The long-browed Taoist wasn't angry at Su Ming's words. They were close friends despite their age difference, and he was used to this form of address. What did this damn box do to Qingyue? I'm smashing it right now. Su Ming finished speaking, grabbed the box containing the evil energy, and prepared to strike, but Chu Pengfei and Xiao Peng quickly pulled him back. Now was not the time to act rashly. Who knew what the consequences of smashing the box would be? Chapter 83 is truly beyond saving. You must all remember this, you absolutely cannot let this evil energy grow any stronger. I need to touch it, otherwise it will slowly grow stronger by exploiting your greed. Once it escapes the box, there will be no saving it. Old man, wasn't this evil energy already locked inside the box? How can it still escape and cause trouble? Su Ming asked, frowning. The long-browed Taoist sighed and said, I didn't expect its power to grow so strong. Now it can transform into various shapes without even leaving the box, relying on external forces. You must guard your conscience and not let it exploit your greed and desires, otherwise you really won't be able to control it. Does that mean none of us can control it? What happened with Longer before? Su Ming was a little worried. The long-browed Taoist waved his hand. Don't be afraid, Longer's jealousy has been exhausted, it can no longer use that power. As long as you remain calm, it won't cause trouble again. Upon hearing this, little Fatty quickly grabbed a black cloth and tightly covered the box. I've covered it, you can't see it, so it won't bother you. Didn't the long-browed Taoist just say? Don't get angry, we mustn't summon it again. Su Ming couldn't think of any other solution for the moment, so he could only angrily walk out of the cabin. On the other side, the long-browed Taoist and the Qingshu Taoist walked out of the main hall. The two took a deep breath of fresh air. They had been in seclusion for some time, performing rituals, but they still hadn't completely controlled the evil energy. I wonder if our initial choice was right or wrong. Now that Chu Pengfei has arrived in the heavenly realm, it's time for us to leave. How will she bear it if she finds out about this in the future? She's always been so sensible. Aren't we being too cruel? Master Qingshu said softly. The long-browed Taoist stroked his brow and sighed. The cycle of heaven is endless, death is nothing. This is her fate. Only she and Su Ming can open it. This is destiny, we can't change it. Yes, what she must face, she can't escape. Although we've tried our best to minimize obstacles, it seems everything is destiny. When she learns that she personally sent away her beloved master and grandmaster, her heart will surely be even more broken than it is now. At Chu Pengfei's suggestion, the group quickly headed towards the heavenly realm according to plan. Su Ming took a deep breath, calming himself somewhat, and helped Tang Qingyue to the bed, wiping her face with a towel. Just then, the demon-suppressing box, covered by a black cloth, suddenly emitted a sinister voice. You old bastards, why are you doing this to me? You created me, and now you want to destroy me. I won't go to the heavenly realm, I refuse. I can definitely break free from your shackles. The demon-suppressing box flashed brightly, its voice piercing Su Ming's eardrums. Su Ming, release me now, only I can help you find her. How about we make a deal? Shut up. I won't make any deals with you, give up on that idea. I'm going to throw you into the heavenly pool, so you can never rise again. Su Ming said coldly. Just as he finished speaking, Zhuo Pengfei pushed open the door and entered, having overheard the conversation. He nodded approvingly to himself. That's right, Brother Su. Well done, don't believe his twisted logic. Leave this to us, you take Ronger out for a walk, the weather is lovely. Su Ming was indeed feeling down, and upon hearing Zhuo Pengfei's words, he went out with Ronger. But as soon as he stepped out of the house, that sinister voice rang out again. Su Ming, really not going to consider letting me go? You like money, I can make all the money in the world yours, making you the richest man in the world. And I can save your sweetheart too. Isn't that a good deal? Chapter 84 Temptation by Evil Thoughts. Su Ming, don't believe his nonsense. This guy's still being stubborn even when he's being cornered. Before Su Ming could even speak, little Fatty objected sternly. You fatso, you've been with Su Ming for so many years, isn't money good enough? You could buy so much good food. If I weren't stopping you, you'd be living the high life. Let me go, and I'll guarantee you can eat all the delicacies in the world. That wicked aura clearly hit little Fatty's sore spot. Little Fatty loved food, but didn't have many desires. In his opinion, following Su Ming was already the happiest thing. Little Fatty, since she wants to know what you've eaten with me, why don't you show off? Su Ming and little Fatty had been friends since childhood, they understood each other with just a glance. Little Fatty slowly walked to the evil aura, then suddenly turned around and let out a loud fart. Let me show you my super stinky fart, see if you dare talk nonsense again. It worked. The evil aura instantly quieted down. How about I teach you to meditate? It can calm your mind and prevent it from affecting you. Chu Pengfei suggested. Everyone nodded and began to learn. Xian, I know you are a descendant of Niwa and want to live forever and be with Chu Pengfei. But women always grow old, what will you do then? I can help you fulfill your wish, as long as you let me go. The evil aura struck a nerve with Xian. This was indeed her biggest worry, but she knew she absolutely could not make a deal with this thing. Everyone entered a meditative state, and Xian quietly returned to the Niwa temple. Google seemed to have anticipated her return, waiting at the door. I thought you wouldn't come back after you and Chu Pengfei, but I didn't expect you to come back after all. The holy maiden always felt a bit guilty towards Xian. The two had been together for hundreds of years and long considered each other family. Aunt, do you think I'm getting old? Xian didn't directly answer the holy maiden's question, but instead expressed her greatest wish. She returned to the Niwa temple to find peace for herself and to give the holy maiden some closure. Why are you suddenly asking this? We've lived for almost 1,000 years, how could we not age? You should remember, you're a year younger than me, and we've lived for 997 years. Holy aunt, I don't want to grow old. I've always been very careful to protect my appearance, but yesterday when I saved Tang Qingyue, I probably used too much internal energy. I tried again just now, and it's not working anymore. I don't want Pengfei to see me old. Can you help me? Everyone gets old, why care about these physical appearances? If your relationship is only based on looks, is there any point in continuing? Ziyan didn't care about anything else. She had finally waited for Pengfei to like her again, no matter what it took, she had to protect her face. Aunt, please, I just want to live happily ever after with Pengfei. Please help me. I know you must have a way. Ziyan knew the holy aunt's abilities, her magic far surpassed her own. You must understand, to remain forever young, you must possess an immortal heart. And this immortal heart is something only the gods and the demon lord can possess. The gods in our manhwa clan share the same origin, we cannot offend them. The only chance lies with the demon lord, but you are no match for him, and he will never give you that heart. Aunt, is there really no other way? Remember, nothing can be forced, fate is most important. Obtaining the heart of immortality isn't something that can be achieved through force alone. After receiving guidance from the Holy Maiden, Ziyan returned to Pengfei's side. As they approached the heavenly realm, the evil aura sensed danger and continued to tempt the group. Chapter 85 I will protect. I'll give you anything you want, just don't send me to the heavenly pool. I can satisfy any desire you can think of. Why are you ignoring me? Don't you have any desires? No ambitions? You're all complete fools. The person meditating ignored the evil aura, determined not to waver no matter what he said. Since you want nothing and insist on sending me to the heavenly realm, then don't blame me for being impolite. A gust of wind swept through, instantly tearing off the black cloth covering the boat. The boat rocked violently, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. What are you trying to do? Using such a ruthless method. You want to send me to the heavenly realm? Since I'm finished anyway, let's all perish together and see who can save you. The wind and rain outside intensified, and soon the boat split in two. Everyone fell into the water, and Tang Qingyue was nowhere to be seen. Su Ming quickly searched and finally spotted her shadow. The group struggled to climb ashore, safe though, their clothes completely soaked. Su Ming said urgently, "Little fatty, hand me that troublesome thing. If I don't deal with him today, I'm not Su Ming." Before Su Ming finished speaking, he charged towards the evil aura, but Chu Pengfei quickly pulled him back. Brother Chu, don't rush. This is definitely because one of us couldn't let go of our desires. Don't forget our responsibilities. Hearing Chu Pengfei's words, Su Ming gradually calmed down. Hero Chu, what do we do next? The celestial ship is destroyed, we can't just walk there. Chu Pengfei patted little fatty's shoulder. It's not far from the heavenly realm. There's a demon's eye ahead, to get to the heavenly realm, we have to cross the demon realm. We'll just fly there on our swords in a bit, don't worry. Then what are we waiting for? I can't wait a moment longer. This damned evil thing keeps buzzing in our ears, who knows who might be up to something bad again. We have to get it to the heavenly pool quickly so Qingyue can wake up soon. Su Ming was extremely anxious. He didn't know if they could wake Qingyue in the heavenly realm, but he couldn't worry about anything else now. Alright, let's set off then. We should reach the demon's eye in 3 hours. The group set off immediately, without stopping for a moment, and soon arrived at the demon's eye. They landed from the sky and walked for a while before finally reaching the entrance to the demon's eye. Just as Su Ming was about to enter, he was blocked by an invisible wall of energy. Strange, why is there an air barrier here? Chu Pengfei reached out to try, and sure enough, he was blocked by the force. I'll go check it out, maybe there's a mechanism. Little fatty, quick-witted, hurriedly climbed up the left-hand ravine, but was disappointed. Running to the right-hand ravine was also futile. Just as the group was at a loss, a flock of bats flew in from afar, easily leaping over the air barrier. How did they do that? Su Ming, look. Little fatty pointed ahead, and Su Ming saw a flock of butterflies fluttering happily, easily passing through the air barrier, followed by a flock of crows. Su Ming instantly understood that only winged creatures could pass through this air barrier. He hurriedly told everyone, I have an idea, Chu Pengfei, let's catch those crows. Although Chu Pengfei didn't know what Su Ming was planning, Su Ming always had a solution in crucial moments, so he didn't ask any questions and immediately started shooting down many crows. Su Ming's idea was simple: pluck a crow's feathers to make a pair of black wings. Alright, that's fine now. We can fly in with the birds in a bit, Su Ming said. Sure enough, Su Ming's method worked. The group successfully flew over the barrier and landed on an open area in the demon realm. Just as they were about to rest, a large number of demon soldiers suddenly appeared, shouting, "The demon lord has ordered that anyone who trespasses into the demon realm without authorization will be killed without mercy." Before he could finish speaking, the demon soldiers charged forward, seemingly without end. Su Ming immediately ordered, "You protect Qingyue, I'll deal with them." Longer and Xiao Pang immediately protected Tang Qingyue. The demons swarmed in larger numbers, and Su Ming was trapped. Longer's eyes suddenly turned red. He always did this whenever Su Ming was in danger. At this moment, Longer took out a bow and arrow, her body brimming with power. With Longer's help, the situation slowly improved. Hua Hua flew around Su Ming, constantly calling out, "What do you mean? Have you found the location of the eye of the heavenly demon?" Hua Hua nodded, and Su Ming immediately shouted to everyone, "Hua Hua has found the location of the eye of the heavenly demon. Follow me." Hearing Su Ming's words, Ziyan and Chu Pengfei quickly found a safe place to hide. Chu Pengfei said, "There are too many demons here, constantly emerging. You guys go first, I have helpers, we'll meet up later." Chu Pengfei nodded, although a little worried about Ziyan. He understood the priorities. Be careful, find a chance to slip away. Seeing everyone leave safely, Ziyan was relieved. She rose into the air, her body glowing, summoning countless giant snakes to fight the demons. Following Hua Hua, Su Ming and Chu Pengfei arrived at the eye of the heavenly demon, where a large bagua, 8 trigrams, was drawn. Chu Pengfei asked eagerly, "So this is the eye of the heavenly demon? How do we open it? Remember how we opened the heavenly stone that day? Put your right hand on the upper left, and my right hand on the upper right, that should do it." The two placed their hands on the eye of the heavenly demon, and sure enough, a golden light flashed, and the tightly closed stone door immediately cracked open. At this moment, Ziyan arrived. "Did you open the eye of the heavenly demon?" Chu Pengfei saw Ziyan arrive and quickly went to greet her. "It's open, let's go in." Before Chu Pengfei finished speaking, many demons suddenly appeared around them, and the group immediately took up fighting stances. Just then, Jian Yu descended from the sky, shouting to everyone, "The heavenly demon has ordered that General Qingyu is not to be harmed." Upon hearing Jian Yu's order, the demons all scurried back underground. "Why are you helping me?" Su Ming was a little puzzled. The heavenly demon clearly considered her an enemy, but now, at this crucial moment, he was helping her. She really didn't understand. "The heavenly demon has ordered that you fully recall your memories and fight him properly." Su Ming finally understood why the heavenly demon had helped her. No wonder he always addressed her as General Qingyu, perhaps they had some story from their past lives. Jian Yu disappeared after speaking. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go in." Little Fatty stamped his feet anxiously. "No, apart from Su Ming and Chu Pengfei, everyone else entering the heavenly realm will be shattered to pieces and never be able to reincarnate. Let's wait for them here." Ziyan, having cultivated for 1,000 years, was very familiar with the rules here. "That's the only way. Longer, Xiaopang, you two must keep a close eye on Qingyue. We'll be right back." Seeing Longer and Xiaopang nod, Su Ming walked to Tang Qingyue's side, gently touched her face, and said softly, "You wait for me here. I'll be right back." Chu Pengfei and Ziyan exchanged a glance, giving each other a resolute look. Then, Su Ming and Chu Pengfei stepped into the open space. "You two go back first. I'll stay here and watch over them." Chapter 86 Southern Heavenly Gate. Miss Tang is still very weak, and it's not safe for her to stay here. If that demon lord changes his mind, it will be too late to leave. Then what will you do? Little Fatty was still a little worried about Ziyan. After all, she looked like just a girl. "Don't worry, I've cultivated for 1,000 years, I can still escape if I want to." After an unknown amount of time, Su Ming and Chu Pengfei finally arrived in the heavenly realm, and upon looking up, they saw the southern heavenly gate. 3 large characters. Wow, isn't this the legendary heavenly court? It's truly magnificent. Like Su Ming, Chu Pengfei was like a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden, his eyes filled with wonder. That's right, this should be the southern heavenly gate. Greetings, General Qingyu. Just as Su Ming and Chu Pengfei were filled with doubt, a group of heavenly soldiers and generals suddenly appeared. Strangely, they all greeted Su Ming at the same time. Are they calling me? How strange, even that heavenly demon calls me General Qingyu. Su Ming muttered. Of course they're calling you. Why would they call me? No wonder the sect leader values you so much, you truly are extraordinary. Chu Pengfei replied. Don't be so polite, everyone. I'm not the General Qingyu you're talking about. I'm just an ordinary martial artist. Su Ming hurriedly explained. The generals didn't react, only silently lowering their heads. Did you even hear me? Chu Pengfei, look how beautiful this pillar is. Could it be the legendary 128 constellations? Su Ming changed the subject. Chu Pengfei nodded, indicating she had heard of it too. Yes, General Qingyu is right, there are indeed 128 constellations here. Back when you guarded the South Heavenly Gate, you built it yourself. A general said. Su Ming then understood. No wonder this place felt so familiar, it was a karmic connection from his past life. General Qingyu, you finally returned. The crowd said in unison. Su Ming blinked, noticing many unfamiliar faces outside the South Heavenly Gate. They looked far more formidable than the guards, but he didn't recognize a single one. You're all too kind. I'll say it again, I'm really not General Qingyu. You've mistaken me for someone else. How can I convince you? Su Ming said helplessly. After speaking, he bowed to them. Seeing this, the crowd imitated him, nodding and bowing. Su Ming continued to squat down, and the others followed suit. He simply lay down on the ground, and unexpectedly, everyone else followed suit. General Qingyu, you finally returned. I've waited so long for this day. A kind-looking old man suddenly appeared beside Su Ming. Su Ming was somewhat surprised, but still politely asked, May I ask who you are? I am the Heavenly Emperor. We haven't seen each other for almost 1,000 years. The old man said with a smile. Upon hearing that the newcomer was the Heavenly Emperor, Su Ming hurriedly stood up from the ground. You are the Heavenly Emperor. I pay my respects to you. The Heavenly Emperor laughed heartily. Su Ming felt like a stranger, but he didn't know that they had actually known each other for a long time, at least nearly 1,000 years. General Qingyu, don't be so formal. We're not outsiders, the Heavenly Emperor said. Heavenly Emperor, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not the General Qingyu you're talking about, Su Ming clarified again. Ha ha ha, how could I be mistaken? In the past, General Qingyu swept across the heavens and earth, fighting against 10,000 men. If it weren't for you, the heavenly realm would have been in chaos long ago. You were truly formidable back then, no one in the world could defeat you, the Heavenly Emperor said with a laugh. Chapter 87 Demon Lord. The Heavenly Emperor, of such illustrious status, would certainly not mistake her, only Su Ming himself remained unaware of the situation. Su Ming asked doubtfully, Am I really that powerful? And then? What happened? Since I'm so powerful, why did I leave? The Heavenly Emperor sighed, It's because of loneliness. Think about it, how painful that loneliness must have been when you were the strongest in the world. By the way, do you remember Hua Yao? Back then, you were incredibly powerful, and I even gave you the demon-suppressing sword. At that time, you were second only to me, a figure above 10,000 others. Su Ming had never imagined he had been so powerful. He thought he had already achieved success in the mortal realm, but standing before him was the Heavenly Emperor, the highest official in the world. Hearing the Heavenly Emperor mention Hua Yao, he hurriedly asked, Who is Hua Yao? Then the Heavenly Emperor told a story. In the heavenly realm, Ming felt lonely because of his invincibility and often sat under the green willow tree. The one guarding that green willow tree was Huayao, the previous incarnation of Tang Qingyue. Huayao greatly admired Ming. After all, aside from the heavenly emperor, everyone else held him in awe. One day, Ming came to the green willow tree again, but Huayao was nowhere to be seen, and he felt a pang of disappointment. He hadn't realized his feelings for Huayao before, but now, not seeing her, he felt an indescribable emotion. "General Qingyu, were you looking for me?" Huayao's voice rang out, and Ming immediately perked up, standing up gently to ask, "Huayao, where have you been? Why didn't I see you earlier?" Huayao smiled and replied, "The heavenly emperor ordered me to guard this tree. Where could I go?" Ming felt a little disappointed and sat down to the side. Huayao walked to his side and asked softly, "In the heavenly court, you're the only one who often comes to see me, and I'm very happy. But you seem unhappy. Can you tell me why?" Ming looked up at Huayao's concerned gaze and slowly said, "Huayao, do you know what it feels like to be invincible? My greatest wish is to find an opponent who can rival me. This demon-suppressing sword has been in my hands for a single time. What's the point of holding it?" Huayao hurriedly asked, "Isn't it good that the world is peaceful? For thousands of years, because of you, foreign tribes haven't dared to invade. Now it's peaceful. Why cause trouble?" Ming felt that the world was peaceful now entirely due to his own efforts. Ming, however, didn't see it that way. He found such a life boring and began to question his own existence. Huayao, on the other hand, felt that Ming, now in a high position and revered by everyone, should be content. But Ming said that people didn't truly respect him, they feared him. Huayao worried about Ming, but he comforted her, saying that having her by his side for 1,000 years was enough. Later, Ming learned that Huayao was actually Tang Qingyue, but he also heard that Huayao and Tang Qingyue were not the same person, which confused him greatly. The heavenly emperor told him that Huayao was an immortal, while Tang Qingyue was human, completely different. When the demon lord was mentioned, Ming was somewhat bewildered because the demon lord always challenged him to duels. The heavenly emperor smiled and told Ming that the demon lord Qinkon was very powerful and had defeated the previous demon lord. Ming didn't understand the relationship between the demon lord and Tang Qingyue, nor did he know who was stronger between himself and the demon lord. Ming and the demon lord fought for a full day and night, and neither won. The two felt it was rare to find such worthy opponents and agreed to continue their sparring in the future. The demon lord boasted of his freedom and unrestrained nature, stating that he would come back to challenge Ming to a duel. Suddenly, 2 pairs of wings sprouted from the demon lord's back, his entire body radiating power. He then turned and flew away. Chapter 88 Soulmate. Once the demon lord left, Huayao came out. "Qingyu, you can't get too close to that demon lord anymore, or you'll violate the heavenly rules. Those with malicious intentions will gossip behind your back, and the heavenly emperor will definitely not forgive you." Ming laughed heartily after hearing this, then said, "I've finally met a worthy opponent, how can I just let go like that? So what if the heavenly emperor blames me? It's rare to meet a kindred spirit in life, I don't care about those rules." Huayao understood Ming's personality. No matter how many times she tried to persuade him, it was useless. She only hoped that Ming could be happy. She hadn't heard him laugh so heartily in a long time. After the fierce battle with the demon lord, he seemed much more relaxed. "I got a pair of jade pendants from the old man of the moon. I heard that as long as you have them, 2 people will never be separated. Here, take this, and we'll never be apart again." Ming took the jade pendant and carefully put it into his robes. "I will keep it safe, and no matter where I go in the future, I will never be separated from you." Days passed, and the demon lord still hadn't come to see him, which made Ming very frustrated. He was responsible for guarding the south heavenly gate and could not leave his post without permission. Later, the heavenly emperor of the shrouding heaven summoned him, gave him many rewards, appointed him as the great guardian general, and even bestowed upon him a celestial abode. But Ming had no interest in these things. Suddenly, the demon-suppressing sword in his hand vibrated. He knew the demon lord had arrived. He immediately rushed to the south heavenly gate and, sure enough, saw the demon lord standing there. Ha ha, I knew you would come looking for me. Alright, today we need to have a result. Just as Su Ming was about to attack, the demon lord said, "This place is too cramped. I'll take you somewhere, and we'll fight without restraint." Without a word, Su Ming immediately chased after him. Hua Yao arrived late, calling out from afar, "Qingyu, you shouldn't have left the South Heavenly Gate without permission. You'll be punished by the Heavenly Emperor." Su Ming paid no heed to any of that, his only thought was to fight the demon lord to the death. They chose an open area and began their fierce battle. At this moment, the eye of the heavenly demon was opened, and a large number of demons and monsters poured into the heavenly court. Not long after, they arrived at an ancient green willow tree, the sacred ground that Hua Yao had guarded for thousands of years, and also the birthplace of Tang Qingyue. Hua Yao sighed, "I never thought I'd see this place again. Everything feels so familiar." Tang Qingyue murmured, "So this is where I came from, but now that I think about it, it feels so foreign. Am I really a fruit that grew from this tree?" Hua Yao said gently, "Where you come from doesn't matter. What matters is that you're not alone. You are all my hope and my anchor. I hope all my dreams can be realized through you. In my heart, you've always been my closest person." Tang Qingyue softly called out, "Hua Yao." Hua Yao continued, "Qingyue, promise me one thing, you must be happy from now on, and you must be with Su Ming. Only then can I truly be at peace. Don't you miss General Qingyu? This place is full of your beautiful memories. Standing here alone, don't you feel lonely? How did you get through the days without her? This willow tree, though beautiful, loses its charm after a while. While Qingyu is beautiful, Su Ming and she are no longer the same people they once were. The Qingyu general I've met only comes to speak to me on the battlefield. I can sense the deep affection between you two, so you'll inevitably end up together." Tang Qingyue, a little embarrassed by these words, quickly retorted, "I don't want to be stuck with that annoying person all the time." Hua Yao smiled slightly and continued, "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't forget, I'm the one who created you, you and the other me are almost the same. I hope you cherish this relationship and fulfill my last wish. Promise me you will be happy." Tang Qingyue nodded. He knew Hua Yao was speaking sincerely, and there was no need to hide anything from her. After all, she was his creator. "Can we really be together forever?" "Of course. Don't you always wear that jade pendant?" "Your jade pendants are identical. I specially obtained them from the old man of the moon. If two people wearing this kind of jade pendant meet, they will never be separated in this life." Tang Qingyue then remembered the jade pendant he always carried, and he also remembered what his grandfather had said before, exactly the same as what Hua Yao had said. But Su Ming's jade pendant is lost. The jade pendant isn't that important. The key is that you two like each other now. This is fate, you can't escape it. Tang Qingyue nodded earnestly after hearing this. "I promise you, I will cherish our time together and live well with him. Speaking of which, Grandpa taught me that if you have any troubles, talk to a big tree, and they will surely come true." "Qingyue, don't say any more. Those things are long gone, and I've long since gotten used to life without him. Now I just want to live my own life well." Tang Qingyue thought, falling in love isn't so easy to let go of, but whose life isn't full of trivial matters? "No, I have to know. You must have secretly said something to this tree." "Qingyue, why bother? I'm happy that you know your origins now. Promise me you'll live well and fulfill all my unfinished wishes." Meanwhile, Su Ming, bored and not knowing where to go, went to the South Heavenly Gate. As soon as he arrived, the guards shouted in unison, "Welcome, General Qingyu." Su Ming smiled, finding the name quite interesting, and asked, "Was General Qingyu very powerful back in the day?" The soldiers remained silent. Su Ming grew impatient. "Can't you hear me?" How annoying, thinking they wouldn't pay attention to him. He was about to walk away when the soldiers shouted again, "Farewell, General Qingyu." Su Ming realized they weren't mute, so he walked back and forth a dozen times, but the soldiers remained silent, as rigid as machines. Su Ming couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Can't you talk to me for a bit? Otherwise, I'll just wander around here dozens of times." Before he finished speaking, someone said, "General Qingyu, why are you making things difficult for us servants? Su Ming chuckled and replied, so you're not mute after all. That's more interesting. The heavenly court is magnificent, but it's so boring that you can't even find anyone to talk to. The guards remained silent. Su Ming threatened, if you don't speak, I'll keep walking around. Seeing they still ignored him, Su Ming began to provoke them, what's wrong, mute now. Finally, one of the guards spoke up, General Qingyu, please just say what you want to ask. Chapter 89 I really have no choice. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction, this tactic had worked. Su Ming began boasting to the guards, as the heavenly court was far too desolate. Though magnificent, it lacked human warmth, and everyone's obsequiousness made him uncomfortable. He asked, how long have you been standing guard at the South Heavenly Gate? You must be old acquaintances from my past life. Upon hearing this, the guards all knelt down, saying in unison, General, you flatter us too much. How could we dare to address you as brothers? Su Ming found it dull and said, get up. Chatting with you is truly boring. Let me ask you, is my martial arts truly formidable? The guards hurriedly bowed and replied, no one in the world can rival General Qingyu. Demons and monsters tremble at his name, and even the gods admire him. These words pleased Su Ming greatly. Although he couldn't remember his past, he knew his fame had spread far and wide. The guards continued, General, you must be even stronger after your mortal trials, right? Su Ming replied smugly, of course. I'm much stronger than before. With a few experts like Xu Pengfei as my subordinates, just ask around in the mortal realm, and everyone will know the name of Su Ming. Actually, Su Ming didn't want to boast, he was just bored, and since the guards had finally become a bit more lively, he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Just then, a voice rang out, you annoying brat, what are you doing here? Go back now. Su Ming was engrossed in making up a story when his ear was suddenly pinched painfully. It was Tang Qingyue's voice. Hey, stop pulling my ear. I'll tell you. The two left the South Heavenly Gate and arrived at an open space. Su Ming, finally freed from his restraints, rubbed his ears and said to Tang Qingyue, where are you taking me? I haven't finished talking to them yet. Su Ming immediately transformed back into General Qingyu. Hua Yao is waiting for you under the green willow tree, understand? Su Ming was completely confused by Tang Qingyue's meaning, looking utterly bewildered. Are you out of your mind? 1 minute you're telling me to turn back into General Qingyu, the next you want me to kiss you. Are you still sick? Tang Qingyue, angrily hearing Su Ming's complaints, said, a woman has waited for you for over 1,000 years, and you won't even go to see her? You men are all the same. Su Ming shook his head. My current identity is Su Ming, not that General Qingyu. Hua Yao loves General Qingyu, not me. We've only just met. Do you think my presence would make a difference? Tang Qingyue didn't have any good ideas for the moment, so she could only bite the bullet and try. I don't care, you have to become General Qingyu today. You don't know how much she likes you. If you don't show yourself, she'll be so disappointed. If she's disappointed, I won't be happy either. Su Ming thought, are there really such foolish women in the world, giving away the man they love? What are you thinking? You're just giving me away like this. These words left Tang Qingyue conflicted. She knew in her heart that she had always loved Su Ming and didn't want to share him with anyone else. But every time she saw Hua Yao's tender gaze, her heart softened. Hua Yao created me, we both have a heart that loves you. But she needs you more than I do. She waited for thousands of years, seeing you will lessen her sorrow. Su Ming knew the whole story, but even if he wanted to change, he couldn't. I really can't become Qingyu. Tang Qingyue immediately calmed down, realizing she had been too demanding. Chapter 90 Why did we come this time? Alright, let's go find the Heavenly Emperor now. He can handle this. To their surprise, the Heavenly Emperor actually agreed to help, but only for 4 hours. Thank you for your mercy, Heavenly Emperor. Hua Yao thanks you. Tang Qingyue bowed in gratitude. The Heavenly Emperor sighed. Forget it. This matter arose because of me. Let's help them repay a favor. However, to transform Su Ming into Qingyu, we need 2 more treasures. With a wave of his hand, a set of armor and a helmet suddenly fell from the sky, slowly floating towards Su Ming. These two items seemed to recognize him, directly donning his clothes. A golden light flashed, and Su Ming seemed to have transformed. Tang Qingyue looked at him for a while, then couldn't help but praise, "Su Ming, I didn't expect you to look so handsome in this outfit." Chu Pengfei also gave a thumbs up, "Brother Su, I've known you for so long, but I only realized how handsome you are today." At this moment, Su Ming had transformed into Qingyu. He walked before the Heavenly Emperor and respectfully bowed, "Your subordinate greets the Heavenly Emperor." The Heavenly Emperor nodded, "Qingyu, you have 4 hours to do what you want. After 4 hours, you will turn back into Su Ming." Su Ming nodded in agreement, "Your subordinate obeys." Hua Ya was sleeping soundly under the green willow tree, and Su Ming, seeing this, couldn't bear to disturb her. But she seemed to sense something and slowly woke up. When she saw Su Ming standing before her in his white armor, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "1,000 years. I've finally seen you again." Su Ming apologized softly, "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting so long." Hua Ya shook her head, "Don't say that. Seeing you is enough. I never thought I'd see you again. This is a blessing from heaven." The two gazed at each other silently, their eyes filled with deep affection. No words were needed, their hearts were intertwined. After Su Ming left, Tang Qingyue and Chu Pengfei planned to send the evil energy to the heavenly pool. However, the evil energy refused to surrender and nearly escaped from the demon suppressing box. It decided to deal with Chu Pengfei along the way. Tang Qingyue and Chu Pengfei were completely unaware, chatting as they walked. Chu Pengfei said, "Miss Tang, you've impressed me. You clearly like Su Ming, yet you let him go see other women." Tang Qingyue wondered if she would regret it later, but after thinking about it, she felt she had a clear conscience. Hua Yao and Qingyu are like Su Ming and me, we are merely their incarnations. They waited 1,000 years, how could I not let them reunite? Besides, they only have 4 hours. Tang Qingyue's magnanimity deeply moved Chu Pengfei. "I thought love was only between two people, but fate plays tricks, involving 4. Now I understand, loving someone doesn't necessarily mean possessing them, but wishing them happiness and no regrets. That's right, Su Ming will return to his original form in 4 hours. I don't want him to see anyone else. A woman's love is indeed selfish, that's undeniable." Meanwhile, Ziyin arrived in the demon realm searching for the heart of immortality. The holy maiden had told her that only by emptying the demon lord's heart could he maintain eternal youth. So she secretly slipped into the demon lord's mansion. To her surprise, the entire house was filled with mirrors. Ziyin instantly understood, muttering to herself, "So the demon lord has been obsessed with the mirror all along, no wonder his cultivation has improved so quickly." Ziyin hadn't expected the demon lord to be so engrossed in cultivation. Although she had heard that the demon lord was a martial arts fanatic, she hadn't realized it was to this extent. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, and before she could react, the demon lord had already grabbed her by the neck. "Descendant of Nuwa, you have quite the nerve, daring to trespass into the demon realm. I've spared you many times, that's already showing you mercy. Speak, why have you come this time?" Chapter 91 Sent to Tianqi. Ziyin struggled to breathe, the demon lord's power was overwhelming, her feet had already left the ground. "Demon lord, I never expected your cultivation to improve so rapidly." Before Ziyin could finish speaking, the bracelet on her wrist suddenly made a sound. The demon lord casually pointed, and an image of Su Ming and Hua Yao embracing appeared in the air. "Ha, a whole 1,000 years. I've finally waited for you, General Qingyu. Just wait, I'm coming to find you, and we'll have a good fight today." The demon lord was indeed addicted to fighting, he flung Ziyin aside and turned to rush towards the heavenly court. At this moment, outside the south heavenly gate, the demon lord had already broken through the heavenly demon eye and was fighting against the heavenly soldiers and generals. But how could these heavenly soldiers and generals be a match for the demon lord? They were quickly routed. The demon lord shouted loudly, "General Qingyu, come out here. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years." Su Ming and Hua Yao also heard the demon lord's voice. Su Ming turned to face him, but Hua Yao stopped him. "Shengyu, please don't go. Don't fight him anymore. Hua Yao, wait for me, I'll be back soon. It's my duty to protect the southern heavenly gate, I have to go and meet him. Su Ming's eyes were resolute. If the demon lord was a martial arts fanatic, then Su Ming, as General Qingyu, was also a warmonger. Qingyu, can you stay for me? I'm so afraid you'll never come back. I waited 1,000 years to be with you, and now you're leaving me again. I can't bear it. Su Ming gently pulled her into his arms, stroking her fragrant hair, and said tenderly, don't worry, I'll come back. Hua Yao, don't worry, I won't abandon you. I promise you, this is the last time. Come with me, and we'll be right back after we defeat the demon lord. Hua Yao understood perfectly well that Su Ming's indomitable spirit was ingrained, she couldn't stop him. But as long as he was by her side, she was willing to brave any danger with him. All right, I'll go with you to meet him. The two arrived at the south heavenly gate in an instant. The demon lord was overjoyed to see Su Ming, as if he were seeing a long-lost friend. The two exchanged a smile. General Qingyu, you finally appeared. I've waited 1,000 years for this day. We must settle this today, a battle of 300 rounds. Qingkong, you promised you wouldn't harm a single soldier here, but you've broken your promise. If I hadn't done this, would you have shown yourself? You forced this upon us. Enough talk, let's begin. The demon lord couldn't wait any longer, his goal was clear, to force Su Ming to act. Alright, as usual, see you on the war god platform. The two flew towards the war god platform simultaneously. On the other side, Tang Qingyue and Chu Pengfei also saw the two in the air. Tang Qingyue was utterly shocked, it's demon lord Qingkong. How did he end up in the heavenly court? Chu Pengfei pondered for a moment and replied, they made 1,000-year pact, perhaps he's here today to end that unfinished battle. Hearing this, Tang Qingyue immediately tensed up, how could Su Ming possibly defeat him? Demon Lord Qingkong's strength is unmatched in the world. Chu Pengfei was also worried about Su Ming and said, then I'll go help him. Tang Qingyue stopped him, no, you still have an important task to complete. You must deliver the demon-suppressing box to the heavenly pool and complete the task your master gave you. I'll go check on the situation first, and contact me when you're done. Chu Pengfei nodded, it seemed that was the only option. Above the sky, the two stood on the war god platform. Without needing to say more, they simultaneously drew their swords and instantly clashed. The sky shone brightly, as if both were giving it their all. However, Su Ming was slightly distracted and struck in the chest by Qingkong's palm. Fortunately, protected by his divine armor, Su Ming quickly regained his composure and continued his battle with the demon lord. At this moment, Zi Yan watched intently as Su Ming fought the demon lord. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, and a rain of swords appeared before her. Zi Yan immediately became alert. Jian Yu was the strongest under the demon lord, having served him for 1,000 years, and his power was extraordinary. Miss Zi Yan, do not be afraid, I will not lay a hand on you. I never fight with women, I am merely here on behalf of the demon lord. Hearing Jian Yu's words, Zi Yan lowered her guard. Although Jian Yu was a demon, her character was well known. Does your master fight herself in front of these mirrors every day? I think she might be insane. Jian Yu glanced at the surrounding mirrors and replied, that's right. The demon lord battles herself in front of the mirrors every day. She has no equal in the demon realm, and no one in the immortal realm can defeat her. Only General Qingyu can contend with her, so she has been very lonely all these years. Lonely? Why not find a companion? Looking in the mirror every day, all you see is yourself. What's the point of winning then? Zi Yan was truly puzzled. How could someone be so obsessed with improving their martial prowess? What kind of mindset was that? Miss Zi Yan, if I understand correctly, you want our master to find a woman, right? Zi Yan nodded, but Jian Yu shook his head, saying, it's impossible for the demon lord to be interested in women. For thousands of years, I've been by her side, and I've never seen her even glance at any woman. Zi Yan smiled faintly, always feeling that the demon lord should have feelings. I don't think so. She just hasn't met the right person. You said you've been with the demon lord for so long, how long exactly? These words plunged Jianyu into memories, and he suddenly felt lost. How long? I can't even remember myself. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, I've never counted. I only know that I must protect the demon lord. Jianyu also had a story, and Ziyan knew something about him. He fell into demonic possession because of a woman he once deeply loved. In this respect, the two were quite similar. Jianyu also understood Ziyan's feelings for Chu Pengfei. They pitted each other, which was why he was exceptionally kind to Ziyan. Their shared suffering was now evident. Who do you think will win? Ziyan suddenly asked. Of course, it's the demon lord. Our master won't lose. Although Su Ming's power has greatly increased, he is ultimately no match for General Chengyu, and certainly no match for the demon lord. Ziyan shook her head and said, I don't think so. Su Ming's strength has improved considerably, he's just not using his true abilities yet. Once he unleashes his full power, that demon lord might not be able to handle him. Jianyu had always regarded the demon lord as an invincible being, and she believed she would not lose to anyone. We'll just wait and see. She said this. High in the heavens, in the heavenly emperor's palace, the celestial beings were discussing the battle between the demon lord and Su Ming. Heavenly Emperor, should we send someone to help General Chengyu? He's almost at his limit, I'm afraid he can't defeat the demon lord. A deity suggested. Your Majesty, although Su Ming is powerful, he still has a lot of untapped potential. Chapter 92 Getting Stronger. The demon lord has cultivated for thousands of years, the difference in power between the two is quite significant. The immortals below began to chatter amongst themselves, but the heavenly emperor remained calm. My opinion differs from yours. I believe Su Ming can definitely defeat the demon lord may not necessarily be able to defeat him. The heavenly emperor's tone was very confident. At this moment, Chu Pengfei arrived at the edge of the heavenly pool. Two heavenly soldiers bowed respectfully. Taoist Chu, the heavenly pool is a place where people from our divine realm are not allowed to enter. We will escort you here. You can handle the rest yourself. Chu Pengfei nodded and softly replied, Thank you both. Then he slowly walked to the edge of the heavenly pool, found a flat spot to sit down, and put down the demon-suppressing box in his hand. The evil creature inside the box whispered, Chu Pengfei, release me quickly. Do you know who I am? If you don't release me, you'll never have peace for the rest of your life. Chu Pengfei's will was firm, he had already decided to ignore her no matter what she said. To prevent this evil spirit from disturbing his mind, he began to silently chant, All beings suffer, Bodhi has no tree. The evil spirit continued to provoke him, Are you just going to watch your 5 elders perish? Su Ming knows all of this, but you don't. Don't you think that's unfair? If you throw me into the heavenly pool now, you'll regret it later. Hearing this, Chu Pengfei suddenly felt a pang of panic, a bad premonition arose within him. On the other side, Su Ming was fighting fiercely with the demon lord. After a fierce battle, Su Ming finally recovered, but he was clearly still no match for the demon lord. The demon lord vanished in a flash, and Su Ming disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a pressure bearing down on his head and instinctively used his demon-suppressing sword to block it. The demon lord seized the opportunity and kicked him away, severely injuring Su Ming. Hua Yao quickly rushed forward to support him. You're not General Chengyu at all. You didn't even use your full strength. This is an insult to me. We'll fight again once you're healed. The demon lord said coldly. Hua Yao gently helped Su Ming sit down and channeled her true energy into his body. Su Ming immediately felt completely relaxed, and the pain disappeared. Just then, Tang Qingyue arrived. Seeing Su Ming injured, she anxiously asked, Su Ming, are you all right? Seeing Tang Qingyue, Su Ming's spirits lifted, and he said arrogantly, What could be wrong with me? Demon Lord, let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his demon-suppressing sword and charged at the demon lord again. The demon lord had been waiting for this moment and immediately prepared to fight. To the demon lord's surprise, Su Ming's power seemed to have increased significantly, clearly related to that woman. So this woman can give you more motivation. I should have gotten her long ago. This is the General Qingyu I know. The Demon Lord said with a cold laugh. Seeing that her words had worked, Tang Qingyue quickly added, Su Ming, you're truly a piece of trash. You can't even beat the Demon Lord. I'm ashamed of you. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was immediately enraged, but he had no chance to refute. He only felt his entire body surging with power, his combat strength instantly increasing several levels. Hua Yao watched quietly as Tang Qingyue berated Su Ming, and suddenly realized that Su Ming was no longer the Qingyu general she loved, the person she cherished was gone. The Su Ming of today seemed more like Tang Qingyue's. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, unable to discern whether it was joy or loss. Chapter 93 Jade Pendant. Su Ming fought with increasing ferocity, constantly provoked by Tang Qingyue's words, awakening the power deep within him. After several rounds, the Demon Lord began to struggle. Tang Qingyue continued to fan the flames, saying, Demon Lord, you're too powerful, Su Ming. Just admit defeat, you're no match for him. At the same time, Su Ming also noticed Hua Yao. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Looking at these two women who looked exactly alike, he couldn't tell who he was, Qingyu or Su Ming. However, Hua Yao, having cultivated for thousands of years, possessed a far stronger will and could withstand the pressure better than Tang Qingyue and the others. Seeing you all like this puts my mind at ease. Qingyue, from now on, I entrust Su Ming to you. After speaking, Hua Yao's body suddenly shone with countless rays of light, and he conjured a crystal ball by clasping his hands together. He gently handed it to Tang Qingyue, saying earnestly, This is the heart of 10,000 years, it can heal Su Ming's injuries. From now on, when I am no longer by your side, let it protect you for me. If Su Ming is in danger, this thing will definitely save him. Tang Qingyue was deeply conflicted, unsure of what to say. 4 hours had passed. The Su Ming before her was her lover, she would not allow anyone else to have any designs on him. So, what are you planning to do next? Tang Qingyue asked. Faced with Tang Qingyue's question, Hua Yao didn't know how to answer, but simply said calmly, Of course I'm going to where I need to go. You all must remember, you must find that jade pendant. Chapter 94 You monster, I'll kill you. Only when the two jade pendants are together can you never be separated again. Tang Qingyue then remembered the jade pendant, Su Ming's piece had been stolen, and they had to find it as soon as possible. In the Celestial Palace, the Jade Emperor laughed heartily, My beloved ministers, I was right. General Qingyu was destined to defeat the Demon Lord, just as predicted. This is truly a blessing for the heavenly court. As soon as the Jade Emperor finished speaking, the immortals immediately echoed his sentiments. After all, the Jade Emperor was the head of the heavenly court, and they naturally had to go along with his wishes. The Jade Emperor is wise. He foresaw General Qingyu's victory long ago. It seems our heavenly court will enjoy peace for hundreds, even thousands of years. Jade Emperor, as long as General Qingyu is here, those demons and monsters won't be able to get near the South Heavenly Gate. Congratulations, Jade Emperor. Congratulations, Jade Emperor. General Qingyu's return is a great blessing for our heavenly court. At this moment, Chu Pengfei was the most embarrassed. His mind was in turmoil. Although his masters had repeatedly warned him never to believe such fallacies and heresies under any circumstances, those words truly shocked him. Chu Pengfei was kind-hearted by nature, and hearing the evil spirit's words, he felt that his masters might be withholding something from him. The evil spirit also noticed Chu Pengfei's emotional shift. If he wavered even slightly, it would exploit his weakness. Chu Pengfei was reciting Taoist scriptures when he suddenly heard someone whisper, If you release me, I'll tell you that this is all a setup, but you've been kept in the dark. Don't worry, I guarantee you won't regret it. Chu Pengfei's mind went blank. Could it really be like that? If it was truly as she said, he would definitely regret it later. Chu Pengfei understood everything. He knew that many people harbored ill intentions towards his masters, because once that evil energy entered the heavenly pool, his masters would completely vanish. As the eldest disciple of the Yamei sect, how could he do such a heartless thing? For a moment, he was at a loss, filled with anger, standing there not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Tang Qingyue saw Hua Yao off and hurried back to the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor and the immortals were already waiting for them. As soon as Su Ming reached the entrance of the main hall, the heavenly emperor pulled him inside. Ha, the heavenly court hasn't been this happy in a long time. You defeated the demon lord, which means the heavenly court has won the war between immortals and demons. I'm so happy. Tell me, what reward do you want? Su Ming smiled slightly. He didn't expect any reward from the heavenly emperor, he had simply done what he had to do. Your Majesty, I won by sheer luck. Thank you for your kindness. I dare not make any further requests. Seeing his humility, the heavenly emperor quickly said, regardless, it's good that the demon lord has conceded defeat. Decree 3 days of celebration, 3 years of peace and prosperity for the mortal realm, with favorable weather and abundant harvests, so that everyone may enjoy tranquility. Su Ming and the other immortals were overjoyed and said to the heavenly emperor, Your Majesty is wise. The heavenly emperor laughed heartily, having not been so happy in a long time. He then said to Su Ming, tell me, what reward do you desire? I will grant you anything. Seeing the heavenly emperor's insistence on a reward, Su Ming knew that not making a request would put the heavenly emperor in a difficult position, so he asked, Can I really ask for anything? Of course you can. As the heavenly emperor, my word is law. Just tell me, and I will certainly grant it. Su Ming had been waiting for these words, and then said, Heavenly Emperor, grant me one wish. I want to return to the mortal realm and continue living a carefree life. Please grant my request. The heavenly emperor hadn't expected Su Ming to ask for such a wish. In his view, everyone wanted to ascend to the heavenly court. Having finally reached this point, why would anyone want to go back? Why bother? Being a god is so much better, you don't have to go through reincarnation. Why go back to the mortal realm and experience all the joys and sorrows? Su Ming smiled. He had never liked this mundane life and replied, Being an ordinary person, happy and carefree, experiencing life and death with the one you love, isn't that happiness too? I don't want to be a god, it's too boring. Let me go back to Yeoman Hall and continue being my little boss. That's more comfortable. The heavenly emperor thought Su Ming didn't want to stay in heaven because he wanted to be with Tang Qingyue, so he said, I know you and Qingyue are destined for each other. I can grant her special permission to stay in heaven and get married. What do you think? Before Su Ming could speak, Tang Qingyue stepped forward to the heavenly emperor and said, Thank you for your kindness, heavenly emperor. What are you thanking me for? You really want to stay here? Su Ming immediately interrupted her. Tang Qingyue stomped on his foot in anger, causing Su Ming to cry out in pain. What do you know? Thanking first and then refusing is politeness. Why didn't you let me finish? Su Ming finally understood and said aggrievedly, I'm not a worm in your stomach, how would I know what you're thinking? The heavenly emperor, seeing their playful banter, knew they were just getting started and shook his head, saying, Fine, since that's how it is, I'll send you back to the mortal realm. You can report back in 100 years. The two thanked the heavenly emperor. Before leaving, Tang Qingyue reminded Su Ming, Go to the heavenly pool quickly, Chu Pengfei is waiting for you. We'll go back after you release that thing. Su Ming remembered Chu Pengfei and quickly bid farewell to the heavenly emperor before heading to the heavenly pool. Upon arriving at the heavenly pool, he found that Chu Pengfei had already released the evil energy. Su Ming anxiously asked, Why did you release it? Chu Pengfei didn't answer, drawing his sword and angrily pointing it at Su Ming. You knew all along that it was my master in disguise? Letting them in means they'll never be reincarnated. Su Ming didn't hide anything, I did know, but this was their intention. Letting them out will throw the world into chaos, what's wrong with you? Chu Pengfei was furious. How could he lay a hand on his master? Wouldn't that be disloyal and unjust? He was a good man, he would never allow such a thing to happen. You're my brother, why did you lie to me? Draw your sword, let's fight. Su Ming looked helpless, things were getting out of control. Chu Pengfei's sword was already at Su Ming's throat. Su Ming hurriedly dodged, if this sword struck, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. What are you doing? Don't be impulsive, she's starting to control you, wake up. Chu Pengfei was enraged. How could he listen to Su Ming? He attacked directly, and the two fought for dozens of rounds, both mindful of injuring each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. Aren't you awake yet? You're bewitched by her, it's dangerous. If you won't do it, I will. To fulfill the wishes of the venerable ones, Su Ming was willing to risk everything. Chu Pengfei was almost insane, resolutely preventing Su Ming from approaching the evil spirit. The two fought for another 20 rounds, Su Ming unwilling to harm Chu Pengfei, only dodging. In the chaos, Chu Pengfei slashed Su Ming's arm with his sword, and blood flowed profusely. Su Ming's injured appearance brought Chu Pengfei to his senses slightly, and he quickly asked, "Brother Su, are you alright?" Before the words were even finished, the aura suddenly shone brightly, engulfing Chu Pengfei completely. Ha ha ha, I, the evil immortal, have finally succeeded. From this day forward, no one can restrain me. Chu Pengfei roared in agony, his head throbbing with pain, his body feeling as if it were being torn apart. He screamed and charged out of the heavenly pool like a madman. You monster, I will kill you. Chapter 95. You released me and gave me a new life. Su Ming, wielding the demon-suppressing sword, chased after the evil immortal who had transformed into human form. But as soon as he approached, she vanished, leaving only a voice echoing in the air, "Don't waste your energy. I'm in human form now. Not even the heavenly emperor can do anything to me, let alone you." Chu Pengfei, dazed and confused, ran to the southern heavenly gate, fell directly into the eye of the heavenly demon, and returned to the demon realm. Countless demon souls instantly appeared. Come on, I'm going to slaughter you all. The demon lord, having finished his fight with Su Ming, returned to his residence to rest. Although his life wasn't in danger, he was severely injured. "Master, are you badly injured?" Jian Yu asked worriedly. The demon lord Qingkong didn't answer. What tormented him wasn't his injuries, but the humiliation of being defeated by Su Ming. A figure flashed by, and Ziyin stood before him. You've got quite the nerve. Why aren't you leaving? Ziyin smiled slightly, showing no fear. Why are you so persistent? You spend all your time opposing Su Ming. There are so many fun things in the world you've never tried. The demon lord glanced at her, about to speak, when Ziyin's lips pressed against his. For thousands of years, the demon lord had never touched a woman. His instinct was to push her away, but remembering his victory over Su Ming during their battle, when Su Ming was overwhelmed by Tang Qingyue's power, and knowing nothing of matters between men and women, he naturally pulled her close. Ziyin did this to obtain the demon lord's heart of immortality. With it, she could remain forever young and be with Chu Pengfei forever. But she couldn't find an opportunity to strike. Although the demon lord was injured, his strength wasn't significantly weakened. Just then, Chu Pengfei fought his way into the main hall, only to witness the scene he least wanted to see. You all. I'll kill you. Chu Pengfei swung his sword at the demon lord, but the demon lord casually waved his hand, a shockwave sending Chu Pengfei flying 3 zhang away. Chu Pengfei felt his blood churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pengfei! Pengfei! How are you? Ziyin rushed over to help him, but Chu Pengfei pushed her away. How could you do this to me? I never want to see you again. Chu Pengfei's heart ached. How could he accept seeing the woman he loved lying in another man's arms? You've courted death. The demon lord was also enraged. Chu Pengfei had ruined his plans, making him furious. Ziyin rushed in front of Chu Pengfei, trying to shield the demon lord. The demon lord stopped, watching her with curiosity as she showed such genuine emotion. Ziyin quickly turned to Chu Pengfei and said, Pengfei, it's not what you think. Please believe me. Chu Pengfei was furious and roared, I saw it with my own eyes. What else do you want to say? We're done. Don't let me see you again. He glared at the demon lord again and then quickly left. Ziyin stood there, tears streaming down her face. How could Chu Pengfei forgive her after seeing what had just happened? She was filled with regret. To maintain her youth, she had betrayed the one she deeply loved, and now she even hated herself. Chu Pengfei ran until he reached a deserted place and stopped, panting heavily. Suddenly, he felt a strange force approaching. In the blink of an eye, the evil immortal appeared beside him, laughing loudly. Chu Pengfei, are you feeling terrible right now? Do you want me to help you? Chu Pengfei jumped back several steps, his face filled with fear. The evil immortal remained unfazed, continuing, what are you afraid of? I won't hurt you. You're the one who released me, giving me a new life. Chapter 96. I will definitely complete the mission. Now you know what it feels like to be hurt, right? Cooperate with me, and together we'll control this world. Although Chu Pengfei was furious, his heart was kind, and he firmly said, no, absolutely not. You must cultivate diligently, you shouldn't do evil. The evil immortal instantly appeared before him, roaring, compared to you? You've cultivated for 27 years, your beloved woman betrayed you, and what about your so-called good brothers? If you join forces with me, the whole world will submit to us. Chu Pengfei quickly covered his ears, unwilling to listen any longer, and turned to flee in the chaos, the evil immortal's triumphant laughter echoing behind him. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned to the heavenly court and told the heavenly emperor what had just happened. The heavenly emperor frowned after listening, sighed, and shook his head. This is destiny, what is destined to happen will happen. Su Ming urgently suggested, Heavenly Emperor, you must immediately seal the south heavenly gate, you cannot let the evil immortal escape. If he escapes, all living beings will surely suffer, the consequences will be unimaginable. The heavenly emperor sighed and replied, there's nothing I can do about this. The evil immortal doesn't belong to the five elements, transcends reincarnation, is neither a demon nor an immortal, nor a monster. I truly can't control him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to have you send him to the heavenly pool. Su Ming found it hard to believe, really? You are the Lord of Heaven. If even you can't do anything about it, then isn't that just letting him run rampant? The heavenly emperor explained, this is all predestined. Solving this problem depends on the person who created it in the first place. Some things you must solve yourselves. The heavenly emperor gave Su Ming General Qingyu's armor and promised to grant him one wish, as long as it was within the 6 realms. Since that's the case, Su Ming thought, it seems even the heavenly emperor can't help me. So he said, thank you for your grace, heavenly emperor. What should I do next? No matter what, I must eliminate that evil immortal, I can't let him continue to harm people. The heavenly emperor was delighted upon hearing this and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, as brave and courageous as Qingyu. I believe you can definitely defeat that evil immortal. Although the heavenly emperor was confident, Su Ming was still uneasy. After all, the evil immortal had already taken human form, and Su Ming had fought him before, so completing this task wouldn't be easy. Heavenly Emperor, Su Ming is far inferior to General Qingyu. I'm afraid I can't defeat the evil immortal. Yes, if it were General Qingyu, we might still have hope, but now. The immortals were abuzz with discussion. Tang Qingyue was furious upon hearing these words. She firmly believed in Su Ming, thinking there was nothing he couldn't do. I believe in Su Ming. He can definitely defeat that guy. Su Ming was moved to see Tang Qingyue speak up for him. Miss Tang is right. I also believe Su Ming can defeat that guy. The evil immortal is born from human resentment. As long as that resentment is eliminated, he will naturally disappear. Su Ming also resolved to destroy the evil immortal. That's right. No matter how difficult it is, I can't let that guy continue to do evil, even if it costs me my life. The heavenly emperor patted Su Ming's shoulder, then waved his hand, and a lotus flower appeared beside Tang Qingyue and Su Ming. This lotus flower will take you back to the mortal realm, the rest of the journey is up to you. Su Ming and Tang Qingyue stepped onto the lotus platform and bowed to the heavenly emperor in farewell. Senior Heavenly Emperor, rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. Chapter 97 Water Spirit Orb. But don't forget, you still owe me a wish. Don't go back on your word later. Watching Su Ming and Tang Qingyue leave, the Heavenly Emperor stroked his beard and muttered softly. It's too boring up here. It's time for some commotion. Clearly, all of this was within the Heavenly Emperor's expectations, you could tell from the smile on his face. Su Ming and Tang Qingyue flew towards the mortal realm on a lotus flower, both filled with worry. They were concerned about whether Chu Pengfei could control his heart and break free from the control of the evil immortal. I wonder where Hero Chu is now. Are he and Miss Xian all right? Tang Qingyue asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, I believe Brother Chu will get through this. But you, are you regretting following me? Su Ming replied. Tang Qingyue looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Why would I regret it? If I married young Master Lei now, I'd definitely be enjoying a life of luxury at home. Following you has been truly miserable. Tang Qingyue finally understood Su Ming's meaning and quickly responded. She gazed at Su Ming with deep affection and said softly, I have no regrets about being with you. Even though every time feels like a life or death decision, I'm still very happy. If I had to live a mundane life, I'd rather die. They looked at each other, their love growing stronger. Tang Qingyue gently closed her eyes, waiting for her beloved Su Ming to kiss her. Su Ming drew closer to her lips, suddenly pulling a dazzling pearl from her sleeve. Tang Qingyue immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly reached for the pearl in Su Ming's hand. Give me back my wind spirit pearl. It was a gift from Hua Yao. Su Ming knew, of course, that Hua Yao had mentioned the wind spirit pearl, and he knew it was a gift for Tang Qingyue, but he had no intention of returning it. It's fine with you or me. From now on, we're family. With the pearls we had before, now all that's missing is the water spirit pearl. No, give it back to me. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine. What's mine isn't yours. The two of them playfully made their way to the human world. Little Fatty was helping Longer and Huahua repair their spaceship. Just as they finished, Su Ming and Tang Qingyue appeared before them. Little Fatty had his back to them and didn't notice them, but Longer and Huahua immediately ran over when they saw Su Ming and Tang Qingyue. I thought you two wouldn't be so excited. Little Fatty excitedly opened his arms, thinking the two girls were going to hug him, but they simply passed right under his arms. When he turned around and saw Su Ming and Tang Qingyue, he said happily, Big brother, you're finally back. We've missed you so much. Little Fatty and Su Ming were best friends, having grown up together and almost inseparable, their bond incredibly strong. My little Fatty's really doing well now. He can even fix spaceships, and looks pretty good at it. Little Fatty, hearing Su Ming's praise, scratched his head sheepishly. He, that's all I can do. I can't let the two ladies do it, that would be too embarrassing. Tang Qingyue and Su Ming returned to their room. Their most important task was to contact the long-browed Taoist of Mount Amei, wondering if he knew what had happened in the heavenly realm. Su Ming felt a pang of guilt for failing to complete the task the old man had entrusted to him. It's so embarrassing. I can't believe I couldn't even do something this simple. Su Ming hadn't expected things to turn out this way. If he had stayed with Chu Pengfei, this trouble might not have happened. He also understood that Chu Pengfei's resentment towards him stemmed entirely from his masters. The Heavenly Emperor has already said this has nothing to do with you. It's Chu Pengfei's own internal conflict, he has to resolve it himself. However, right now, our most important task is to contact the long-browed Taoist of Mount Amei and tell them about what happened in the heavenly realm. Su Ming agreed with Tang Qingyue, so he took out his jade pendant and began trying to contact the long-browed elder. Soon afterward, they successfully connected, and the image of the long-browed Taoist appeared before Su Ming and Tang Qingyue. Old man, I failed to fulfill your request. That evil immortal still escaped, and we don't know where he's hiding now. Su Ming finished speaking, waiting for the long-browed Taoist to scold him. The old man chuckled, Su Ming, I know everything about what happened in the heavenly realm. It's fate, not your fault. You've done your best, don't blame yourself too much. Su Ming felt a pang of sadness. But I still failed. Go ahead and scold me. Unconsciously, he was learning to take responsibility without even realizing it. Ah, Brother Su, to be so magnanimous at a time like this, you're truly a destined hero, the long-browed Taoist said with a smile. Old man, stop joking. I don't even know where that guy is now, how am I supposed to find him? Su Ming was getting anxious. Don't panic. The evil immortal survives on resentment and evil energy. Wherever there is resentment and evil energy, that's where it will emerge. It will absorb this power to grow stronger, and eventually it might command all the demons in the world, even destroying the demon-suppressing tower, which would throw the world into chaos, the long-browed Taoist explained. Upon hearing this, Ming quickly asked, then there's no way for us to deal with it? It's not entirely hopeless. The only way right now is to collect all 5 spirit orbs and seal the demon-suppressing tower, the long-browed Taoist replied. Tang Qingyue immediately took the wind spirit orb from Ming's hand and happily said, long-browed Taoist, we just got the wind spirit orb, it was given to us by Sister Huayao. Now we only need the water spirit orb. The long-browed Taoist laughed, this is your destiny. You know, many people struggle to even find one spirit orb, yet you already have 4-inch. Both were delighted, as obtaining spirit orbs hadn't been too difficult before. Once they collected all 5 spirit orbs and sealed the demon-suppressing tower, they would be close to defeating the evil immortal. Old man, where do we find the water spirit orb? You have to give us some pointers, Ming asked. The long-browed Taoist smiled slightly, the water spirit pearl is destined for Chu Pengfei, he will obtain it. It's fate. Tang Qingyue quickly said, then let's go help him. My companions are quite powerful now, if Hero Chu encounters danger, we can lend a hand. The long-browed Taoist shook his head, no need. This is his destiny, you shouldn't interfere. Now is not the time. There are some things Ziyan must face herself, it's not a matter of skill level. Unless she resolves the knot in her heart, no one else can help. But she must be in a bad mood right now. Wouldn't it be unfair of us not to go and keep her company? Ming was also worried about Chu Pengfei. Of course, he didn't know what had happened between Chu Pengfei and Ziyan, otherwise he would be even more worried. That's fate. He has to bear some things himself. You two should go back to manhwa first, and we can discuss it further later. Hearing this from the long-browed Taoist, Tang Qingyue and Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 98. The angrier you are, the stronger I become. That's all we can do. Let's head back to manhwa now. Little Fatty and Hua Hua hadn't come in yet. Ming and Tang Qingyue entered the room and boarded the boat immediately. Their expressions were serious, and Little Fatty and Hua Hua didn't dare follow. Little Fatty was a little worried and asked, what happened to Master Chu and the others in the sky? Why didn't they come back together? Hua Hua comforted him, what are you afraid of? They returned safely. They probably completed their mission and are just exhausted, resting now. Master Chu probably went to find some peace and quiet with Miss Ziyan. Longer nodded quickly. Yes, that's for sure. I believe my brother completed the mission. Little Fatty was relieved. Seeing that Tang Qingyue and Ming were alright, Chu Pengfei should be fine too. While the three were talking, Ming and Tang Qingyue came out, and the spaceship started up, heading towards manhwa. Ming, you're piloting this boat? Your skills have improved a lot in just a few days, Tang Qingyue answered first. Of course, he even dealt with the Demon Lord, isn't that amazing? Hearing this, everyone laughed. Longer jumped to Ming's side, clinging to his arm and acting spoiled, I told you, brother is the best. Suddenly, Tang Qingyue thought, Ming, where's Hero Chu? Why didn't he come back with you? And what about Miss Ziyan? After exchanging a glance with Ming, she told everyone about what happened in the heavenly realm. Where is Hero Chu now? Is he in danger? Should we go find him right away? Ming shook his head, then continued with what the long-browed Taoist had said. Longer watched Ming and Tang Qingyue's relationship deepen, feeling somewhat displeased, but knowing she couldn't stop it, she tried to restrain herself and walked away. Tang Qingyue noticed Longer's forlorn expression and hurried over. Longer turned to slip away, but Tang Qingyue spoke up, Longer, long time no see. Your brother's over there too, why don't you go chat? Tang Qingyue had originally hoped Ming would belong to her, but seeing Longer's sorrowful face, her heart softened. Sister Qingyue, it's been so long since we last met. Why don't you two chat? I'm a little tired, I want to go back to sleep. Longer had always felt guilty towards Tang Qingyue, if it weren't for her jealousy, Tang Qingyue wouldn't have suffered. Now that she had saved her, Longer was determined not to be controlled by jealousy anymore. Tang Qingyue wanted to persuade her further, but Longer had already turned and gone back to her cabin. Meanwhile, Xu Pengfei was drinking alone in a tavern. He had once vowed to quit drinking, but now, besides drinking, he didn't know what else to do. Drowning his sorrows in alcohol, perhaps this was the feeling. He kept recalling the joy he had spent with Su Ming, but in the blink of an eye, the two had become enemies. Perhaps drunk, he suddenly smashed his wine glass. Brothers? What brothers? It's all fake. Looking at the shards on the ground, images of Ziyan and the demon lord's intimacy flashed through his mind. He was furious and kicked a few times, but the images vanished instantly. It was all an illusion. Ha, you finally couldn't hold back anymore. This is what I've been waiting for. Xu Pengfei, come with me. If we join forces to break the demon-suppressing tower, all the demons in the world will be under our control. Why continue being that annoying Taoist priest? The evil immortal laughed maniacally. Xu Pengfei instantly snapped back to reality, glaring at the evil immortal with eyes blazing with fury. You madman! Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Don't try to provoke me, or I'll make you disappear from this world forever. The evil immortal showed no fear, but instead grew even more emboldened. You can't kill me, and even if you could, I'd enjoy it. I just want you to be angry. The angrier you are, the stronger I become. Look around here, it's absolutely fantastic. Chapter 99. Who doesn't have evil thoughts? Xu Pengfei looked up and saw the darkest side of everyone around him revealed. His head throbbed with pain, and he could barely control his consciousness. Get away from me! I never want to see you again, get out! Xu Pengfei roared. Seeing Xu Pengfei on the verge of collapse, the evil immortal sneered, who doesn't have evil thoughts? What's the use of all those Taoist arts you've cultivated? If you didn't have evil thoughts, would I have been released? Speaking of which, you should thank me, you saved my life. Xu Pengfei shook his head, his heart filled with unbearable pain. He knew his actions would be condemned by the world, and the evil immortal's power was growing stronger, inevitably bringing disaster in the future. I released you before because I didn't want to harm my masters. But let me tell you, I won't make the same mistake again. I'd rather pay the price for my actions. Xu Pengfei's tone was firm. He wasn't sure if his choice was right or wrong. If he had thrown that thing into the heavenly pool back then, his masters would have disappeared too, and he would have been devastated. But now, was he truly free? No, the pressure he carried was suffocating him. Ha, that depends on your own fate. We have plenty of time. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for you here. The evil immortal vanished after saying this. At the same time, Su Ming and Little Fatty arrived above Mount Amei. Little Fatty excitedly pointed to the mountain peak ahead and said, Su Ming, that mountain is so beautiful. What's its name? Upon hearing this, Su Ming gave Xiaopeng a hard knock on the head and shouted, How long have you been gone? Only 3 months. You can't even recognize Mount Amei. Xiaopeng rubbed his sore head, looking confused, and said, Oh, so this is Mount Amei. Are we almost there? But we've only been separated for 3 months, actually, it's been a year. Xiaopeng received another knock on the head. Su Ming casually said, Is your brain filled with water? We've only been gone for 3 months, how can it be a whole year? Are you stupid? Xiaopeng felt extremely wronged and hurriedly went to Longer's side, asking, Longer, tell me, is it 3 months or a whole year? Did I remember wrongly? Longer slowly walked to Su Ming's side and whispered, Big brother, you've wronged Xiaopeng this time. You have indeed been separated for a year, but one day in heaven is a year on earth. You probably didn't notice. Su Ming finally understood. He couldn't feel how much time had passed in heaven, but a whole year had gone by on earth. Longer is right. Do you think it only took me a few days to repair this spaceship? Su Ming said, It took me 7 months of hard work to complete. He quickly patted Little Fatty's head, saying apologetically, Little Fatty, I was really wrong this time, I forgot about it. Did I hurt you just now? Little Fatty was straightforward and wouldn't care about such a small matter. At this moment, the spaceship had already landed on Mount Ame. Seeing the spaceship, the disciples of the Ame sect excitedly ran out. "Come and see, senior brother is back." Instantly, everyone surged out. In their hearts, Chu Pengfei was the senior brother, with a very high status, so naturally they had to come out to greet him. The group disembarked from the spaceship and greeted each other. Chu Pengfei's second junior brother immediately asked, "Brother Su Ming, where is my eldest senior brother? Why didn't he come back with you?" Su Ming and Tang Qingyue didn't know how to answer for a moment, because they didn't know Chu Pengfei's specific situation either. Chapter 100 Negative Emotions. Alright, second senior brother, don't worry. Now that brother Su Ming is back, eldest senior brother must be on the boat. Someone reassured him. Halt! Suddenly, a shout rang out, and everyone stopped. Turning around, they saw Chu Pengfei's master, Daoist Qingshu, approaching with two junior brothers. "Brother Su, you've finally returned," Daoist Qingshu said. Su Ming looked up and saw it was indeed Daoist Qingshu. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, three Daoist masters." Daoist Qingshu nodded, "Come back to the main hall with me. The sect leader is waiting for you." Soon, Tang Qingyue and Su Ming arrived at the main hall. There sat Daoist Changmei on a lotus platform, dressed in white robes, exuding an air of otherworldly grace, looking like a highly respected elder. "Brother Su, you must be tired from your journey," Daoist Changmei said. Su Ming, hands behind his back, replied with a smile, "Old man, I'm here to bring you good news, don't be angry." Before he finished speaking, Qingshu Daoist angrily said, "What good news? You mess things up, and you're still making sarcastic remarks." Su Ming smiled slightly and calmly said, "Think about it, although I didn't send that strange thing to Tianqi this time, from another perspective, it's also beneficial to you. If I had put that thing in, wouldn't you all be gone? Now we can still meet and talk, isn't that a good thing?" Upon hearing this, Daoist Qingshu's expression darkened. He rebuked, "You clearly mess things up yourself, yet you show no remorse and continue to argue your way out of it. You certainly know how to talk." Su Ming, anticipating this, quickly replied, "Daoist Qingshu, I admit we failed the mission. I didn't release that disgusting thing into the heavenly pool, and I didn't keep a close eye on your precious disciple, Chu Pengfei. But look at it another way, at least we're still alive. I've already found 4 spirit pearls. If we find the water spirit pearl, perhaps you old folks can survive." Daoist Changmei couldn't help but laugh, his face beaming. Brother Su is indeed exceptionally talented and intelligent. Having such thoughts is truly admirable. Bring out your spirit pearls for everyone to see, these heavenly treasures are rare indeed. Since the sect leader had spoken, Daoist Qingshu couldn't say anything more. Seeing that he remained silent, Su Ming took out a small pouch from his robes and gently shook it. 4 spirit orbs flew out and floated in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. "Ha! Truly celestial treasures. These 4 spirit orbs are hard-won, Brother Su, you must keep them safe. Once Chu Pengfei gets the water spirit orb, we can seal the demon-suppressing tower, and perhaps we old men can even survive." The long-browed Taoist had actually thought of this method long ago, but the spirit orbs were scattered throughout the mortal realm, and collecting them all was not easy. If it weren't for Su Ming's innate good fortune, he might not have been able to find these 5 spirit orbs even after searching for 1,000 years. Seeing that everyone had seen enough, Su Ming waved his hand, and the 4 spirit orbs obediently returned to the small pouch, as if they possessed a spirit. "Sect leader, can these few beads really seal the demon-suppressing tower? I'm still a little worried. Besides, we only have 4 beads now, and Chu Pengfei has run into trouble. I'm not confident." Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already broken through to the 9th level of the divine skill. Feeling the time was ripe, he discussed it with the mysterious old man and decided to return to the central plains. "Master, I have mastered the 9th level of the divine skill. Su Ming is no longer my match. I want to go down the mountain to see my mother, I miss her terribly." The mysterious old man stroked his beard and slowly said, "Disciple, it is indeed remarkable that you have broken through to the 9th level of the divine skill so quickly. However, I must remind you, Su Ming has been missing for over a year, and there has been no news from Tianlong Palace. Lin Tian felt a heavy weight in his heart upon hearing this. He had cultivated the divine skill precisely to defeat Su Ming, but now that he had mastered it, Su Ming had vanished without a trace. No matter what, I must find him and avenge myself. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will catch him. Seeing Lin Tian's fierce expression, the mysterious old man shook his head and sighed. Disciple, remember my words, be humble and cautious in the future. Although you now possess the 9th level of the divine skill, Su Ming has been quiet lately, but he's probably been busy. Therefore, be careful in your actions. If you can't defeat him, don't be reckless, come back to me immediately. Lin Tian was very confident in his mastery of the 9th heavenly divine skill. Although Su Ming could easily overpower him before, he was no longer the same. Master, don't worry, I will go back to Tianlong Valley to see my mother first. Su Ming will definitely go to her. I will wait there, I don't believe he won't come. The mysterious old man nodded, casually waving his sleeve, and a stone door suddenly appeared. Lin Tian bowed to the old man and stepped out of the door. Some things you have to solve yourself, success or failure depends on your own fate. The old man murmured to himself after Lin Tian left. Inside Tianlong Palace, Li Shui suddenly sneezed. Ziyan quickly asked, Sister, are you alright? Did you catch a chill last night? Li Shui shook her head. I'm fine. Speaking of which, have you heard from my husband lately? It's been over a year since we last contacted him. Could something have happened to him? Ziyan knew Su Ming's capabilities well. Although she was also worried, seeing Li Shui's anxious face, she comforted her, Sister, don't worry too much. My husband is very lucky, heaven will protect him. Li Shui nodded and sighed, I hope so. My 2 men, one is my husband, and the other is Tianer. Both of them are more worrisome than the other. Don't you think it's fate that brought them together? Ziyan quickly said, Sister, please don't say that. They are both exceptionally good people, they just have some misunderstandings. Tianer has a quick temper, you should try to persuade him when you have the chance. Li Shui fell into deep thought. How could she be at ease when both men were missing? Meanwhile, Chu Pengfei drowned his sorrows in alcohol, while the evil sword immortal stalked him, plotting to seize his body and become stronger. A few days later, Chu Pengfei suddenly realized he couldn't continue living like this. He was a cultivator, and his duty was to save all living beings. Although the evil sword immortal had shown him the evil in people's hearts, he refused to be controlled by him. Walking through the bustling streets, the once peaceful scene suddenly became eerie. Chu Pengfei was shocked to discover that he could hear the darkest thoughts in people's hearts. That unlucky brother is finally dead. I'm going to take all his land. That daughter-in-law is incredibly stingy, she told her son to divorce her as soon as they got home. That old woman keeps pressuring me to have a baby. It's your son's fault for being infertile, what does it have to do with me? I'm going to take another gamble, if I win, I can turn things around. You're always bullying me. Wait till I steal everything from your house and make sure your family is ruined. Chapter 101 I am a cultivator. A torrent of negative emotions exploded within Chu Pengfei, his head throbbing with pain. Just then, the evil immortal reappeared beside him. Chu Pengfei clasped his hands together, sat cross-legged, and began chanting the meditation sutra. He knew the evil immortal was his inner demon, and he absolutely couldn't let it incite evil thoughts. Don't waste your energy, I won't be swayed by you. I am a cultivator, I will surely reform them. Ha ha ha, alright, let's make a bet, see how you reform them. The evil immortal's voice echoed. Chu Pengfei stood up, casually waving his arm, and the surrounding scenery returned to normal. He approached the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, saying, Gentlemen, I am a cultivator. I hope you will let go of your obsessions, wholeheartedly pursue good, and ultimately achieve enlightenment. Are you crazy? What's wrong with us? The mother-in-law spoke first, completely unaware that Chu Pengfei had seen through her thoughts. It's not your daughter-in-law's fault that she's not pregnant. Don't use this as an excuse to bully her. Nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? The mother-in-law was startled. She had never spoken her true feelings aloud, but she often thought this way. Sister, please stop scolding your mother-in-law. She just hopes someone in the family will carry on the family line. Xu Pengfei turned to speak to his daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law was dumbfounded. The mother-in-law grabbed her ear and yelled, "Fine, you little brat, you've been cursing me behind my back every day. I'll teach you a lesson." The noise grew louder, and more people gathered around. Su Ming saw the growing crowd and could sense their thoughts. Folks, I know what you're thinking. I advise you not to be angry and to let go of your resentment. I am a cultivator and want to help you resolve this. Stop talking nonsense. Come on, guess what I'm thinking? A villager challenged. You want to seize your brother's land, don't you? You'll get your comeuppance for doing that. Bullshit. I never thought that. That's my own brother. You're a monster, spouting nonsense. Get lost, we don't want you here. Yeah, this guy is definitely crazy. We don't welcome him at all. Kick him out. This kid is meddling in other people's business. Get rid of him. Hearing the commotion, Xu Pengfei didn't give up. He walked to the middle of the crowd and said, "Listen to me, everyone. Good and evil will be rewarded. As long as you do good deeds, you'll definitely be rewarded. TCH. Before Xu Pengfei finished speaking, a chorus of boos erupted around him. Everyone thought he was crazy and scattered. Listen to me, good and evil really are rewarded. Put aside your bad thoughts and don't let others control you, or you'll get into big trouble. He repeated these words, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone avoided him like the plague. Good and evil are rewarded accordingly? Tell me, what did I do wrong to end up like this? A beggar stopped Xu Pengfei. Xu Pengfei was about to explain when he saw the wealthy man from before approaching with 2 constables. It's him. Talking nonsense. Arrest him! Xu Pengfei stood there, ignoring the pointing fingers and whispers of passers-by, some even throwing rotten vegetable leaves at him. Shortly afterward, Xu Pengfei was taken to the yamen and shoved into a cell. Ha ha ha, how come I never noticed this place before? The resentment here is too strong. I like this environment. Xu Pengfei, you stay here by yourself. I need to absorb more resentment. The evil immortal suddenly appeared in the cell, unusually excited. Kid, what did you do to get in here? Is this guy mute? I'm asking you a question. Are you tired of living? Xu Pengfei remained silent. The people in the cell were more evil than those outside, and he was trying to figure out how to persuade them. Chapter 102. Hit him. Hit him. Let him know our rules. The leader raised his right hand to strike Xu Pengfei, but they were no match for him and quickly fell to the ground. Gentlemen, Xu Pengfei said, I am a cultivator, here today to guide you. You have all made mistakes, and I have too. As long as you let go of your resentment and wholeheartedly turn to good, you will surely achieve a good outcome. Xu Pengfei's words drew a burst of laughter from the crowd, who looked at him as if he were a monster. One guy had just killed someone and was sentenced to execution in the autumn. He asked me what the point of turning to good was. Another guy had just committed robbery and was also sentenced to life imprisonment. He was also questioning whether he could still do good deeds. I told them, everyone makes mistakes, but as long as you have a heart set on doing good, even if you commit a crime now, you can find your way in the 6 realms of existence and won't go straight to hell. But one of them laughed out loud. Look at that unlucky guy over there, his land was stolen, he went to complain, and got beaten half to death. Do you think good intentions are useful? The other gritted his teeth and said, even if I become a vengeful ghost, I won't let those corrupt officials get away with it, I'll make them pay the price. I knew they were both harboring resentment, but I patiently tried to persuade them. I know you feel wronged, or perhaps you were forced into this situation, but good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. When will this cycle of revenge end? Individual strength may be small, but if everyone does good and accumulates merit, the world will surely be more peaceful and tranquil. But they wouldn't listen at all, turning their heads away and ignoring me. I said again, if you are entangled by evil thoughts, you will be forever trapped outside the 6 realms of existence, with no chance of redemption. Someone sneered, since you're a cultivator, why don't you just die for us? Or let us go, and we promise to reform. Can you do that? If you can't, don't spout nonsense. Another person chimed in, yes, if you're so capable, let us go. We'll definitely listen to you. These people looked impatient, thinking I was just making empty promises. I nodded and calmly said, all right, as long as you sincerely turn to good, I'll let you go now. But you must promise to be good people after you get out. As long as you have good thoughts in your hearts, you can dispel the resentment in your hearts. With that, I waved my hand, and all the cell doors opened. The prisoners were stunned, never expecting this Taoist priest to have such great abilities. Someone snapped out of their daze and shouted, run! This Taoist priest, you're really something. You've got real skills. Watching everyone run away, I sat down on the ground and began chanting the meditation sutra. At that moment, the voice of the evil immortal rang in my ears. What are you trying to achieve by doing this? Do you think you can reform them like this? You're too naive. I pretended not to hear what he said. Not long after, because I had released all the prisoners, I was brought before the magistrate. The magistrate slammed his fist on the table and cursed, you have quite the nerve. You dared to release serious criminals. You're simply disrespecting us. I will not let you off easily. Chu Pengfei said frankly, that's right, I released these people. I acted alone, so I'll take full responsibility. Do whatever you want with me. Enraged by his words, the magistrate jumped up, this sorcerer is spouting nonsense. He actually let a serious criminal go free. Drag him out and parade him through the streets as a warning. When you get to the execution ground, give him 100 lashes first. Chapter 103, that's a good idea, I'll go first. Chu Pengfei remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. He was the one who caused this trouble, he had no intention of hiding. Soon, Chu Pengfei was locked in a wooden cage, and the crowd surrounded him, pelting him with things, eggs and rotten vegetable leaves rained down. The evil immortal followed him, saying in a sarcastic tone, see? Do you think what you're doing has any meaning? You think you're doing a good deed, but will these people be grateful? You're too naive. But no matter what the evil immortal said, Chu Pengfei ignored him. The resentment around him grew stronger, which the evil immortal seemed quite pleased with. The whip lashed his back, drawing blood, but he felt no pain. He wanted to use the pain to keep himself awake. Although the evil immortal kept whispering in his ear, Chu Pengfei's mind was made up, and he wouldn't waver. Later, Chu Pengfei was dragged back to the cell, and the evil immortal appeared again. I've never met anyone as stubborn as you in my life. The evil energy here is almost gone, I'm too lazy to keep you company any longer. Chu Pengfei struggled to his feet, staring at the evil spirit immortal. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, you won't find a trace of evil energy. As long as the Ame sect exists, your plan won't succeed. Ha, you're quite a worthy opponent. Your words remind me, I know there's a place you Ame can't go to, the resentment there is much stronger than here. Chu Pengfei immediately thought of the demon suppressing tower, the only place Ame couldn't reach. The evil spirit immortal disappeared after speaking, and Chu Pengfei knew he had to quickly find a way to notify Mount Ame. At this moment, Su Ming stood in the main hall of Mount Ame, and Elder Chang Yuan of Mount Shu entered carrying a purification bottle. Masters, said the man, I recently discovered that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is mixed with evil energy, and it's getting worse. Could you please take a look? The man with long eyebrows took the bottle, waved his whisk, and sure enough, he saw a tainted, evil energy within the spiritual energy. It seems the evil immortal is coming soon. If I'm not mistaken, he's set his sights on the demon-suppressing tower. Once he goes in and absorbs the resentment there, his strength will skyrocket, and we probably won't be able to stop him then. Hey, old man, if you put it that way, is there really no way to deal with this guy? Brother Su, don't worry. Now we can only wait for Chu Pengfei to get the water spirit orb so we can seal the demon-suppressing tower. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find Chu Pengfei. If the evil immortal comes and we still haven't found the water spirit orb, won't we have wasted our time? The long-browed Taoist sighed and said, fate can't be forced. Chu Pengfei is hiding now, and it's not time for us to go find him yet. The water spirit orb can only be found by him, but he has to cleanse himself of his evil thoughts first. But I believe he can do it. After hearing this, Ming finally felt a little more at ease. He had a good relationship with Chu Pengfei and felt that he could definitely get through this. The next morning, as Changjiang was absorbing spiritual energy in the mountains, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly vibrated. This was his secret signal with his senior brother, Chu Pengfei. He quickly took out the jade pendant and sat down. As he moved, Chu Pengfei's image appeared. At this moment, Chu Pengfei looked less than human, but he had willingly accepted this fate. No one had forced him. Senior brother, what happened to you? Where are you? Chu Pengfei didn't answer, but said urgently, Changjiang, quickly tell the masters that the evil immortal is going to break into the demon-suppressing tower. You must guard it well. If he breaks through, his strength will increase dramatically, and that will be terrible. Chu Pengfei guessed the evil immortal would go to the demon-suppressing tower, the most dangerous place on Mount Ame, and also a good place for his cultivation. Senior brother, where are you? Come back, let's think of a way to deal with the evil immortal together. Changjiang called for a long time, but didn't hear Chu Pengfei respond. So he hurriedly returned to Mount Ame and told the elders. The elders immediately summoned all disciples to the main hall. The long-browed Taoist stood in the center, his expression solemn, and said, Disciples, since the founding of Mount Ame, we have always been dedicated to eliminating demons and protecting the righteous path. Now, a once-in-a-century calamity is upon us. The evil immortal is about to reach the demon-suppressing tower. We must stop him, otherwise the 6 realms will be in turmoil, and the people will suffer. After the long-browed Taoist finished speaking, Taoist Qingshu continued, Now all Ame disciples must intensify their training, ready to respond to the evil immortal's attack on the demon-suppressing tower at any time. After receiving the order, everyone began to set up defenses and intensify their training. Even the usually lazy little fatty became serious. Only Ming remained leisurely, strolling around the mountain with Tang Qingyue, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. I wonder how Hero Chu is doing now. Why hasn't he returned to Mount Ame? I heard Chu Pengfei seems to be injured. Tang Qingyue said. That stinky Taoist priest is really incomprehensible, sometimes he's even more stubborn than his masters. Forget it, if he doesn't want to come back, we won't find him anyway, so why bother? Ming said with a smile. Aren't you being a bit too casual? Chu Pengfei is your best friend, are you just going to abandon him like this? Tang Qingyue was somewhat dissatisfied. Ming smiled slightly. Of course, he hoped Chu Pengfei would return to Mount Ame, but since he himself didn't want to come back, there was nothing he could do. Master Su, Miss Tang, is that you? Ming and Tang Qingyue looked up and saw several young nuns from Mount Ame practicing their martial arts. Although these young nuns were third-generation disciples, each of them was quite skilled. Ming, having nothing to do, suddenly suggested, Since we've got nothing to do anyway, how about we have a match? Everyone knew that the person in front of them was very powerful, but no one had ever seen him fight. Let's have a match then. Are we afraid of you? You tell me how we want to compete. Ming had already planned it out and said directly to the young nuns. Let's play a best-of-3 series. Each side will send one person, and we'll see who's stronger. Ming made the suggestion. Tang Qingyue perked up immediately upon hearing the idea. She had long wanted to see the strength of the Ame sect, so she volunteered, That's a great idea. I'll go first. After discussing their plan, the group began preparations. Unfortunately, Tang Qingyue was no match for these young nuns and was defeated in no time. Tang Qingyue was very disappointed and felt extremely wronged. Alright, I'll personally take the stage in the next round and I'll definitely make you save face. Ming comforted her. Tang Qingyue could only place her hopes on Ming, urging him, Don't embarrass me. You must win the next round. The two got into position, about to begin, when Ming suddenly shouted, Wait, you haven't counted 1, 2, 3 yet. The third-generation nuns had never heard of such a rule before and quickly stepped back. Alright then, I'll count now, 1. Before she could finish speaking, Ming had already attacked, beating the nun into submission. Chapter 104. Am I afraid of him? Senior brother, he cheated. Didn't we agree to count to 3 before attacking? Why did he attack after counting to 1? Isn't that cheating? The young nun shouted indignantly. Master Su, this is wrong. We clearly agreed to count to 3 before attacking. This is completely against the rules. Those around also joined in the criticism. Su Ming, however, remained unconvinced. There aren't so many rules in war. All's fair in war. Would you follow the rules when you encounter an evil immortal? His words left everyone speechless. Tang Qingyue, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Hey, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? While I want you to win, I didn't expect you to win this way. Su Ming didn't care at all, replying, what I did just now was a surprise attack. Dealing with the evil immortal, conventional methods definitely won't work. We need to think of some special methods to win. What kind of twisted logic is that? The evil immortal is coming soon, so hurry up and think of a plan. Tang Qingyue said anxiously. Just as Su Ming finished speaking, the long-browed Taoist suddenly appeared before him, lightly flicking his whisk, and said, Brother Su is right. Dealing with the evil immortal requires surprise, otherwise we have no chance of winning. Old man, you finally appeared. Think about how to contact Chu Pengfei? I wonder how he's doing now. Su Ming urged. The long-browed Taoist laughed heartily after hearing this, then said, Don't worry, I have a plan. It's all fate. If Chu Pengfei doesn't want us to find him, it's all in vain. He has to experience this himself. Only then will unexpected opportunities arise. Otherwise, how will he find the water spirit orb? Su Ming thought this made sense and then asked, So, what do you think we should do to deal with that evil immortal? The long-browed Taoist seemed to have anticipated this question and replied with a smile, Why should I think of a way? Don't forget, you're the chosen one. This matter is entrusted to you. The entire Amei mountain community listens to you. I'm old, and sometimes I'm a bit confused. I have to rely on you young people. Su Ming couldn't believe what he was hearing. What was going on? He was completely unprepared. Old man, are you playing me? If I could deal with the evil immortal, would I need to come here and consult you? The long-browed Taoist yawned, rubbed his eyebrows, and said lazily, I've been getting up a lot at night lately, haven't been sleeping well, need to go back and catch up on my sleep. Young man, this matter is entrusted to you. With that, he turned and left, disappearing instantly. Su Ming stood there, stunned, wondering, what does he mean? Asking me to handle this, is he joking? Not only Su Ming, but even Tang Qingyuan and Little Fatty were surprised. Tang Qingyuan asked, Did I hear that right? Su Ming, the long-browed Taoist really said that, and also said that everyone on Mount Amei listens to you. Qingyue, is he telling the truth? Tang Qingyue nodded, yes, the long-browed Taoist really said that. Su Ming, don't be nervous, I believe in you, no matter what happens, you can handle it. Su Ming almost cried after hearing this. This old man was too cunning, dumping such a troublesome task on him at such a crucial moment. There was no way he could talk to him anymore. Little Fatty teased, Su Ming, you're not afraid of that evil immortal, are you? Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately straightened his back, afraid of him. Chapter 105 Happiness is the most important thing. What a joke! Don't forget, I'm the chosen hero. What can't I handle? Let me tell you, if I get serious, my mere presence alone can scare him to death. Just as he finished speaking, Su Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had come up with a plan. He grabbed Tang Qingyue's hand and excitedly shouted, Qingyue, I've got a plan. Before Tang Qingyue could react, Su Ming pulled her towards the training ground. The disciples of Mount Amei were diligently training their formations, everything was ready, awaiting the arrival of the evil immortal for the final battle. Tang Qingyue's hand ached from being pulled so hard, and she couldn't help but complain, What plan have you come up with? Let go of me first, you're hurting my hand. Su Ming didn't care about that, he was overjoyed, happy with his newfound idea. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, where the training was being supervised by the third elder of manhwa, Taoist Qinglu. Hey, brother Su Ming, what are you doing here? Do you want to try too? Master Qinglu looked at the panting Su Ming and asked with some doubt. Su Ming had run too fast and was almost out of breath, waving his hands repeatedly. Stop, stop, I have thought of a way. Su Ming was so out of breath that he could barely speak. Master Qinglu was completely confused. Brother Su, what exactly do you want to say? Do you have an idea? Tang Qingyue helped explain. He means that he has come up with a way to deal with the evil sword immortal. Upon hearing this, Qinglu's eyes lit up. Really? No wonder our sect leader told us to listen to you. The evil sword immortal was formed from the resentment of the 5 elders, and had always been a thorn in their side. If it were to wreak havoc on the world, they would be consumed by guilt for the rest of their lives. Now, hearing that Su Ming had a solution, Qinglu became excited as well. That's right, I've come up with a plan. From now on, everyone on manhwa doesn't need to practice anymore. Just follow my instructions. Su Ming announced loudly. Qinglu was stunned, looking at him suspiciously. You mean, this is your plan? He thought Su Ming was young and might be joking, so he waved his hand. Everyone, continue practicing. In his view, manhwa was facing a once-in-a-century crisis, and only diligent practice could trap the evil sword immortal. Wait. Stop. Master Changmei has already given me authority. My words are the words of the sect leader. From now on, none of you need to practice. Eat, drink, and have fun. Just be happy. Su Ming emphasized again. The disciples of manhwa looked at each other, whispering amongst themselves. This is too chaotic. With disaster looming, how can they be so careless? Is this what the sect leader intended? Qinglu stomped her feet in anger. I'm not joking. Little fatty, come with me, I have an important task for you. Everyone else, do what you need to do, having fun is the most important thing. After saying that, Su Ming pulled little fatty away. Qinglu stood there, increasingly uneasy, but dared not disobey the sect leader's orders, so she angrily went to find the long-browed Taoist. After Su Ming led little fatty into the house, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Little fatty looked on in confusion. Su Ming, are you all right? Why are you like this? Little fatty couldn't help but ask. Su Ming pulled a mirror from behind his back and handed it to little fatty, smiling as he said, Look at yourself. Remember this expression. Practice in front of the mirror. You're the key to this plan, you must do it perfectly. Little fatty didn't understand Su Ming's intention, but he always listened to Su Ming, so he obediently did as he was told. Chapter 106 Hero. Su Ming casually closed the door, knowing that Taoist Qinglu was probably already running off to complain. He rushed to the main hall, and sure enough, Qinglu was angrily complaining to Taoist Changmei about Su Ming's behavior. Sect leader, that Su Ming brat is outrageous. Not only did he stop the disciples from working, but he also let them play around as they pleased. What kind of rules are these? Taoist Changmei smiled slightly and gently stroked his eyebrows. Junior brother, don't worry. Since this matter has been entrusted to him, I believe he has his own considerations. We're old, let him be. Although everyone was full of doubts, no one dared to say anything after the sect leader had spoken. Su Ming led a group of people outside, eating, drinking, and having fun all day long. The scene was quite lively. Just then, Chu Pengfei's disciple, Chang Ying, was gathering spiritual energy at the foot of manhwa when he suddenly noticed dark clouds rolling in on the horizon, and an aura emanating from it. He quickly ran back up the mountain to tell his masters. Masters, the spiritual energy at the foot of this mountain has become filthy and turbid. I estimate that the evil spirit will arrive at manhwa tonight. The long-browed Taoist stroked his beard, saying calmly, What's meant to come will come eventually. Don't panic. Since this matter has been entrusted to Su Ming, let him handle it. The elders didn't understand why their sect leader trusted Su Ming so much, but since he had spoken, they could only comply. Actually, Su Ming was quite nervous. He wasn't sure if his method would work, but he pretended to be relaxed. Tonight, we'll set off fireworks to welcome the evil spirit. Su Ming's words stunned everyone. When an evil spirit arrives, people are too busy running away to even welcome it with fireworks? The Qingshu Taoist couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly said, "You're being ridiculous. People are too busy hiding to welcome it." Su Ming smiled, as if he had expected someone to say this. He said confidently, "Didn't you hear what the long-browed old man said? From now on, my words are his orders, and you all must obey me." Su Ming struck a domineering pose. Qingshu Taoist glanced at the long-browed Taoist, who smiled without speaking, and could only swallow his dissatisfaction. Sure enough, the evil immortal arrived on time, hovering above the main hall of manhwa, emitting a sinister laugh. "The demon-locking tower is where I belong. Why didn't I realize that before? It seems Chu Pengfei and I are truly destined. From now on, I will control the 6 realms, nothing can frighten me anymore." But the next second, she froze. Fireworks were being set off on manhwa. What was going on? She thought they would be on high alert, and she was prepared for a good fight, but they were so nonchalant. Could they have been prepared all along? No, we can't rush and rashly. Let's check the demon ceiling tower first. In the blink of an eye, the evil immortal arrived before the demon ceiling tower, where he clearly saw a young general in armor sitting atop it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Su Ming. "Ha ha ha, Su Ming, it seems a battle between us is inevitable. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. With your current abilities, you're no match for me." Su Ming remained calm, holding the demon-suppressing sword in his hand, and said slowly, "You can try. Even the demon lord wasn't my match. Do you think you can?" The evil immortal's heart tightened. Su Ming was indeed unfathomable, but she still wanted to test him. "Do you think you're still as powerful as General Qingyu was back then? You're just an ordinary person now." Su Ming noticed her hesitation and said, "Evil immortal, if I couldn't capture you, why would I be waiting here to die? Come on, enough talk, let's fight." Before he finished speaking, Su Ming teleported to the evil immortal's side. The evil immortal realized that Su Ming was much stronger than before, that one move alone had already revealed some of his strength. She thought to herself that she hadn't accumulated enough resentment yet, and her strength hadn't reached its peak. A head-on confrontation with Su Ming now offered little chance of victory. But on the other hand, she was afraid Su Ming would use tricks. If she didn't act now, she might never have another chance. Just as she was struggling with this dilemma, she saw the fireworks in the sky, and her mind became even more chaotic. Why is he so arrogant? How dare he challenge me like this? No, I can't fight today. So she said, "For General Qingyu's sake, I'll let you off the hook today. Next time, I'll tear manhwa down." With that, the evil immortal vanished. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly terrified. If the evil immortal had really attacked, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When he came down from the demon-suppressing tower, his legs were so weak he collapsed to the ground. The chubby boy hiding behind the tower rushed over and asked, "Su Ming, are you all right?" Su Ming, panting, replied, "I was scared out of my wits just now. Look, my clothes are soaked. If we had really fought, I definitely wouldn't have been a match for him." The chubby boy touched his pants and laughed, "It's good that you're all right." Su Ming was covered in sweat, and his pants were wet, but he certainly looked quite cool just now. He proudly raised his head, confidently declaring, "I told you I'm the most handsome hero in the entire universe. You didn't believe me, now you do, right?" Before he finished speaking, the chubby boy shouted to the sky, "Su Ming is the most handsome man in the entire universe." Su Ming quickly covered his mouth, whispering in his ear, "Keep your voice down. The evil immortal is still nearby, don't let her hear us, or my plan will be ruined. If she comes back, we're doomed." The chubby boy immediately understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly covered his mouth again. At this moment, Tang Qingyue and Longer also gathered around, each grabbing one of Su Ming's arms. Tang Qingyue laughed and said, "You little rascal, you really were handsome just now, the most handsome I've ever seen you." Su Ming pouted, "You didn't say that when I fought the heavenly demon last time." Tang Qingyue laughed back, "So this is the first time, isn't it? Did I say something wrong?" Su Ming thought about it and realized she was right, leaving him speechless for a moment. Longer looked worried. Brother, you really scared the evil immortal away. I was so nervous just now, afraid she would attack you, afraid you'd be in danger, my heart was pounding. Su Ming looked at Longer's pitiful expression, pulled her into his arms, and laughed. My sister understands me best. This remark angered Tang Qingyue, who stomped her foot and kicked Su Ming hard. While the group was talking, the people from Mount Amei suddenly surrounded Su Ming, lifting him high in the air and cheering, "Hero!" Su Ming's vanity was greatly satisfied, he hadn't realized how great it felt to be a hero. After a while, everyone helped Su Ming up from the ground. Little Fatty walked over, carrying a bunch of chicken bones, grinning as he said, "Su Ming, you fought with someone all night, you must be exhausted. I know you love chicken butts and heads, look, I saved them for you." Su Ming gave a wry smile, thinking that he had worked himself to the bone all night, and this was all he got in return. Chapter 107. Have you thought this through? He couldn't help but mutter, I was talking about the chicken. Did you eat it all, kid? The chubby boy chuckled and said, it's all for your own good. I kept the parts you wanted. Pretty loyal, right? What else would be left? Su Ming stomped his foot in anger and turned back to the main hall. The elders smiled when they saw Su Ming. The long-browed elder chuckled and said, Su Ming, you really didn't disappoint us. We got rid of that evil immortal today entirely thanks to you. Everyone praised him repeatedly. Su Ming hurriedly bowed in return, it's nothing, that evil spirit is nothing. But master, if we really fought, I'm not sure I could beat him. The long-browed Taoist smiled slightly, regardless, you scared him away, which means you possess something that he fears. By the way, Chang Ying, which way did that evil spirit run off to? Chang Ying quickly replied, he headed towards Fengdu, and is probably already over 1,000 miles away. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately pressed, isn't Fengdu the Fire Ghost King's territory? What's she doing there? Didn't I deal with the Fire Ghost King? The long-browed Taoist stroked his beard and explained, that evil spirit hasn't fully formed yet, she needs to find a place with particularly strong resentment. Although you've killed the Fire Ghost King, his resentment remains. Now you know why she went to Fengdu, right? Master, senior brother, if that evil immortal absorbs enough resentment in Fengdu, we probably won't be able to defeat her. Why don't we take advantage of this and deal with her now? Someone suggested. The long-browed Taoist sighed, the evil immortal has already transcended the 6 realms, with our current abilities, we simply can't do anything to her. The most important thing right now is to guard the demon-locking tower. Once she gathers all the resentment and joins forces with the heavenly demon king inside the tower, that would be disastrous. Su Ming frowned and asked, Old Man Longbrowed, are we just going to stand by and watch that thing cause trouble? The long-browed Taoist looked at Su Ming, then at his other junior brothers, and said earnestly, it's not that there's no way. Do you all remember the treasure inside the demon sealing tower? If we can get it, perhaps we can deal with the evil immortal. Before he finished speaking, Qingshu interjected, is the sect leader referring to the tranquility bottle that Qingyu lost? The long-browed Taoist nodded, yes, that's it. The demon sealing tower hasn't collapsed all these years thanks to this tranquility bottle. This is one of General Qingyu's personal treasures, which he accidentally dropped to the mortal realm during his battle with the heavenly demon. Upon hearing that it was General Qingyu's treasure, Su Ming's interest was immediately piqued. Since it's something left behind by General Qingyu, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take it out. If I had known you had this treasure, why would I have come here? He cursed the long-browed Taoist inwardly hundreds of times. If he had known there was something like this that could deal with the evil immortal, he wouldn't have been terrified. Su Ming, you may not know, but members of our Amei sect absolutely cannot enter this demon sealing tower, and besides our Amei sect, probably no one can walk out of the demon sealing tower alive. After the long-browed Taoist finished speaking, Xu Pengfei's disciple, Chang Ying, immediately knelt on the ground, cupped his hands, and said, please, masters, expel me from the sect. That way, I will no longer be a member of the Amei sect and can enter the demon-locking tower to retrieve the tranquility bottle. Chang Ying's words stunned everyone. The long-browed Taoist said, Chang Ying, have you thought this through? Chapter 108. Wounded. This is a one-way street. The demon ceiling tower is teeming with demons and monsters. Once you go in, you might not come back. Chang'ing firmly replied, I don't care if I die. If I can contribute to the Ame sect and all living beings, I'm willing to be shattered to pieces. The Taoist priests tried to persuade him, but Chang'ing resolutely said, Masters, please don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up. Please grant my request. After saying this, he knelt down to kowtow, but a hand pressed down on his head. Looking up, he saw Su Ming standing beside him. Su Ming smiled and said, Are you all senile? Chang'ing, you still want to play the hero in front of me? Forgot I'm an outsider? It's most appropriate for me to go and retrieve the tranquility bottle. Several elders, upon hearing this, rose from their chairs and approached Su Ming, saying, Brother Su, the demon locking tower is fraught with danger. You might not even be able to defeat the level 10 demonic beasts inside. Going there rashly is practically suicide. Su Ming smiled and replied easily, Have you forgotten? This tranquility bottle originally belonged to General Qingyu, and I am General Qingyu's successor. Reclaiming what's mine should be easy, right? Besides, solving problems doesn't always require force, you also need to use your brain. Although Su Ming's words made sense, he was ultimately not a member of the Ame sect, and the elders were still worried about his safety. Su Ming and Chang'ing began arguing, each wanting to enter the demon locking tower alone. Seeing their impasse, Taoist Qingshu stood up and said to Su Ming, Brother Su, although we are reluctant to part with Chang'ing, we cannot let you risk your life alone. To be on the safe side, it would be better to wait until Chu Pengfei obtains the water spirit orb. Once we collect all 5 spirit orbs, we can protect the spiritual energy of the demon locking tower. Only then will we be confident. The long-browed Taoist nodded in agreement. Yes, Qingshu is right. Once we gather all 5 spirit pearls, whoever goes to retrieve the tranquility bottle will have a much greater chance of winning. That demon king is strong, but with 5 spirit pearls, we should be able to subdue him. Su Ming, hearing the 2 elders' words, felt anxious and couldn't help but ask, when will Chu Pengfei return? Where is she now? She must be suffering terribly. To be honest, I really want to go find her. This left the long-browed Taoist speechless. He knew this was a test Chu Pengfei had to undergo, but he couldn't say for sure how long it would take. Ziyan escaped from the demon realm, following the scent left by Chu Pengfei. She was conflicted, knowing he might not forgive her, but she still decided to go find him. Soon, she arrived at the execution ground and smelled a peculiar scent, confirming it was Chu Pengfei's scent. But when she saw the bloodstains on the tree stump, her heart clenched painfully. She touched the bloodstains, and the image of him being whipped immediately flashed through her mind, filling her with unbearable heartache. She rushed to the cell. The guard at the door, seeing a young and beautiful girl, stopped her and asked, Who dares to trespass into the prison? Ziyan was a descendant of Nuwa, dealing with these small fry was too easy for her. She gently blew a breath, and the guard's eyes widened in shock. She said coldly, Take me to see Chu Pengfei. The guard followed her into the cell like a puppet on a string. Seeing Chu Pengfei lying on the ground, Ziyan's heart clenched again. She quickly checked his breath, only feeling relieved to confirm he was still alive. She whispered, Pengfei, wake up, it's me, Ziyan. At this moment, Chu Pengfei was severely injured and delirious, repeatedly muttering, Let me suffer for them, I let the evil immortal go, I must take responsibility, it's all because of me. Chapter 109 Why is it you? Why did you save me? Upon hearing this, Ziyan immediately transferred her inner energy to him. As a descendant of Nuwa, she was highly skilled in medicine. Shortly afterward, Chu Pengfei awoke. He opened his eyes and saw Ziyan, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Why is it you? Why did you save me? I don't want to see you right now. Ziyan sensed his resentment and hurriedly explained, Pengfei, listen to me, it's not what you think. I did this for a reason, I just wanted to be with you forever. She did this because she obtained the demon lord's heart of immortality, which would allow her to remain forever young and live with Chu Pengfei. However, Chu Pengfei coldly said, Who you're with now is none of my business. Who you like is your freedom. Miss Ziyan, thank you for saving my life. After hearing his words, Ziyan felt he had become a complete stranger. But she understood, anyone would find it unacceptable to see him in such a state, especially the man she loved most. She said gently, Pengfei, listen to me, I truly have my reasons. I'll tell you in detail later. Please don't treat me like this, okay? Have you forgotten our vows? Chu Pengfei scoffed, his voice icy, what misunderstanding? I saw it with my own eyes, and you still want to deny it? I've already said, from now on we have nothing to do with each other. You go your way, I'll go mine, and we won't bother each other. Miss Ziyan, please have some self-respect. Ziyan's heart skipped a beat. What did you call me? Miss Ziyan? Why do you call me that? She felt the distance between them growing ever wider, as if they had become strangers. Chu Pengfei clearly didn't want to forgive her and turned to leave the cell. Desperate to shake off Ziyan, Chu Pengfei used his flying abilities, but Ziyan clung to him relentlessly. He was terrified of softening his heart and repeating the same mistake, returning to that path of no return. But no matter how fast he sped up, Ziyan remained stubbornly attached to him. Having exhausted all other options, Chu Pengfei used a technique from the Ame sect to immobilize Ziyan, then slowly descended to the ground. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was the demon Lord Qingkong. Ziyan instinctively struggled, but couldn't break free from the spell's restraint. With the demon lord's help, Ziyan finally managed to escape, only to find the demon lord holding her hand. She coldly asked, Have you held me enough? The demon lord quickly released her, but her heart was stirred. She had never understood love before, immersed in her own world, but now, for some reason, she had fallen for this woman. She said, Leave Chu Pengfei and come with me. Ziyan smiled faintly in response, I really didn't expect myself to have such attraction, to actually make the demon lord fall for you. However, give up on that idea. My heart belongs entirely to Chu Pengfei, you can't understand it at all, because you have no feelings. The demon lord seemed to understand, though he didn't understand the meaning of love, he desperately wanted to see Ziyan. Ziyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, realizing that what was inside her should rightfully belong to the demon lord. It seemed the demon lord was truly injured. Seeing Ziyan's state, the demon lord hurriedly asked, My heart is with you. It aches, but I can't feel it. Just kiss me like you did in the demon realm last time. Once you do that, I'll understand feelings. Ziyan's pain intensified, but she needed to escape quickly, so she coldly said, Don't count on it. I won't kiss you again. My heart belongs only to Chu Pengfei. Don't think about it anymore. I won't touch anyone else. Forgive my selfishness, I only love Chu Pengfei. Ziyan turned and left after saying this. The demon lord didn't even have a chance to speak before she disappeared. Standing on high, the demon lord's mind was in turmoil, unable to distinguish between sorrow and joy, his mind filled with Ziyan's image. Meanwhile, Chu Pengfei rushed back to the county government office. The constables saw him and arrested him. To serve as a warning, they made him carry a tree through the streets, whipping him as he went. Ziyan saw this from afar, her heart aching terribly. She knew Chu Pengfei's temper, if she interfered now, he would definitely not forgive her. So she secretly followed him to the county government office. Seeing Chu Pengfei covered in wounds in the cell, Ziyan wanted to use magic to heal him, but he refused. These wounds are my retribution. If you help me again, I'll hurt myself. Chu Pengfei's tone was firm. Ziyan could only withdraw her magic, she knew he meant what he said. Why torture yourself like this? Even if I made a mistake, I couldn't bear to see you suffer. Ziyan's eyes reddened. A flicker of contempt flashed in Chu Pengfei's eyes as he coldly said, This has nothing to do with you. I secretly let that evil immortal go, and now I have to be punished. I want to use my actions to influence everyone and help them break free from the evil immortal's influence as soon as possible. Ziyan gritted her teeth and said firmly, Fine, if you want to move the world, then I'll follow you. No matter where you go in the future, I won't abandon you. Ziyan went to a place filled with resentment, the source of gambling. She patiently tried to persuade those people to reform, but instead disrupted the order and was driven out by a group of thugs. Are you looking for trouble? Try talking nonsense again, and I bet I'll break your legs. The thugs warned her menacingly. Ziyan was pushed to the ground, but she didn't want to use magic against ordinary people, she only wanted to move them with her sincerity. Why bother? What does this have to do with you? Chu Pengfei appeared beside her at some point. Ziyan stood up happily and said resolutely, I said I'd face all of this with you. Since you want to do this, then I'll go with you. After saying that, she grabbed a man who was about to enter the casino and patiently advised him, don't gamble. For your family's sake, this place is the root of all evil. The man hesitated, and the thugs nearby immediately surrounded him. Are you too tired of living? Today we'll show you what's what. The thugs threatened viciously. Just as they were about to make a move, a group of constables suddenly appeared and blocked their way. What do you want? Don't move. With us here, no one can lay a hand on you. Seeing the constables arrive, the men immediately backed away, and Chu Pengfei and Ziyan were taken to the county government office. You've got some nerve, Chu Pengfei. You actually released prisoners without authorization. Do you realize your mistake? Chu Pengfei nodded. He had only intended to atone for these people's sins, so he calmly said, I'm willing to bear all the consequences. You can do whatever you want with me. She painstakingly tried to persuade people to do good and guide them onto the right path. What's wrong with that? You attacked her without even knowing the facts. You're a completely muddle-headed official. Ziyan couldn't help but speak up for Chu Pengfei, which angered the lowly 7th-rank official. Chapter 110, Are you really planning to die? You audacious vixen, how dare you spout such nonsense here? Chu Pengfei, I'll ask you one more time, do you plead guilty? Chu Pengfei nodded again, he was completely resigned to his fate. Fine, since you remain obstinate, according to the law, you are sentenced to be burned at the stake, to be carried out tomorrow at noon. Guards, drag them away and give them 200 lashes before the burning. Seeing Chu Pengfei's resolute attitude, Ziyan hurriedly asked, Are you really planning to die? Chu Pengfei nodded and replied, This is fate. Since I've decided to atone for their sins, I must bear the consequences. Go, I'm not worth it. Ziyan suddenly looked up and shouted, I said, no matter what you choose, I will be with you. Since you've chosen this path, then so will I. With that, Ziyan transformed into a giant python, tightly coiling around Chu Pengfei, leaving everyone present stunned. What do you want? Chu Pengfei completely ignored the babbling of those around him, his gaze softening as he looked at Ziyan. Why bother? Since you're willing to come with me, let's never be apart. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and arrest them. Take them to the fire immediately. The constables were somewhat afraid of Ziyan, but they dared not disobey the magistrate's orders. Soon, Chu Pengfei and Ziyan were taken to the fire and tied to 2 logs. I didn't expect to disappoint you again. You can still regret it now. With your abilities, these people can't hold you back. Ziyan shook her head. Having decided to die with him, how could she live on alone? No, you misunderstood me. To see you again is already a blessing from heaven. As long as you're by my side, I'd do anything for you, even die without regret. Chu Pengfei shook his head. He knew Ziyan's feelings. No need to say more. Since you've made your decision, accept it all. 5.1 Chapter 1. No, I must tell you, or it will be too late. I have no affection for the demon lord. My heart has always belonged only to you. What I did that day was to obtain her immortal heart. Ziyan's words pierced Chu Pengfei's heart like a knife. He threw his head back and laughed wildly. I, Chu Pengfei, am a wicked devil. I don't deserve what you did. May you never meet me again in your next life. Ziyan's eyes were filled with tears. She had dealt with the demon lord Qingkong only to obtain that immortal heart so she could be with Chu Pengfei forever. But now she understood she was wrong, utterly wrong. Chu Pengfei wasn't interested in her appearance, but in her entire being. Understanding this now seemed too late. No, I will find you again in the next life, I will never let go, life after life. I have never regretted it, not now, and not in the future. The two closed their eyes, and a great fire erupted, the thick smoke blinding them. They could have escaped, but Chu Pengfei, to atone for his sins, preferred to be burned to death, and Ziyan, because of Chu Pengfei, didn't want to live alone if he were gone. At this critical moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the sky, a dark shadow swooped down, and the two disappeared from the execution ground. They were saved by the demon Lord Qingkong, who hid them in the purple bamboo forest. Ever since his intimate relationship with Ziyan, the demon lord had always thought of her. Seeing them about to commit suicide, he had no choice but to intervene. Meanwhile, Su Ming was comfortably taking a bath. He had been quite happy these past few days. Without the evil immortal's interference, he was living a carefree life on Mount Amei. Suddenly, he sensed a figure moving. Turning his head, he saw the demon lord standing beside him. Chapter 111. Only Chu Pengfei can find the water spirit orb. Are you out of your mind? Couldn't you have given me a heads up before coming? Did you have to come while I was taking a bath? The demon lord turned to Su Ming and said, Chu Pengfei and Ziyan are in the purple bamboo forest. They're in danger. Go and bring them back immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Ming almost jumped out of the bath, but remembering he was naked, he sat back down. You mean Chu Pengfei is in the purple bamboo forest? What happened to them? The demon lord Qingkong didn't want to elaborate, but instead asked, Xingyu, do you know what to do when someone is in the most pain? In the demon lord Qingkong's heart, perhaps only Xingyu truly mattered. Although they were rivals, they were also each other's closest confidants. The demon lord's thoughts were simple. As a peak powerhouse in the demon realm, no one dared challenge his position, and he had never felt any attraction to women. But now, even he himself was wondering why he kept thinking about that woman. Su Ming, who was taking a bath, didn't hear the demon lord's words clearly and casually replied, Why should I tell you? No reason. The demon lord, Qingkong, shook her head with a bitter smile upon hearing this. As a warrior, she shouldn't have fallen for a woman, but this time she had suffered a complete defeat, and an unprecedented sense of loss welled up inside her. Then, she flapped her wings and flew into the distance, disappearing instantly. Su Ming was completely bewildered by the demon lord's actions, wondering what she was up to. However, Chu Pengfei's safety was indeed important, so she quickly dressed and rushed to the long-browed Taoist's hall. Having just heard Su Ming recount the events, Chang'ing immediately stepped forward and said, Master, let me go save senior brother. He's in danger, we can't abandon him. The long-browed Taoist calculated with his fingers and said to Su Ming and the elders, It should be fine. Chu Pengfei will obtain the water spirit orb within 3 days. Chang'ing, go to the purple bamboo forest and bring senior brother back. He should be back soon. Chang'ing accepted the order and immediately set off for the purple bamboo forest. Meanwhile, Ziyan slowly awoke. Looking at the still unconscious Chu Pengfei, she had many things she wanted to say to him. She didn't know if they were still alive or had already gone to another world. It wasn't until she heard Changying's voice from the sky that she realized she was still alive. Senior brother, you really are here. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. Upon hearing the voice, Ziyan quickly got up from the ground and stood in front of Chu Pengfei. Miss Ziyan, please step aside. I need to take my senior brother back. No, absolutely not. I won't allow you to hurt him again. Miss Ziyan, my senior brother is from the Amei sect. The demon-suppressing tower is about to collapse. As a member of the Amei sect, he has a responsibility to go back and protect the tower, so please don't stop me. I don't care what you're saying. I only know he's the person I love most, and I will protect him from any harm from now on. Ziyan had already decided that she would never let Chu Pengfei return to Amei with Chang'ing. If you continue to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as the two were about to fight, Chu Pengfei woke up from his unconsciousness and hurriedly shouted, Stop! What are you doing? Stop right now. Hearing Chu Pengfei's words, the two stopped fighting. Chang'ing quickly stepped forward and said, Senior brother, the demon-suppressing tower is swaying. We must find 5 spirit orbs to seal it. Now. Chang Ying came to find Chu Pengfei, saying that Master had sent him to deliver a message, saying that only Chu Pengfei could find the water spirit orb. Chapter 112. Is love really that important? This completely baffled Chu Pengfei. He had never even seen the water spirit orb before, so why would his master say such a thing? Why am I the only one who can find it? Chu Pengfei asked. Chang Ying was also confused, so he said, "Senior brother, you'll know once you see the sect leader's image." As he spoke, Chang Ying took out his jade pendant, recited a spell, and the image of the long-browed Taoist appeared. Pengfei, life always involves making choices, and sometimes choosing is harder than not choosing. Don't blame your master for being selfish before and not telling you everything. It was because I was afraid you would suffer too much. But now that Ame is facing a once-in-a-century event, it's time to tell you. Chu Pengfei listened, realizing there was still so much he didn't know. Before he could speak, Ziyin beside him became anxious. "Stop talking, long-browed Taoist. Isn't this too cruel?" The long-browed Taoist sighed and said, "Miss Ziyin, if I didn't care about these things, I would have told you long ago. Some things have been kept in my heart for too long, it's time for him to know." This conversation made Chu Pengfei feel that they were definitely hiding something. Now he's only thinking about dying, about taking responsibility for his mistakes, nothing else matters to him. "Sect leader, just say what you have to say. I don't want to be kept in the dark anymore. I have the right to know what's really going on," Chu Pengfei said. "Alright, I'll tell you today. You and Ziyin have a daughter. When she was born, Ziyin froze her with a spirit pearl, because only the spirit pearl could save her life. But now you have to choose between the spirit pearl and her. That's what I meant by the choice I mentioned earlier. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you," the long-browed Taoist said. Chu Pengfei turned to look at Ziyin, who lowered her head and said, "I'll take you to see her now." Their daughter was named Fair, and she had always been cared for by the Holy Maiden. Soon, they returned to the Manhwa temple and saw Fair. Under Lingzhu's care, Fair had grown into a lively and adorable child. Ziyin told Chu Pengfei everything. She didn't want to hide it anymore. Although she knew Chu Pengfei might hate her if she told him, she couldn't be happy hiding it for too long. She really didn't want to lie to the person she loved anymore. That's how it is. I've been a selfish woman from beginning to end. Whether it's Fair or the heart of immortality I obtained from the Demon Lord, it was all for the sake of pursuing my love. I didn't think about what others thought, I only thought about being with you. You must hate me terribly right now." Chu Pengfei shook his head after listening. He felt neither anger nor resentment, calmly replying, "How could I hate you? It's all because of love, how could it turn into hatred? I know you're sincere towards me. If I still hate you, I wouldn't be a man." Ziyin hadn't expected Chu Pengfei to be so magnanimous. She had thought that after saying those words, Chu Pengfei would never speak to her again, but the outcome was far from her expectations. "What do you plan to do next? You have to choose between the water spirit pearl and Fair. I know you must be feeling terrible, just like I am now. She is, after all, our daughter, and I truly hope she can live a good life." Chu Pengfei already had a plan in mind. Although Fair was his own daughter, for the sake of the world, he had no other choice. "Let's send Fair to Mount Ame. Perhaps our masters can extend her life. The water spirit pearl must be sent. For the sake of the people, we must not let the demons in the demon-suppressing tower wreak havoc on humanity. Our little matter is nothing, the safety of the people is paramount." Although Ziyin had guessed this outcome, hearing Chu Pengfei say it himself still left her feeling somewhat disappointed. However, since it was his decision, she had nothing to say. "Alright, I'll listen to you. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Let's send her to Mount Ame. Whether she lives or dies depends on her fate. For the sake of the people, we have no other choice. I'll go back to Mount Ame with you now." After discussing it, the two immediately set off for Mount Ame. Ziyin stood at the bow of the boat, her heart filled with unsettling emotions. She truly couldn't bear to part with Fair. In the days without Chu Pengfei, Fair had stayed by her side until the very end. Now, Fair is critically ill, and she is powerless to help. This kind of pain, perhaps only a mother can understand. Chu Pengfei stared intently at Fei. She was his own child. How could he bear to send her to a May? Are you really sure? Ziyan wanted to plead one last time, but Chu Pengfei's mind was made up. He nodded, and although he didn't speak, Ziyan understood his thoughts. Fine, I understand your decision. Like I said, I'll listen to you. After Ziyan finished speaking, she turned and left the room, with the holy maiden hurriedly following. Are you really so heartless as to sacrifice Fei? She's your own daughter. The holy maiden and Fei had been together for hundreds of years, their bond deep. Naturally, she didn't want Chu Pengfei and Ziyan to send Fei to a May, but Fei was, after all, their own daughter. What decision could she make? For the safety of the people, for saving the common folk, this is the only way. Ziyan said. After hearing this, the holy maiden sneered, You're a strange person. When you should be thinking of yourself, you always think of the world. When you should be thinking of the world, you only think of yourself. Is Fei just a sacrifice for you all? Ziyan's feelings were complicated at this moment, and hearing the holy maiden's words, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. I admit that I was wrong before, so now I want to make up for my past mistakes. I don't want to be a selfish person anymore. From today onwards, I will also do my part for the world. You really think so? Is saving the world more important than your own daughter? The holy maiden's words were barbed, making Ziyan very uncomfortable. Ziyan sighed, We've known each other for so long, we're as close as sisters, why do you always like to be sarcastic? The holy maiden was furious and poured out all her grievances. If I didn't understand you, I wouldn't indulge you like this. Sometimes I think you're utterly annoying, and other times I think you're the most pitiful. Is love really that important? For it, you'd abandon everything, even your own child. Besides, do you think this ship will reach Amay safely? Ziyan's heart tightened. Was something terrible about to happen? She hurriedly asked the holy maiden, You're much more capable than me. Tell me quickly, what will happen next? The holy maiden didn't answer. She truly didn't understand Ziyan's choice. Fei was someone she had raised herself, the two had a deep bond. She couldn't comprehend Ziyan's decision. Ziyan watched the holy maiden's departing figure, knowing she resented her, but she wouldn't change her mind. She would do whatever Chu Pengfei said. The weather turned against them, a sudden gale arose, and countless bolts of lightning struck the spaceship. Chang'ing rushed out to check, and Ziyan and the holy maiden also used their magic, but the spaceship was still badly damaged. Chang'ing could only find a place to land. Chapter 113 Wouldn't that be better? Meanwhile, Ming and little Fatty were roasting chicken in front of the demon ceiling tower. Even though Ming was about to go to the demon ceiling tower, he was still as carefree as ever. Ming, are you really going into that tower? I heard the old demon inside is incredibly fierce. I'm worried for you, little Fatty said anxiously. Ming smiled and replied, Don't be afraid, I have my ways. Why are you so nervous? I'm not afraid, why are you? Don't worry, let fate decide. Besides, that bottle was originally mine. What's so difficult about getting it back? Even so, little Fatty was still uneasy. They had grown up together, and although they weren't blood brothers, their bond was stronger than that of blood brothers. If you insist on going in, I'll go with you. It's better to be brave with you than to be scared outside. Ming understood little Fatty's feelings and was touched as a friend. He patted little Fatty on the shoulder, Don't worry, I'm fine. There are still 3 days left. Once Chu Pengfei finds the water spirit orb, we'll have 5. What are we afraid of then? As for you, you need to stay outside and look after Tang Qingyue and longer. Don't cause any more trouble. Ming didn't let little Fatty come along, mainly because he was afraid it would distract him. Little Fatty's skills were okay for dealing with minor demons, but there were many more demonic beasts in the tower. Even he wasn't confident in his abilities, how could he let him take the risk? Suddenly, the jade pendant at his waist glowed. This was his secret communication method with Li Shui. Remembering that he hadn't contacted her in a long time, he made an excuse to go to a corner. Shuer, long time no see. You look even more beautiful. Li Shui saw Su Ming and immediately perked up, smiling broadly. You're still so glib, so annoying. When are you coming back? Have you been having a good time out there and forgotten all about us? Su Ming lowered his head, thinking for a moment. He'd been away from home for over 2 years and hadn't contacted Li Shui more than 3 times. He felt a pang of guilt and said, Shuer, I'm sorry, you've all suffered these past few days. I'll come back to see you after I'm done with this. By the way, has anything happened at the palace? Did anyone bully you while I was away? Li Shui shook her head. Tianlong Palace was located in a remote area, sparsely populated, and renowned. No one dared to make a fuss about her. No, not at all. It's just that my sisters and I miss you terribly. I don't care anymore, I'm coming to find you within 3 days. If you don't come back, I'll come looking for you. Li Shui couldn't bear the torment of loneliness any longer. With 2 important men in her life absent, she felt incredibly lonely, spending her days aimlessly. Hearing Li Shui say she was coming to find him, Su Ming panicked. He already had Tang Qingyue by his side. If Li Shui came, the situation would definitely be awkward. Su Ming didn't tell her the truth, not intentionally, but simply because he felt the time wasn't right. No, my wife, how about this? I'll go back to find you immediately, but I must be back within 3 days. The demon ceiling tower is very dangerous now. If those monsters escape, the people will be in trouble. Hearing Su Ming agree, Li Shui beamed with joy. It seemed Su Ming still cared about her. Alright, then I'll tell the sisters now that I'll treat you to a welcome back dinner tonight. Time was tight, and Su Ming didn't want to delay, but before leaving, he had to tell Tang Qingyue, so he went to her room. At that moment, Tang Qingyue was teaching longer embroidery when Su Ming pushed the door open and entered. Tang Qingyue immediately said, You enter a girl's room without even knocking? What if we were changing clothes? Su Ming chuckled and said with a grin, Wouldn't that be even better? It would be perfect for broadening my horizons. Chapter 114 Look. My husband is back. Dream on. Tang Qingyue was already used to Su Ming's nonchalant attitude. I'm going out for a couple of days. I just came to say hello. I'm leaving soon. Hearing that Su Ming was leaving, Tang Qingyue and Longer quickly put down their needlework and asked, Where are you going? Aren't you taking us with you? Su Ming shook his head and explained, To Tianlong Palace. That place is 1,000,000 miles away, it's my hometown. I'm just going back to take care of some small matters. I have to be back within 3 days, it's inconvenient to take you with me. Tang Qingyue nodded, understanding that it would indeed take up his time, and said, Okay, go and come back quickly, Longer and I will wait for you here. Although she looked reluctant, Tang Qingyue was sensible and knew that Su Ming wouldn't abandon them unless it was an emergency. Brother, you will definitely come back, right? I'm so afraid that one day you'll leave and never come back, Longer said with some worry. Silly girl, how could I bear to leave you behind and run away? I'm just going back to take care of some things, I'll be back soon. Maybe by the time you finish this, I'll be home. Su Ming reached for the embroidery, examined it, and then carefully placed it back. After saying goodbye to them, he mounted his demon-suppressing sword and flew towards Tianlong Palace. It took him quite a while, most of the day, to reach the Yin-Yang River. This river and Tianlong Palace were a beautiful sight to behold. Once he crossed it, he would be home. However, because of a barrier in the air, he could only cross by boat. Just as dawn broke, the sun emerged from the eastern clouds, illuminating the lake's surface, making the water so clear that he could see everything beneath. Standing on the shore, Su Ming saw some strange fish, resembling sea serpents, about 70 or 80 centimeters long, with grayish-white bellies and golden lines on their sides, quite beautiful. He had lived here for decades, knowing the surrounding plants and trees by heart, yet this was the first time he had ever seen such fish. So he caught a few, put them in a bag, and took them home. Before he knew it, the sun was high in the sky, and the lake had changed. The once boundless lake suddenly revealed a pebble path leading to a magnificent palace in the distance. Su Ming returned to his long-lost home, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had been away for 2 years, wondering what his family had become. Look! It's my husband back. Yes, it's him. Let's go greet him. Several ladies stood before Su Ming, and he went forward to embrace them one by one. Su Ming was overjoyed, for he found these ladies still so young and beautiful. Time seemed to have left no trace on them. Master, what have you been up to for the past 2 years? We all thought you didn't want us anymore. Master, please don't leave again this time. Life without you is unbearable. Everyone chattered incessantly when Li Shui emerged from behind. It wasn't that she didn't want to see Su Ming, but she had just spent some time getting ready and hadn't expected Su Ming to arrive so hastily. Shuer, I'm back. Li Shui walked to Su Ming's side, touched his face, and said gently, Look at you, you're even darker from the sun. Are you hungry? Go inside and eat. Upon entering the house, Su Ming, of course, didn't stand on ceremony. Perhaps seeing the ladies happy, or perhaps he was genuinely starving, he ate 3 large bowls of rice in one meal. Seeing him eat so voraciously, the ladies covered their mouths and chuckled. Master, have you been unable to find rice outside? You look so eager, as if you've just returned from wandering the streets. Chapter 115, Taking It Personally. Yes, eat slowly, don't choke. Seeing the ladies' cheerful faces, Su Ming smiled and said, There's a saying, a beautiful woman is like jade, making one's appetite whetted. Seeing you all makes me want to eat more. I must fill my stomach today, I still have work to do tonight. The ladies understood the implication in his words and immediately blushed. You haven't been back for 2 years, how come you've learned to be so glib? Who told you to do work tonight? Su Ming stayed at Li Shui's place for 2 days, spending almost every day with her. The other ladies were a little envious. However, Li Shui was a sensible person. Knowing she shouldn't monopolize Su Ming, she voluntarily locked the door. Su Ming naturally understood her meaning. The happy days passed quickly, and 2 days later, Su Ming had to leave. Although the women were reluctant to see him go, Su Ming knew that the situation at the demon locking tower was urgent. It wasn't the time for romance. Husband, when are you coming back? 2 years have passed since you left. Do you expect us to wait this long again? The women asked, their faces filled with disappointment. Su Ming smiled and comforted them, saying, Don't worry, I'll come to see you often. Once the demon sealing tower matter is resolved, I'll come back and spend every day with you. Don't go around flirting with other women outside, and don't come back with another woman, or we won't let you off the hook. The women warned, half-jokingly. Su Ming secretly chuckled, glad he hadn't mentioned Tang Qingyue and Longer to them. If they knew, they'd tear him apart. Meanwhile, Chen Jiying spent a whole day repairing the boat. Chu Pengfei, however, seemed completely lost in thought, holding Fei all day, unable to get enough of looking at her. After all, he was their own child, they shared an unbreakable bond. Seeing Chu Pengfei like this, Ziyan understood his pain. For the sake of the people, Chu Pengfei had made this difficult choice. Ziyan didn't know what to say and could only watch him silently. In Su Ming's absence, Tang Qingyue felt a deep sense of loss. Usually, Su Ming was always chattering around, which sometimes annoyed her, but now that he was gone, she felt a strange emptiness. Sister Tang, are you missing your brother again? Longer appeared beside her at some point. You too, right? That annoying guy, he's always a nuisance when he's around, but when he's gone, I feel incredibly sad. Tang Qingyue sighed. Longer nodded in agreement, her excitement even stronger than Tang Qingyue's. If I'm not mistaken, brother should be back today. Shall we wait for him at the door? Tang Qingyue smiled, took Longer's arm, and they went outside together. Soon, Su Ming's figure appeared in the sky. Longer excitedly pointed to the sky, Sister Tang, look, brother's back. Tang Qingyue looked closely and saw that it really was Su Ming arriving on his sword. She unconsciously took 2 steps forward. You two weren't waiting for me here, were you? It's only been 2 days, and you've already missed me this much. Su Ming said with a smile. TCH, we're just sunbathing. What are you thinking? We don't have time to think about you. Without your chatter in my ear, life is so peaceful. Tang Qingyue said lightly. Su Ming had long understood Tang Qingyue's personality. He knew she actually missed him, but just didn't say it. Since that's the case, I'm going to find little fatty. I haven't seen him for days, and I really miss him. With that, Su Ming turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Qingyue stomped her foot in anger. Couldn't you say something nice to coax us? She couldn't help but complain. Longer chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by the two's bickering. Su Ming circled around several times before finally finding little fatty at the foot of the demon ceiling tower. It hadn't been long since they parted, and he already missed the guy quite a bit. Su Ming, you're back. That's wonderful. While you were gone, I guarded this demon ceiling tower without leaving for a moment. Little fatty said excitedly. Su Ming believed little fatty wouldn't lie and immediately replied, I knew my little fatty was the most reliable. By the way, what are you doing? It smells amazing. Little fatty scratched his head sheepishly and stepped aside. Su Ming then noticed that he was starting a fire. The chicken on it was already cooked, and the aroma was irresistible. Were you waiting for me, or were you roasting chicken? This smells so tempting. Half for each of us is perfect. I haven't eaten yet. Su Ming said with a smile. Little fatty took the chicken down, tore it in two, and handed one to Su Ming. Brother, I knew you'd be back today, so I roasted it especially for you. How about that? Pretty good, right? Su Ming took the chicken and started eating. In times of crisis, you have to rely on your brothers. Those women are unreliable. Perhaps he was very hungry. Su Ming quickly finished his portion of chicken. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly called out to little fatty, Fatty, look behind you, what's that? Little fatty paused, turned around, but saw nothing. When he turned back, the chicken in his hand was already in Su Ming's. Su Ming, look, the Taoist priest is here. Little fatty shouted, quick-witted. Su Ming didn't believe him at all, continuing to stuff chicken into his mouth until the long-browed Taoist's voice came. Brother Su, life's not bad, is it? Old man, what brings you here? Tomorrow we're entering the demon-locking tower. The outcome is uncertain. I can't go on an empty stomach. By the way, have you all decided? Who's going into the demon-locking tower? Su Ming asked between bites. The long-browed Taoist smiled and said, I've already decided, I'll go to the demon-locking tower. The problem lies with me. If Chang'ing can risk his life, why can't I? Su Ming nodded repeatedly in agreement. Su Ming stared at Changmei, his voice filled with anxiety. Old man, what are you thinking? You absolutely can't go. What will happen to Amei if something happens to you? Amei can't do without its pillar of strength, don't take the risk. Su Ming understood that Changmei was the backbone of Amei. If something happened to him, Amei would be thrown into chaos. He absolutely couldn't let Changmei personally take the lead. Changmei, however, remained calm and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've already entrusted all of Amei's affairs to Qingshu, he'll handle it. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately shook his head. Don't mention that long-nosed Taoist priest, he's good for nothing except getting angry. Changmei knew Su Ming was joking, so he replied with a smile, all right, it's settled then. The demon ceiling tower is fraught with danger. I'm the most skilled among us, so naturally it should be me. Su Ming immediately panicked, no. Old man, have you thought about this? If you go in and take care of the Demon King, that's fine, but what if you lose? How embarrassing. You're the head of the Amei sect, why should you do this yourself? Changmei looked at Su Ming, knowing he was doing it for his own good, and said firmly, precisely because I'm the head, this is my job. This Demon King incident was my fault to begin with, so don't try to persuade me anymore. I've already made up my mind. Chapter 116 Who's the coward and who's the hero? Only they know. Seeing Changmei's resolute attitude, Su Ming quickly added, Old man, don't forget, the demon ceiling tower doesn't allow Amei sect members to enter. You're the sect leader, how can you break Amei's millennia-old rules? Changmei frowned upon hearing this, seemingly hesitant. Amei did indeed have this rule, otherwise he wouldn't be so conflicted. Seeing that Su Ming had hit the nail on the head, he immediately continued, Old man, don't worry about it. This opportunity to show your face is mine. Don't forget, even the evil immortal escaped through me, I'm not entirely uninvolved. Let me try this time. Chang Mei wavered slightly, having to admit that Su Ming's words made sense. At this moment, Su Ming smiled again. Master Chang Mei, aren't you a fortune teller? Tell me, will I be able to return safely this time? Chang Mei then realized he had almost forgotten about this and began to calculate with his fingers. Su Ming waved his hand. What's the big deal? No matter the outcome, I'm going in to try. Some things in this world are worth risking everything for. This is my mission. It's settled then. I need to go back and prepare. With that, Su Ming turned and left. Long Mei watched his retreating figure and smiled slightly. Perhaps only Su Ming could retrieve that tranquilizing bottle. His biggest worry right now was Chu Pengfei. This choice was too difficult for Long Mei. He didn't know if he could overcome that hurdle in his heart. After leaving, Su Ming didn't rest. He wove a soft armor from vines. Although he feared nothing, it was better to be prepared. Brother, you can't go into the demon locking tower. I've been sealed there for over 1,000 years, I know how terrifying it is. Promise me you won't go in, okay? Longer appeared beside Su Ming at some point, her face filled with worry. Sister, relax. Look, my armor is almost finished. Your brother can handle anything, don't worry. Su Ming replied with a smile. Despite Su Ming's words, Longer was still uneasy. She had been sealed there for thousands of years and never wanted to experience that again. But? Alright, no more buts. I know the demon sealing tower is dangerous, but someone has to go. The true martial scripture is already incomplete, and what Wu Zhan is using is the complete version bestowed upon the martial king by the emperor. An elder with a white beard stroked his beard, his tone revealing understanding. Su Ming was furious, wanting nothing more than to smash these people to pieces. But the opponent's palm had already pressed down, the invisible pressure making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He tried his best to break free, but found that he couldn't escape the reach of that palm. Crack! A sharp pain shot through Su Ming's lower back, his ribs protruding. He couldn't help but cry out, but the humiliation he felt prevented him from admitting defeat. Celestial scripture, circulate. He roared in a low voice, his blood rapidly flowing, his body quickly recovering, and his strength suddenly increasing. Ha, injured so quickly? The descendants of the Su family are nothing special, defeated in just a few moves. Someone mocked. Just admit defeat, struggling is useless. Your life is more important, don't be stubborn. The others echoed, as if Su Ming was already destined to lose. But how could Su Ming let these people succeed? In his eyes, these people were just small fry, utterly insignificant. If he didn't fight seriously, they would think he was a weak prey. The Wu family elder sneered, "You're no match for us. Admitting defeat now will do you the best. We're magnanimous and won't pursue the matter." Su Ming wiped the blood from his mouth, a cold glint in his eyes. They could mock him, but they could never insult his family. In his heart, family was the highest honor, and his father was his hero. No one could violate him. However, his injuries were severe, a direct confrontation was unwise. Blood dripped continuously, revealing the outlines of his internal organs, a horrifying sight. At that moment, a man in white suddenly descended from the sky, his face cold and filled with murderous intent. Seeing his child injured, his eyes held no smile, only boundless rage. After all, children are always the apple of their parents' eye. Zhao Hao, Su Ming's father, immediately stepped in front of Su Ming, glaring at the group opposite him. "You people are utterly shameless. How dare you bully a member of the Su family? You're all so old, what kind of skill is it to bully a little kid?" Hearing that his son was injured, Su Ming's father rushed over. He thought to himself, his son can handle this himself, no one else should touch him. The second elder, who was following closely behind Su Ming, saw the situation was getting out of hand and quickly stopped the patriarch. "Patriarch, please calm down, don't be impulsive. This child is very talented, even the Wu family can't hurt him. They are from the Wu family, we can't afford to offend them. Let's just bear with it." These words enraged Su Ming's father even more. Am I just supposed to stand by and watch my son be bullied? The Wu family means nothing to me. Even the emperor can't bully my son. Su Ming was already badly beaten, yet the second elder was still urging him to swallow his anger. In truth, the second elder was eager to use this opportunity to get rid of Su Ming, as he had never liked him. Seeing the patriarch's outburst, the second elder continued his rambling. Why not let them take this opportunity to kill Su Ming? That way, our Su family will have less trouble and more peace. Chapter 122 Annihilation. Su Ming looked at his father with expectant eyes, afraid his father would listen and abandon him. But he couldn't control himself. Su Ming's father was furious, staring at the second elder in disbelief. If I abandoned my son because I was afraid of the Wu family, how could I face anyone afterward? What you're saying is all nonsense. Is that your son lying on the ground? Back when I was besieged, you did the same thing. If I hadn't been strong enough, this position would have been held by someone else long ago. Today, I will never abandon my son. I'm so disappointed in you all. You only think of yourselves, a bunch of useless trash. Suyu's brows furrowed deeply, his face filled with displeasure, instantly transforming into an aura of dominance, as if no one could approach him. The second elder wanted to say more, but saw Suyu leap up and fly away. Suyu raced through the air, all the painful memories of the past surfacing, the piercing pain like a nightmare that wouldn't go away. He didn't want his son to suffer like him, nor did he want his son to be left with psychological trauma. So he ran as fast as he could, shouting in his heart, I must save that brat Su Ming today, no matter what. Thinking this, he quickened his pace and finally stood beside Su Ming. Su Ming was drenched in sweat, panting, his energy nearly depleted. Behind Su Ming, the Wu family members relentlessly pursued him, seemingly determined to finish him off completely. Su Ming was exhausted, swaying unsteadily, feeling as if he would faint the moment he closed his eyes. He gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at them, his voice hoarse but resolute, You despicable villains, this fighting style is unfair. I will never tolerate you insulting my father. Su Ming took out something radiating spiritual energy from the small box containing the treasure and quickly swallowed it. The moment it entered his stomach, his body was instantly filled with power, the energy in his abdomen fluctuating violently, and his face turned bright red. But this power was too overwhelming, he couldn't control it at all. Coupled with his already weakened state, he coughed up blood. The more anxious he became, the less he could control it. The more Su Ming tried to stabilize the power, the weaker he felt. Haste makes waste. At this moment, Wu Tian looked at him, a hint of goodwill in his eyes. Su Ming thought, his father was so powerful back then, he could definitely do it too. Wasn't what he was facing now exactly what his father had experienced? Elder Wu couldn't hold back any longer. He struck out with a palm, coldly saying, This brat won't live much longer. I might as well send him on his way now. Su Ming felt a giant golden hand smash down on him, knocking him to the ground. Then a huge rock flew up and struck the giant hand. The rock shattered instantly, but the giant hand didn't stop, continuing to approach Su Ming. Su Ming coughed up another mouthful of blood, his injuries were extremely severe. He felt his meridians were about to break, his internal organs seemed displaced, and his back almost snapped. His face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was very weak. Elder Wu's voice was icy cold, Su Zhan's son will die today. Su Ming was once again struck down from the sky by that giant hand, his blood dripping around him. Elder Wu's strength was terrifying, even a casual movement could unleash tremendous energy. Su Ming struggled to raise his head, trying to remind them of past kindness. You were all people my father spared before, why are you now trying to kill me? Chapter 123 You guys are being so disloyal. You're being incredibly disloyal. But the Wu family members only grinned maliciously, their faces contorted with ferocity, like demons. One of them sneered, He's barely clinging to life now. Let's just finish him off and avoid future trouble. Another chimed in, Yes, absolutely not. We can't let him live. Elder Wu raised his hand again, holding a long sword stained with bright red blood. Su Ming's heart tightened, he knew this was a powerful magical weapon. Elder Wu sneered, Before Su Zhan became famous, I dominated this region with this sword. countless people have died by my blade. Another life today, Sujan's son. Makes me truly happy, ha ha ha. He laughed triumphantly, gripping the long sword, his eyes fixed fiercely on Su Ming, and suddenly thrust it forward. The sword strike was incredibly powerful, seemingly capable of destroying mountains and severing everything. Su Ming was already extremely weak, his body almost falling apart. Faced with this fatal blow, he was powerless to resist and could only resign himself to fate. He cursed inwardly, "Damn system, wake up! If you don't help, you won't have an easy time after I die. The first thing I'll do after I die is blow you up." Logically, the system shouldn't be ignoring him at this point. There was still one hope, that the ancestor would appear. If the ancestor were present, all the problems could be solved. But where was the ancestor now? Everything seemed so unattainable. The long sword was swung, and the entire world seemed to collapse. The old man from the Wu family laughed, saying confidently, "It's time to end this." His smile was somewhat frightening. Another old man also breathed a sigh of relief, "It is time to end this. If this kid grows up and becomes as reckless as his father, it'll be troublesome later. It's better to finish him off now to avoid future problems." To prevent Su Ming from retaliating, the four old men concentrated their spiritual energy, forming a dark cloud that covered 10 miles. The sky became extremely dark, and thunder roared, as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved the dark cloud, and the pitch-black sky suddenly became as bright as day, as if the eyes of heaven had opened. The old man from the Wu family panicked a little. "What's going on?" A voice was heard from behind the dark cloud. "You little things, how dare you go against Su Ming? Who gave you the guts? Are you as bold as a bear or a leopard?" The shadow slowly approached, carrying a terrifying power. Wu Tian's face was very ugly. He hadn't expected Su Ming to have such a powerful person hidden within him. He mustered his courage and asked, "Senior, may I ask who you are? Although I don't know you, if you're willing to spare this child, I can find you another body." Wu Tian quickly bowed, trying to quell the other's anger. Su Ming could sense the power of this formidable figure. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he felt that this powerful figure might be hiding within his body. Now Su Ming was almost at his limit. If he could find another body for himself, this powerful figure might spare him. Hearing this, the fox spirit smiled, saying to Su Ming with a contemptuous tone, "Little brother, look at their attitude, they're willing to find me a better body. Think back to when you refused. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have asked someone else." Su Ming certainly wouldn't ask the fox spirit for help, he knew it was a joke. But now was no time for jokes. Su Ming was furious. Chapter 124. This guy is truly loyal and righteous. He clearly saw through everything, so why hadn't the fox spirit stepped forward to speak up? Those people had just insulted his father and beaten him up like this. Su Ming couldn't hold back any longer. "Since they're so familiar, you can try," Su Ming said coldly. The fox spirit rolled her eyes, revealing a charming smile, and said, "Humph, I think you're the only one in this world who doesn't know any better." Although the fox spirit was a very powerful figure, she was no match for Su Ming. Su Ming directly ordered, "What are you waiting for? Break the limbs of those 4 people in front of you, make them wish they were dead." The fox spirit nodded seriously and helped Su Ming up. "You rest first, I'll deal with them. I'll grant you all your wishes." Okay. Su Ming replied weakly. Before Su Ming could even glance at the fox spirit again, she immediately entered battle mode. With the fox spirit's help, Su Ming could finally catch his breath. Those people had just tormented him to the point of near collapse. His spirit was broken, and his soul felt like it was about to dissipate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned the fox fairy. The fox fairy's fate was intertwined with Su Ming's. Su Ming's words were a reminder that they were in cahoots. Without Su Ming, the fox fairy would have to find a new body to inhabit. The fox fairy glared coldly at the 4 elders, her voice icy. "What did you just say? What do you take me for? What you promised me is worthless to me." With that, the fox fairy burst into maniacal laughter, a laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. Then, under the fox fairy's control, Su Ming's body was surrounded by lightning, like the claws of a demon. The fox fairy waved her hand, and lightning crashed down. The four elders had never seen anything like it before and quickly retreated several steps. The enemy before them was too strange, they dared not let their guard down. The elders of the Iceheart sect, realizing that retreat was futile, launched the first attack, chanting incantations and conjuring countless ice shards in their hands, preparing to meet the challenge. The sky instantly turned pitch black as 12 icy pillars crashed down from the void, embedding themselves in the ground. Extreme frost ice pillars. Simultaneously, the Wu family elder summoned a golden, radiant Arhat, and the Wang family elder wielded a flaming longsword, both unleashing powerful spiritual energy. The Sure family elder was not to be outdone, his entire body covered in rock. But to Fox Fairy, these were nothing but child's play. He said calmly, "Your skills are far too rudimentary." Fox Fairy had fought against immortals and drunk and chatted with the demon lord. These things were as commonplace to him as eating and drinking. He casually grabbed a bolt of lightning, flicked it lightly, and the ice pillars shattered, the rocks crumbled to dust, and the longsword instantly turned to powder. Elder Wu was stunned. What realm is this? Elder Wu knew Su Ming's strength very well. This was definitely not something Su Ming could have done, let alone caused such destruction. But the power within Su Ming was too terrifying, making Elder Wu wonder if he was some kind of legendary immortal demon. Before they could recover, Fox Fairy spoke again, "You're courting death." A giant hand appeared out of thin air, sealing off the entire space, freezing the four elders in place. They quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Senior, spare our lives. Our master is a venerable 1 inch. Before he could finish speaking, Elder Wu coughed up blood, his injuries severe. Venerable one. Fox Fairy didn't care at all. Elder Wu, still unwilling to give up, continued to plead, "King Wu was my senior, venerable one." Fox Fairy nodded, "Many kings died by my hand back then, I can't recall any seniors from your family." Clearly, Fox Fairy didn't take Elder Wu seriously at all. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised a massive, overwhelming hand, and the four elders were slammed to the ground, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. Elder Wu was utterly disappointed. They had just been boasting about who would become the overlord of the world, but now they realized they couldn't even defeat Su Ming. Elder Wu wished he could tell his descendants never to provoke Su Ming again, because he was not someone the Wu family could afford to offend. In the blink of an eye, all four elders were injured, Elder Wu being the most severely wounded, his face as white as paper. He stared at Su Ming in terror, realizing that Su Ming had surpassed his father and was far more terrifying. The power within Su Ming was destined to make the Su family dominate the world. How glorious would the Su family's future be? He was filled with regret, feeling that his initial decision was wrong. Now, with all four limbs broken, he was in unbearable pain, only able to groan on the ground. Bing Shinzong was also nearby. Although he was in excruciating pain, he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. His limbs were also broken, and he gritted his teeth in agony. Today, he had finally witnessed Su Ming's strength and felt threatened. This was a disaster for them. He coughed up blood, enduring the pain, and lay there weakly, trembling. At this moment, another golden hand appeared, and a golden knight wielding a spear flew out, its light dazzling. This was one of Bing Shinzong's guards. The other three elders were shocked, not expecting Bing Shinzong to possess such strength. They were also at the venerable level, but Bing Shinzong was clearly different. Even more surprisingly, the phantom actually spoke, "So the opponent is Su Zhan's son. Then it's worth my time to intervene." His expression was serious, indicating extremely high standards for his opponent. He stared at Su Ming, his killing intent instantly surging, his eyes like hidden knives, capable of piercing the heart. Before Su Ming could speak, the fox spirit beside him said, "You're just a phantom, where do you get the audacity to be so arrogant? Take a good look at yourself, see if you're really capable." The fox spirit looked down on this phantom. She was a queen of the land, killing a few venerables was as easy as crushing ants for her. "With your sealed form, you think you can be so arrogant? When I fought Su Zhan before, he was coughing up blood, unlike you who's so cocky now." After saying this, she smiled smugly, implying that Su Ming's father was a defeated opponent of hers, let alone Su Ming himself. Then, she became serious, her cold gaze sweeping over Su Ming, instantly filled with killing intent. She deliberately provoked Su Ming, wanting his true form to fight. Su Ming was currently controlling an illusion, but that didn't affect him. He vowed in his heart to personally cut off this arrogant fellow's head. He said to Fox Fairy, "I'm much better now. Let me deal with him. I'll kill this guy myself." Fox Fairy nodded. This was the first time she had seen Su Ming so frenzied. Usually, Su Ming was very composed, able to suppress everything with just his willpower, which was also the reason she submitted. Now that someone had insulted his father, it's no wonder he was furious. He couldn't help but glance at Su Ming with envy, thinking to himself, this guy is truly loyal and righteous. Then, he relinquished control of his body to Su Ming. The man opposite him sneered, "I advise you to admit defeat now and stop dreaming. 20 years ago, your father was so powerful, but he still fell into my hands, didn't he?" Chapter 125. Losers should know their limits. Losers should know their limits. What courage do they have? I'm still joking about this, and you actually want to fight me? What a disgrace. The moment Su Ming took control of the body, he felt like a volcano was boiling inside him, a power that seemed capable of destroying the world. He was too lazy to waste words with the other man, believing that truly capable people didn't rely on empty talk to compete. Although he was still quite weak, dealing with this guy in front of him wouldn't be a problem. The Golden Knight's face grew increasingly gloomy, continuing his sarcastic remarks, "If your father hadn't been such a troublemaker and a blabbermouth, he wouldn't have ended up like that. Although I haven't seen him in a long time, I guess he's probably just a pile of bones now. I didn't expect you to be so cunning, but no matter what, you can't escape his fate. I'll make sure you and your father are reunited soon." Su Ming scoffed, his inner power surging like a tsunami. He coldly uttered, "Even uttering another word to you would be a waste." As soon as he finished speaking, a spear brimming with spiritual energy appeared out of thin air in his hand. The inscriptions on it were dazzling, radiating an invincible pressure. These inscriptions were extremely dangerous, capable of endless transformations, and could even give birth to the laws of the Great Tao. "Kill!" Su Ming roared, his rage erupting instantly. The spear, carrying destructive energy, roared out, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. But the man opposite him remained oblivious, continuing his incessant rambling. "A mere brat dares to be arrogant? Your father was killed by my spear, how much stronger can you be than him? You're no match for him either." This Golden Knight was utterly shameless, always bringing up old grievances, forgetting that he only won by taking advantage of others. Not only was he not ashamed, he was proud of it. I've never seen anyone so brazen. That might have been his only victory in his life, so he never forgot it. Su Ming, riding his golden unicorn and wielding his spear, charged straight at Fox Fairy. In an instant, the energies released by the two collided violently in the void, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Su Ming, without hesitation, his entire body shimmering with golden light, like a god descending to earth, charged forward in fury. But the Golden Knight was still lost in his own world, oblivious to the changing situation, muttering to himself, "Sujan's son is nothing special, he can't possibly survive my attack." Ha ha. Back then, this was how the Golden Knight dealt with Su Ming's father. In the past, Su Ming had climbed to his position by stepping on Su Jun's head. Just as he was gloating, Su Ming gripped his spear tightly and shouted, "You're courting death." At this moment, Su Ming had reached his peak, his killing intent overwhelming, even unleashing the extremely rare Great Azura spear technique. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at his enemy. Su Ming roared, his eyes filled with resentment, "You lowly people, you were just servants back then, daring to act recklessly while my father was away, even stealing your master's position. Do you think everyone else is a fool?" His voice was filled with resentment. "You despicable scoundrels, today I'll let you taste the power of the Su family." Su Ming's spear thrust out like lightning, and the Golden Knight's face grew increasingly grim. He dared not underestimate him. After all, Su Ming's strength was not to be underestimated. Su Ming's strength was evenly matched, and his marksmanship was exquisite, raining down like a storm. The Golden Knight was covered in wounds, and his momentum had weakened considerably. Chapter 126. Comb. He was originally just a soul. If the fight continued like this, he would likely be reduced to ashes instantly, unable to recover for at least 100 years. Only then did the Golden Knight realize how terrifying Su Ming was, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. He never dreamed that Su Ming could defeat him. In his eyes, Su Ming was just a greenhorn. Even with the power of a master, he wouldn't be a match for him. But reality slapped him hard in the face. This son of Su Zhan had actually beaten him completely powerless. It was truly unbelievable. If Su Ming continued to grow stronger, what would become of him? I'm leaving. Go back and tell those families that Su Ming is no longer to be ignored. There can't be another guy like him. After saying this, the Golden Knight turned to flee. How could Su Ming let him go? Trying to run away after being insulted? Besides, he was just a servant of my father back then, yet he dared to slander my father in front of me. If I let him go, what kind of son of Su Zhan would I be? The spear hurtled forth with immense force, leveling mountains in its wake. Su Ming stared at the group around him, his blood boiling. You ungrateful bastards. If my father hadn't shown mercy and spared your lives back then, where would you be today? Now that my father is in trouble, not only do you not help, but you kick him while he's down. You're utterly heartless. Su Ming interrupted her. Longer knew Su Ming was right, but she still didn't want him to take the risk. Brother, listen to me, it's more dangerous there than you think. I've been there for 1,000 years, and just thinking about it. Alright, Longer, don't worry. Your brother is the all-powerful hero Su Ming. This little thing is nothing. Tang Qingyue had somehow appeared beside Su Ming, offering her concern in her own unique way. Are you regretting it now? You had to show off. Do you think just anyone can enter the demon-locking tower? In my eyes, Su Ming and a hero are a mismatch, like two completely different things. Can you stop saying such hurtful things? I'm going to challenge the demon-locking tower tomorrow, can't you say something nice? Su Ming was getting impatient. Looks like I guessed right, you're jealous of Chu Pengfei. He's so handsome, and his martial arts are so good, you just want to show off when he's not around. Ha, didn't I hit the nail on the head? Tang Qingyue's words made Su Ming unable to sit still. I'm warning you, don't provoke me anymore. I'm about to explode, or I'll snap. Su Ming threatened. Tang Qingyue retorted without backing down, who's the hero and who's the coward, you know it in your heart. Don't try to hold on, or you might lose your life. Chapter 117 I Can't Let My Brother Down. Enraged, Su Ming stood up from his chair and walked over to Tang Qingyue. What exactly do you want? I promise I can find the tranquilizing bottle and show you a true hero. Hero? I think you're a big, clumsy bear. Upon hearing this, Longer immediately flew into a rage, her clothes instantly turning red, and she strode to Tang Qingyue's side. Su Ming hurriedly pushed Tang Qingyue away, but ended up getting slapped himself. Why did you hit me? It was just a joke. Su Ming's words were like a hammer blow, instantly bringing Longer to her senses, and her clothes returned to green. Brother, what just happened? Did I make you angry again? Longer had no idea what had happened, but seeing Su Ming's angry expression, she realized she might have lost control again. Alright, it's okay. But you need to learn to control your emotions in the future. Go back and reflect on it. Although Su Ming said this, he wasn't happy inside. These little things always made Longer lose control of her emotions, which worried him greatly. Brother, it's all my fault, I'm sorry. Longer turned and left after saying that. Seeing her heartbroken appearance, Tang Qingyue angrily walked to Su Ming's side. How could you say that? She was doing it for your own good. You know she can't control herself when she gets angry, this isn't what she wants, she must be very sad. Su Ming actually regretted it too. He knew Longer's feelings very well, and this commotion had left him in a state of turmoil. Isn't it all because of you? Why did you have to pick a fight? I didn't mean to, I was just in a bad mood, you'd better not provoke me. Tang Qingyue's temper flared up instantly. I've already provoked you, so what? I'm still angry, aren't you going to come and coax me? I'm annoyed enough already. If I can't handle it, can't I just avoid it? Su Ming turned and left after saying that. Tang Qingyue said indifferently, fine, go ahead. I don't care about you. Su Ming was very annoyed, but not because of Tang Qingyue's words, but because he was worried about tomorrow. His own safety was a minor matter. If he couldn't produce the tranquility bottle, the evil immortal would be difficult to deal with, and all his efforts might be in vain. Unconsciously, Su Ming walked to the riverbank and suddenly realized he hadn't bathed in a long time, so he took off his clothes and jumped into the water. The moment he touched the water, all his troubles seemed to disappear. The water was exceptionally calm, which made Su Ming feel good and boosted his confidence. Many past scenes were reflected on the water. He knew his responsibility was heavy. He had to enter the demon ceiling tower and safely obtain the tranquility bottle. Longer also came to the lakeside, regretting her previous actions. Now, she wanted to get rid of her other self, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. She had to get rid of it, no matter what. If things continued like this, Su Ming would hate her sooner or later. Her greatest wish in this life was to stay by Su Ming's side forever. Fragments of the past surfaced in Longer's mind. To help Su Ming cultivate the demon-suppressing sword, she jumped into the sword-refining pool without hesitation, and those wrong souls were imprisoned in the demon-locking tower. During that time, her other self slowly emerged. She secretly vowed, I must control it, I can't let my brother down again. Thinking of this, she immediately felt much lighter and strode back. Su Ming took a cold shower, casting all his worries to the winds. He felt refreshed and full of energy. The next morning, he got up early and went to the training ground. Chapter 118 Thinking Too Much. He wasn't scrambling to find a solution at the last minute, he'd simply slept soundly last night. He knew tonight would be a tough battle, and he needed to think of a plan. Tang Qingyue had also gotten up early. In fact, he'd been following Su Ming the whole time. He'd made up his mind to stay with Su Ming no matter what, and never let him face danger alone. He decided to go to the demon-suppressing tower with Su Ming. Su Ming, what are you thinking about? Are you still worried about the demon ceiling tower? Tang Qingyue asked. Although there was a minor disagreement last night, Su Ming had completely forgotten about it. I am indeed a little worried. This concerns the safety of everyone in the world, and I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Su Ming spoke honestly. Tang Qingyue understood that Su Ming wasn't afraid of death, but rather afraid that she would have wasted her time. I've always believed in you. In my heart, you're an omnipotent hero. What are your plans now? Tang Qingyue's words confused Su Ming. You're asking me what to do. No matter what, I'm going to try. This concerns the safety of all living beings, I will never back down. Su Ming's tone was resolute. Seeing that Su Ming didn't understand her meaning, Tang Qingyue hurriedly pressed, are you really that stupid? I'm asking what your plans are for me. Su Ming suddenly realized, scratching his head and saying, you just wait here. I'll come back to you as soon as I've finished my business and retrieved the tranquilizing bottle. Tang Qingyue was furious upon hearing this. You want to abandon me? I'm going to go to the demon-locking tower with you anyway. Su Ming hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. Hey, don't do that, okay? You think I'm going to the market? That place is fraught with danger, I can't let you in. Tang Qingyue knew he'd say this, don't you like me anymore? Su Ming smiled bitterly, how could that be? Precisely because I like you, I don't want you to get hurt. Tang Qingyue took a step forward, staring intently at Su Ming, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm getting goosebumps. Then let me ask you, if we were in each other's shoes, and I were the one going to take the risk, what would you do? Su Ming understood immediately. Yes, if it were him, what would he do? He would definitely follow without hesitation. Perhaps this is the power of love, knowing there's danger, yet still facing it together. Even if he didn't want Tang Qingyue to go in, she would insist on coming alone. So he gritted his teeth and said, you idiot, don't hold me back once you're inside. Tang Qingyue smiled happily upon hearing this. Su Ming had agreed to her request, which made her very happy. No matter what difficulties they encountered, as long as they were together, they could overcome everything. You annoying brat, my skills are no less than yours, wanna try? Try it then, I'm not afraid of you. As soon as the words left her mouth, the two began to fight. Of course, Su Ming deliberately went easy on Tang Qingyue, and in no time he had her in his arms. You're such an idiot, the idiot in the world. At this moment, the two were extremely close, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Tang Qingyue slowly closed her eyes, and what happened next was self-evident. Meanwhile, Chang Ying repaired the immortal ship and immediately went to find Chu Pengfei. For the past few days, Chu Pengfei had been holding Fei constantly, ignoring everything else. Senior brother, the immortal ship is repaired. We can set off now. Chu Pengfei hadn't expected Chang Ying to repair the ship so quickly. Now that it was fixed, he couldn't find an excuse to refuse. He didn't speak, just nodded, then carried Fei into the cabin. Seeing Chu Pengfei's listless appearance, Zi Yan naturally understood his mood. She wasn't feeling much better. Standing alone on the deck, she didn't even dare to look back at Fei, his own daughter. He was afraid that if he looked again, he would regret it. Soon, the day arrived for Su Ming to enter the tower. But she appeared relaxed, saying casually, "Your Ame sect is so stingy. Not even a proper farewell ceremony? I thought more people would come, but it's just you few." Several third-generation disciples bowed and said, "Mr. Su, the demon-locking tower is a forbidden area of our sect. Outsiders are absolutely forbidden from entering. We were only able to come with special permission from several elders, please forgive us." Seeing they took it seriously, Su Ming quickly said, No, I was just joking, please don't take it seriously. I just like to joke around." Right, you guys shouldn't pay attention to him, that's just how he is, he doesn't think before he speaks. Oh dear, I see you're carrying a lot of things, are they gifts for us? Tang Qingyue had a sudden inspiration, seeing the brocade pouches in their hands, she knew they were from the elders, and she guessed correctly. Gentlemen, the elders asked us to give you this brocade pouch. It contains our sect's most powerful techniques. The elders instructed that it could only be used inside the tower. Su Ming and Tang Qingyue took it and examined it carefully, then asked curiously, "How do you use this?" "Mr. Su, you have sparkling fire, and Miss Tang has earth and metal technique. Just chant the incantation. Mr. Su belongs to the fire element, and Miss Tang belongs to the metal element. These are matched according to your attributes. When using it, just add the attribute name at the end." "Oh, I see, so it's fire and earth." Su Ming quickly covered her mouth, afraid she would mess it up. "Miss Tang is really smart, you're absolutely right." Su Ming praised her, but in his heart he thought, "Is this what you call smart? You almost ruined one of my talismans. You're so stupid." Tang Qingyue noticed and glared at him. "Mr. Su, there are 4 talismans in this pouch, meaning you can use them 4 times. You should only use them in crucial moments." Su Ming was displeased and said with his head held high, "With my abilities, why would I need so many? Of course not. My Su Ming is the strongest hero in the entire universe. Little Fatty is his best buddy, he always backs him up in critical moments." Su Ming patted his shoulder, a smug look on his face. "By the way, I noticed you guys have other things in your hands. Are they for us too?" The group quickly handed them over, saying, "Brother Su, this is the array diagram for the demon locking tower, and a communication jade pendant. They'll definitely be useful to you." Su Ming took the items and smiled, saying, "I know these 2 items very well, they're indeed quite useful." At that moment, in the main hall of Ame, the elders sat cross-legged, chanting aloud. "Fellow junior brothers, the time has come. We can begin setting up the array." Before the long-browed Taoist could finish speaking, Master Qingshu interrupted, "Senior brother, do you think Su Ming and Miss Tang can handle this? This whole thing started because of us. Letting them into the tower won't that?" Qingshu seemed a little unsure about Su Ming. "Don't worry," he said, "we started this. We'll do everything we can to protect them. Nothing can go wrong. Senior brother Qingshu, the sect leader, has said so. He must have his reasons." Let's not overthink it. Chapter 119 Daughter. Once Su Ming and Miss Tang enter the demon ceiling tower, we must protect them well. Sect leader, let's begin. Several elders immediately busied themselves, setting up the formation. Su Ming gazed into the distance, his expression somewhat forlorn. Tang Qingyue noticed his mood and quickly went to his side. Are you waiting for longer? With a great battle imminent, Su Ming didn't want Tang Qingyue to be distracted, so he replied, never mind, she's probably still angry with me. Su Ming walked to Little Fatty's side and said, Little Fatty, I'm entrusting Longer and Hua Hua to you. Make sure you take good care of them, or I won't have any roast chicken for you when I get back. Little Fatty nodded vigorously. Don't worry, leave it to me. With me here, they'll be fine. Su Ming trusted him completely and moved closer, whispering, Little Fatty, there's one more thing. Please apologize to Longer for me and tell her to be careful. Little Fatty agreed readily. Sure, leave it to me. I'll make sure she's chubby and plump, she'll definitely understand your feelings. I'm waiting for you to come back here, and I've prepared lots of delicious food. Little Fatty always made Su Ming feel relaxed. He patted Su Ming's shoulder and said with a grin, it's settled then. If you don't take good care of them, don't blame me for spanking you when we get back. What about me? I want to eat the fattest chicken and drink papaya stewed with snow frog. Tang Qingyue interjected happily. Master, why didn't you take Hua Hua in with you? Hua Hua looked at Tang Qingyue with a pitiful expression. Tang Qingyue gently patted her head. Hua was the best. Wait for us here. Listen to Little Fatty, I'll definitely come back safely. The two hugged tightly. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a loud voice echoed from the Ame Hall, Brother Su, time's up. You should go in now. This is your last chance. You can still back out. Su Ming laughed heartily, Old man, do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on his word? I'm the strongest hero in the world. Although the long-browed Taoist was worried about Su Ming, she knew he wouldn't break his promise, so she began arranging the formation with the elders. Everyone, relax. We'll definitely come back safely because we believe our senior brother will bring back the water spirit orb. As long as she comes back, we'll be safe. You should believe in her as much as I do. Su Ming and Chu Pengfei had a very close relationship. Even though she was going through the most difficult choice of her life, Su Ming still firmly believed that Chu Pengfei would bring back the water spirit orb. Yes, Brother Su is absolutely right. We also believe that senior brother will definitely bring back the water spirit orb, she will surely overcome her inner demons. Master Qingshu was also worried about Chu Pengfei, after all, she was his personal disciple. He said to Taoist Changmei, Sect leader, will my good-for-nothing disciple really come back? If she doesn't come back, Brother Su and Miss Tang won't be able to safely leave the demon-locking tower. Although they aren't formal disciples of Ame, they've done so much for us. Taoist Changmei listened, slowly smoothing his eyebrows, and said softly, Ame owes Brother Su a debt of gratitude, a debt that can never be repaid. However, junior brother Qingshu, I believe Chu Pengfei can definitely bring the water spirit orb back. You have to believe her too. Really? Master Qingshu remained worried. After all, Chu Pengfei was her biological daughter, and this was an extremely difficult decision for her. Not to mention, this was the first time Chu Pengfei had ever known she had a daughter. Chapter 120, What is this thing? Her choice concerned not only the safety of Su Ming and Tang Qingyue, but also the fate of the entire world. As Chu Pengfei led Chang Ying and the others towards Mount Ame, the sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Chang Ying looked at the holy maiden and Ziyin with suspicion, asking what was happening. Chang Ying had always suspected the two of them of being responsible, otherwise, the immortal ship wouldn't have broken down so easily. But the two of them hadn't done anything on the deck. Master Chang, don't you understand? This is all due to Pengfei's inner demons. Quickly cast a spell to stabilize the ship. The holy maiden and I will dispel the dark clouds so we can proceed normally. Upon hearing this, Chang Ying quickly chanted an incantation and stabilized the ship. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Tang Qingyue arrived at the 8th floor of the demon locking tower. Su Ming had absorbed a considerable amount of energy liquid, making his body very strong. He felt he was in excellent condition. After circulating his blood essence, he felt a pure power surge into his body, surprising even himself. What are these things? Small specks of energy emitted a purple light, looking unremarkable, yet incredibly powerful. If Su Ming hadn't looked closely, he wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. He muttered to himself, "What secrets does the 9-story demon tower hold?" He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to connect with that power to sense it more clearly. Just then, Wu Zhan strode in. His spiritual energy fluctuated wildly, disrupting the surrounding spiritual energy and creating a large void. The already sparse spiritual energy became even less abundant and more chaotic because of his presence, as if afraid of his power. "Wu Zhan, are you really going to enter the 9-story demon tower to cultivate? Do you have a grudge against Su Ming?" The others asked loudly. They were completely unaware of the past. The elders outside stood there, smiling, as if waiting for a good show to begin. They watched from the sidelines, observing coldly. "The Martial King's son is here. His father was brutally beaten by the Su family here years ago. Will things turn around now? Is he here for revenge?" Someone whispered among themselves. "Looking at Su Ming's frail appearance, he's definitely going to be killed." Another echoed. These people seemed to just want to watch the show, even hoping Wu Zhan would kill Su Ming, wishing they could rip out his heart and liver. It would be best to kill that brat, that would be satisfying. Elder Wang beside them chimed in. It seemed they already wanted to kill Su Ming. Several of them crossed their arms, waiting to see the spectacle. Wu Zhan coldly said, "I didn't expect I could come here. My whole family isn't dead." He unleashed a storm of spiritual energy, and the yellow liquid in front of Su Ming instantly exploded, soaking Su Ming completely, his face covered in the yellow liquid. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, so embarrassing. So soaked to the bone and still too scared to do anything, what a pathetic sight. Look at his filthy appearance, it's disgusting." Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared at them, his tone filled with displeasure. "Who do you think you are, daring to laugh at me?" Before they could reply, Wu Zhan raised his head and said, "I am someone who surpasses you small countries." Wu Zhan adopted a condescending attitude, his eyes filled with disdain for Su Ming. He tried to conceal his shameful past with this arrogant attitude, attempting to outmaneuver Su Ming. Seeing Wu Zhan's arrogance, Su Ming sneered, "You're just a country bumpkin, you probably don't even know which way the capital's gates face, do you?" Chapter 121. Children are always the apple of their parents' eyes. Su Ming's cold face wore a contemptuous smile, a humiliation that was undoubtedly the greatest insult to Wu Zhan. Su Ming stopped, his voice calm yet chilling. "Have you ever considered how many times my Su family has trampled this capital city?" He knew those old tales weren't unfounded. In the scripture pavilion, he had seen his father's records of glory, which deepened his understanding of the Su family's history. A voice beside him sneered, its tone full of mockery. "What nonsense is he spouting? The Su family trampled? Anyone in the capital could crush the Su family. What is the Su family anyway?" Clearly, this person was young and arrogant, completely unaware of the Su family's past glory. Another person chimed in, "I think he's just bragging. If I were subjected to such humiliation, I would have already attacked. Why would I have the time to waste here arguing? It's disgusting." The crowd sided with Wu Zhan, whose expression softened slightly, his previous embarrassment had vanished. He sneered at Su Ming, "You ignorant brat, the Su family barely has any elders left. You dare to spout nonsense here, daring to claim you've trampled on the capital. I can easily drag someone from the capital here and crush your Su family." Wu Zhan used his words to mock Su Ming, trying to mask his inner unease. He didn't want to mention that painful history, choosing instead to evade and conceal it. However, Su Ming didn't give up. Hearing the surrounding whispers, he vaguely guessed Wu Zhan's identity, the former son of the Martial King, now using history to mock him. Su Ming spoke calmly, "Only a few decades have passed, and you've already forgotten? Back then, a prince was trampled underfoot by our Su family. He ended up begging for mercy at the palace, and even had his arm chopped off. You should remember that, right? That happened not long ago. How is the man who lost his arm doing now? Losing an arm shouldn't affect his life much, right? Wu Zhan's face immediately darkened. He shouted, "Shut up! Don't talk nonsense." Before he finished speaking, he lunged at Su Ming, trying to subdue him. I'll teach you to spout nonsense and insult the capital. Clearly, Wu Zhan was completely enraged, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The people around Su Ming began pointing and whispering, "Where did this kid come from? He's just spouting nonsense. The Su family isn't even as good as ours, yet he talks about defeating a prince and flattening the capital. It's a joke." Instead of wasting time bragging, he should focus on cultivating his own strength. Su Ming ignored these foolish people and coldly said one word, "Get out of my way." He unleashed the power of the ancient demonic palm, striking out with his palm. The power of the demon lord immediately manifested, like a massive mountain crashing down, heading straight for Wu Zhan. The two palms clashed, creating a deafening boom that made the air vibrate. Wu Zhan was forced back several steps, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain without uttering a sound. After resting for a moment, he still tried to shake Su Ming's confidence with a sarcastic tone, "You're just a nobody, yet you dare to fight me." Then, he chanted an ancient incantation, and his palm instantly shone with a dazzling light. The ever-changing runes flew from his hand, seemingly possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Is this the legendary martial scripture? An elder recognized what Wu Zhan was using and exclaimed in shock. It's terrifying. 50 years ago, the Su family traveled thousands of miles to obtain this, destroying many sects. How could it appear in Wu Zhan's hands now? Another elder's face was filled with horror, but a hint of envy shone in his eyes. What you see is only the surface. His voice was icy cold. My father spared your lives back then, and today I will fulfill his wish. Before his words finished, the blood-red spear tore through the void, piercing the Golden Knight's body and pinning him in midair. The Golden Knight panicked completely, only one thought remaining in his mind: this kid is even more powerful than his father was back then. Seeing this, the four elders' legs went weak, and they could barely stand. A mere chi condensation level 6 kid was nothing more than an insignificant nobody in their eyes, someone they could easily crush. Today, however, he displayed astonishing strength before everyone, directly annihilating a remnant soul at the venerable level. Despite having assistance, the battle ultimately relied on talent. Such willpower was unmatched. If Su Ming were to rise to power in the future, no one would be able to stop him. The Golden Knight in the distance roared, I refuse to accept this. I will definitely return. His roar was filled with deep resentment and unwillingness. He regretted his past choice, such a thing must never happen again. The four elders' limbs were shattered, but Su Ming didn't bother with them, as he himself was injured. He quickly treated his injuries and left the 9-story demon tower. As for the four elders, let them fend for themselves, whether they left alive was up to fate. Su Ming didn't want to kill them all. After leaving the demon tower, Su Ming suddenly thought of Tang Xingyue. Before leaving, she told him, I'll wait for you at home. Now that things were almost done, it was time to go home. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, when suddenly he noticed a Wanbao Trading Company shop. He went inside, thinking of picking out a nice gift for Tang Xingyue. A blue comb caught Su Ming's eye. The comb looked ordinary, but it was actually quite special, a 5th-grade comb. He tried it on and discovered that although the shop was small, it had a complete selection. He picked up the comb and examined it closely. The comb was shaped like a crescent moon, with exquisite patterns engraved on the back. It was very beautiful. Su Ming could already picture Tang Xingyue combing her hair with this comb, a truly beautiful image. Chapter 127 New Challenges. Hey, waiter, come here. Su Ming waved to the waiter not far away. The waiter ran over enthusiastically. Sir, have you taken a fancy to this comb? The waiter was quite observant. Yes, how much is this comb? Su Ming had been staring at the comb, absolutely smitten. This comb costs 10,000 spirit stones. If you become a VIP member of our Wanbao Trading Company, you can get a 200 spirit stones off. Upon hearing the price, Su Ming frowned. Good things are indeed expensive. Su Ming didn't plan to stay long, nor did he get a VIP card. He directly took out 10,000 spirit stones and bought the comb. 10,000 spirit stones stung Su Ming's heart, but seeing the comb, he couldn't help but smile. Thinking about returning to Chaolu City tomorrow and reuniting with Tang Qingyue, his mood instantly improved. Su Ming was eager to get home, disregarding even the need for rest, his only thought being back with Tang Qingyue, and perhaps squeezing in some time to cultivate the heavily net technique. Although he wasn't supposed to arrive home until the next day, he rushed back by evening. Though exhausted and panting, his face beamed with a satisfied smile. Tang Qingyue, seeing Su Ming return, was as happy as a child, throwing herself into his arms, tears welling up in her eyes. "You're finally back. I missed you so much," Tang Qingyue said, circling Su Ming to check on him, tears streaming down her face. "I've finally got you back. Thank goodness you weren't hurt. Have you eaten yet? I'll go to the kitchen and make you your favorite steamed duck." With that, she pulled Su Ming into the house. Watching Tang Qingyue bustling about, Su Ming felt this was happiness, standing there dumbfounded. He wanted to live like this forever. After Su Ming returned home, Tang Qingyue took care of all his daily needs. She first found him clean clothes, then had hot water boiled so he could take a bath and change. The house was quite warm. By the time Su Ming finished getting ready, it was late at night. The two sat facing each other, both a little awkward, having been apart for so long. By candlelight, Su Ming noticed that Tang Qingyue was even more beautiful than before. She sat on the edge of the bed, frantically fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Remembering the comb he'd just bought at Wanbaxing, Su Ming asked, "Have you seen my bag?" Tang Qingyue paused, then immediately understood, "I had someone put it away. Some clothes inside were torn, I'll pick out some new ones for you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Ming assumed the bag had been thrown away and panicked. "Did you throw everything out?" Tang Qingyue quickly shook her head and waved her hands. "No way. I'm not the kind of person who throws things away without your permission. Aren't you the one who calls the shots in this house?" Su Ming was relieved. "Then have the housekeeper bring my bag now, there are important things inside. Let's look at it tomorrow. It's so late, let's go to sleep." Tang Qingyue's face flushed as she mentioned going to sleep, which Su Ming clearly saw. Seeing her shy expression, Su Ming couldn't resist touching her face and kissing her on the cheek. "You've been managing everything at home all this time, you must be exhausted." Tang Qingyue's heart pounded as if it would burst, her ears ringing. She pursed her lips and gently shook her head. "It's what I should do, it's nothing." After saying that, she turned over and lay down on the bed, curling up into a ball and pulling the covers tight around herself. Su Ming found her even more adorable like this and couldn't help but chuckle. He took off his coat, moved closer to Tang Qingyue, and said gently, "Silly girl, I know you've sacrificed so much for me, worked so hard for so long. From today onwards, I'll always be by your side, sharing life's difficulties with you. You don't have to carry this alone anymore, do you hear me?" He gently soothed Tang Qingyue's emotions, put his arm around her waist, and gave her a warm hug. "From now on, you'll be the apple of my eye. I'll cherish you, protect you, and make sure you live a happy and fulfilling life." Hearing Su Ming's words, Tang Qingyue couldn't stop the tears from flowing. She felt Su Ming's sincerity and care, her heart filled with happiness and gratitude. "Thank you, Su Ming, I'm so happy." Su Ming gently kissed her forehead, reaffirming their relationship. "I'm happy too, to have you by my side. Let's rest together now, tomorrow will be better." They leaned against each other, enjoying each other's warmth and peace, finally able to let go of all their worries and fall asleep peacefully. They knew that from now on, they would experience every happy moment together, forever inseparable. As the Sea King Dashang of his past life, Su Ming knew how to firmly grasp this woman's heart. Although Su Ming was a major villain surrounded by countless beauties, he simply couldn't let go of Tang Qingyue. Looking up at Tang Qingyue, he smiled and said, "I will shoulder the responsibilities I must bear. But you must know, there is only you in my heart. No matter how many women surround me, my heart will always belong to you." His gaze was incredibly firm, unshakable by anyone. I am a divine child, with a mission to fulfill, but I also have the right to choose my own path. I chose you, Tang Qingyue, because in my heart, you are the only one. Hearing his words, Tang Qingyue felt both moved and reassured. She understood that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, they could overcome them together. She gripped Su Ming's hand tightly, her eyes resolute. Even if you face a formidable enemy, I will always support you and be by your side. I believe our love can overcome anything. Su Ming was moved by her steadfastness and trust, embracing her tightly, his heart filled with happiness and gratitude. Thank you, Tang Qingyue. With you by my side, I feel more confident to face the future. Let's work hard together and create our own happiness. After a passionate night, Tang Qingyue woke up in the morning, her face still flushed and her heart pounding. After all, beside her was Su Ming, the divine son, the universally acknowledged handsome man of Tianlong Holy Land. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the bed. Tang Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. She could feel Su Ming's body temperature, that warmth made her feel comfortable. He stretched and sat up. Good morning, Su Ming, Tang Qingyue said softly, her voice filled with affection. Su Ming opened his eyes and saw her rosy cheeks and loving gaze, a warm feeling washing over him. Good morning, darling, Su Ming said, gazing at her tenderly and gently stroking her face. You look especially beautiful today, you truly captivate me. Tang Qingyue blushed even more, lowering her head shyly. She felt Su Ming's praise and affection, completely immersed in it. She nestled in his arms, savoring this rare moment of tenderness. In Tianlong Holy Land, Su Ming was not only a recognized handsome man, but also highly respected for his strength and status. However, what he valued most was the person beside him who loved him deeply. The two embraced tightly, feeling each other's warmth and love. They knew that this morning was just the beginning of their happy life, and many wonderful things awaited them in the future. So, hand in hand, they went out to meet the challenges of a new day. Chapter 128: Delivering Letters. They firmly believed that with their joint efforts, their love would grow stronger and last forever. Su Ming pondered these thoughts, then stood up, changed clothes with Tang Qingyue, and prepared to leave. They left home and headed towards the Tianlong Holy Land. On the way, they unexpectedly encountered another group of fairies dressed in purple. They were all from the Purple Core Palace, and their love of purple was a kind of faith. Su Ming was a little surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter purple-clad fairies again at this time. He was puzzled, wondering what they wanted, but he wasn't afraid, confident he could handle any situation. Tang Qingyue held Su Ming's hand tightly, showing her trust and support. They decided to face the challenge from the purple-clad fairies directly and continue forward. Su Ming stared intently at the purple-clad fairies before him. They were tall and had outstanding bearing, they were clearly very powerful. Their gazes were cold, their faces expressionless, giving off an air of mystery. Su Ming, you are truly stubborn, daring to appear before us again. One of the purple-clad fairies sneered. Su Ming smiled slightly and calmly said, since we've met, let's see who's stronger. The purple-clad fairy sensed Su Ming's powerful aura and noticed the tacit understanding and trust between him and Tang Qingyue. They knew that defeating them wouldn't be easy. Thus, a fierce battle began. Su Ming displayed his immense strength and skill, engaging the purple-clad fairies in a fierce fight. Every move was filled with power and precision. He fully demonstrated the strength of a villainous divine child. Tang Qingyue was no longer the helpless underdog, she also displayed her strength, cooperating seamlessly with Su Ming to fight the purple-clad fairies. Their perfect teamwork successfully put the purple-clad fairies in a difficult situation. After a fierce battle, Su Ming and Tang Qingyue finally defeated the purple-clad fairies. Looking at their fallen enemy, their hearts were filled with the joy of victory. We won, Su Ming. Tang Qingyue excitedly grasped Su Ming's hand, her eyes shining. Su Ming smiled and squeezed Tang Qingyue's hand, gazing at her with deep affection. They had endured many hardships and battles, always supporting each other and progressing together. They believed their bond would grow stronger, that they would stay together forever. And so, they continued their journey towards the heavenly dragon Holy Land. Just then, a fairy dressed in a purple veil suddenly appeared before them. Su Ming and Tang Qingyue stopped, both surprised and curious by the purple-veiled fairy before them. She stood gracefully, exuding an aura of mystery. "Who are you?" Su Ming looked seriously at the veiled woman. Although she wore a veil, her figure clearly indicated she was a stunning beauty. Su Ming thought, in our time, women who wore veils were either beautiful or ugly. However, judging from the aura she exudes, she's completely different from those purple-clad fairies. But she's wearing purple, so she must be related to the purple-clad fairies. I might as well play along and hear what she has to say. Perhaps she has no connection to them, it's just a coincidence. A woman dressed in a purple gauze robe stood before Su Ming, claiming to be there to deliver a message. The woman appeared calm and spoke gently. Chapter 129 The Truth Comes to Light. Su Ming and Tang Qingyue exchanged glances, both bewildered. The woman suddenly knelt, saying something had happened at the Tianlong Holy Land and urging Su Ming to return immediately. Su Ming found this strange, as he didn't recognize the woman at all, let alone know her as a divine son or daughter. He helped the woman up and asked who had sent her. The woman explained that she had only happened to be wearing purple and had no connection to the fallen women. She was a maidservant of the goddess, sent to inform Su Ming. Su Ming carefully observed the woman, sensing she was unusual. Although he frequently visited the goddess's side, he had never seen this maidservant before. He thought about his past life, when he had been wholeheartedly devoted to the goddess, only changing his mind after meeting Li Shui. In this life, he wanted a different approach, no longer relentlessly pursuing her, but leaving the goddess with some hope. Su Ming told the woman that he knew about the situation at the Tianlong Holy Land. If something had gone wrong, it was because Lin Tian had returned. He told the woman to go back and tell the goddess not to rush into action, he would return as soon as possible to resolve the situation. Besides, Li Shui was also there, she would keep Lin Tian in check. Su Ming knew very well that Li Shui was now his legal wife and Lin Tian's stepmother, so Lin Tian wouldn't act recklessly. However, Lin Tian had always suspected that Li Shui had been forced into marriage with him and wanted revenge on Su Ming, driven by a desperate desire to save his mother. Su Ming knew that as long as he returned, the truth would come out. The woman immediately left after hearing this, heading towards the Tianlong Holy Land. Su Ming instructed Tang Qingyue to stay and wait for him. He hadn't wanted her to come along, fearing it would only lead to more misunderstandings from Lin Tian, so he smiled and told her he was going to handle things and she could wait for his return. Tang Qingyue's expression became somewhat complicated after hearing Su Ming's words. She knew that facing Lin Tian and Li Shui wouldn't be easy for Su Ming. She looked at Su Ming carefully, nodded, and said, "I understand, Su Ming, go ahead. But I also want to go with you and help you through this difficult time." Su Ming sighed, shook his head, and said, "Qingyue, I know you want to help, but this is between Lin Tian and me, I must resolve it myself. You stay here, guard the sect well, and take care of everyone." Tang Qingyue nodded quietly, she understood that Su Ming was right. She didn't want to trouble him and knew that her duty was to protect the sect and everyone. Su Ming looked at Tang Qingyue gratefully and gently grasped her hand. "Qingyue, thank you for your understanding and support. I will handle things as soon as possible and then come back to find you." Tang Qingyue smiled slightly, her voice gentle. "Don't worry, Su Ming, I will always be here waiting for you to come back." Su Ming felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Tang Qingyue truly cared about him. He looked at her deeply, then turned and left, heading towards the Tianlong Holy Land. Su Ming silently prayed that everything would go smoothly. Whenever he thought of Li Shui and Tang Qingyue, he also began to miss the other female cultivators around him. They each had their own charm and talent. They had cultivated and fought together, experienced many difficulties, and shared much joy. He loved their laughter when they were together, loved the scenes of them helping each other, and loved the beautiful memories they had created together. He missed the gentle and kindly Shui, who always cared for him meticulously. He also missed the brave and resolute junior sister Linger, who always shielded him from danger in crucial moments, and the clever and quick-witted senior sister Weier, whose elegant demeanor and wisdom often filled him with admiration. As memories surfaced, Su Ming gradually realized that he not only wanted to see Li Shui, but also wanted to experience more stories and adventures with these female cultivators once again. Chapter 130 Dealing with Li Shui waited quietly for Su Ming's return. She knew that although they had been separated for a long time, their feelings wouldn't fade because of the distance. Li Shui lived in the Tianlong sacred land with the female disciples who had resumed their cultivation, teaching them cultivation and providing them with meticulous care and guidance. Li Shui was not only a cultivator but also a gentle and kind person. She longed to reunite with Su Ming, cherishing the time they had spent together. They had cultivated and fought together, enduring hardships, but also creating many beautiful memories. In her memories, Li Shui remembered Su Ming's thoughtfulness and companionship. He had always been by her side, protecting and caring for her, which made her feel especially safe and warm. As time passed, Li Shui's longing for Su Ming grew stronger. She anticipated his return, hoping to see his smiling face and feel his embrace. The Tianlong sacred land was as quiet as a painting. Li Shui still wore a smile, firmly believing that she and Su Ming would be reunited. She believed that no matter how long she waited, their feelings for each other would not change. Li Shui firmly believed the future was bright, and an inner drive propelled her towards her goal. In this sacred land, Li Shui cultivated and contemplated, persevering with waiting and hope. She believed Su Ming would definitely return, and that they would create a happy life together. When the nuns rushed over in a panic, Li Shui's heart sank. She immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. She rushed to the scene and worked with the nuns to deal with the problem. Nun Linger said to her anxiously, "Senior Sister Li, something's happened." When Shui appeared, some of the worry on Li Shui's face lessened. She understood that with Shui there was hope. Li Shui calmly inquired about the situation and listened carefully to each nun's perspective. The nuns told Li Shui that they had discovered a group of outsiders attempting to break into the Tianlong sacred land. These people were very powerful and ruthless. Although the nuns fought valiantly, the disparity in numbers and strength was too great, and they felt they couldn't hold out. Li Shui calmly considered her next move. She knew that facing a formidable enemy required a clear plan. She decided to lead the nuns in a united fight against the invaders, buying time for Su Ming's return. She trusted Su Ming's help. Li Shui quickly assigned tasks to the nuns and devised tactics. She encouraged everyone to use their abilities to protect the Holy Land. She was certain that as long as they worked together, they would win. The battle began immediately, and Li Shui demonstrated her leadership skills, directing the nuns with skillful offense and defense. She remained calm, boosting morale and igniting their fighting spirit. Time slowly passed, and the battle continued. Li Shui knew they had to hold out until Su Ming arrived, only he could turn the tide. She silently prayed, hoping Su Ming would sense their predicament and come to their aid soon. In this battle, Li Shui performed exceptionally well, demonstrating leadership and decisiveness. She led the nuns in a tenacious fight, searching for a way to survive. She believed that as long as everyone worked hard, they could protect the sacred ground and welcome Su Ming back. At that moment, the group of men in black stopped, halted by their leader. They stared intently at Li Shui, their eyes filled with respect. Just as Li Shui was about to move, a familiar figure appeared before her. She immediately sheathed her sword, tears streaming down her face as she turned. It was Lin Tian who had returned. "Child, where have you been all these years? Do you know how long your mother has been searching for you?" Li Shui's voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Tian felt a pang of guilt seeing Li Shui's tear-streaked face. He knew his sudden disappearance had caused Li Shui great worry and pain. He carefully wiped away her tears and said gently, "Mother, it's my fault. I've made you worry. These past years, I've been diligently cultivating, just so I could return to your side, protect you, and take you away from this Tianlong Holy Land." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shui looked shocked, lifting her head from Lin Tian's shoulder and asking urgently, "What did you say? You brought people to attack Su Ming? You're going to deal with the divine child." Li Shui's expression tensed. She thought her son was going to harm Su Ming, and she was extremely anxious. At this moment, the goddess Wu Qingran arrived with a group of nuns. Hearing that someone had trespassed into the Tianlong Holy Land, how could she, as its guardian, tolerate such a thing? Wu Qingran stared ahead, understanding that these intruders harbored ill intentions and were hostile towards the Holy Land. She took a deep breath, rapidly concentrating her inner power, radiating an aura of formidable authority. She commanded the nuns to engage in battle, their movements lightning fast and ruthless, showcasing extraordinary abilities. A fierce clash immediately ensued, Wu Qingran and the nuns fighting with all their might, vowing to defend the Tianlong Holy Land to the death. Wu Qingran, clad in a long blue robe, floated before Lin Tian like a gust of wind. Her posture was upright, her movements fluid like a fairy in a painting, her eyes deep and tinged with coldness and arrogance, like a solitary blue lotus. She walked gracefully to Lin Tian's side, her gaze falling on Li Shui, a faint smile playing on her lips, appearing remarkably composed. Lin Tian felt time seem to stand still, his heart racing, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. He slightly pulled away from Li Shui's embrace, frowning as he asked, "Wu Qingran, what are you doing here?" Wu Qingran smiled proudly, saying softly, "Lin Tian, do you think you could handle all this alone?" "Actually, we've been hiding in the shadows for a while, but we didn't want to disturb your reunion with Mother. But you've only just returned and you're already trying to turn your back on us. If it weren't for the Divine Child's help back then, would you still be able to see Mother now? You'd probably be crying at her grave." Lin Tian's eyes darkened. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Wu Qingran, he knew she was no ordinary person. He nodded, his voice firm, "Wu Qingran, you need to explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by repaying kindness with enmity? I don't believe the Tianlong Holy Land has ever done me any favors." Lin Tian gazed at Wu Qingran, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but he knew now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. He was confident in his judgment and acknowledged Wu Qingran's strength. At this critical moment, Lin Tian, Li Shui, and Wu Qingran stood side by side, an invisible force permeating the sky above Tianlong Holy Land. Their combined power created an aura that was not to be underestimated. Li Shui kept trying to stop Lin Tian, but he wouldn't listen. He firmly believed that Tianlong Holy Land had captured his mother, and he was determined to rescue her today. Meanwhile, the goddess Wu Qingran suspected that Li Shui had conspired with her son to seize Tianlong Holy Land while the Divine Son was away. Wu Qingran wasn't flustered at all, on the contrary, she was quite pleased. She thought to herself, now that's good. The Divine Prince should finally see Li Shui's true colors. That woman he once deeply loved has now chosen to betray us for his son's sake, joining forces with him against us. Wu Qingran wore an arrogant expression. She hadn't liked the Divine Prince before because he always fawned over her, showering her with gifts and trying to please her. Chapter 131 Heartache. Later, the Divine Son changed completely. His attitude towards her turned cold, he even took back the gifts she had given him, and eventually married a nun. What she found most absurd was that this nun had a child, and that child was their enemy. This made Wu Qingran despise the Divine Son's choice. Looking at Li Shui before him, Wu Qingran felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Now, he seemed to have different feelings for his junior brother. Wu Qingran drew his soft sword, pointing it at Li Shui, and said, "You've got some nerve, bringing your son to attack our Tianlong sacred domain. So it was all an act, just to take advantage of the Divine Son's affection for you." Without waiting for Li Shui's explanation, he thrust his sword straight at her. Li Shui didn't know how to respond and could only quickly dodge. Lin Tian, standing behind her, immediately understood the situation and shielded his mother behind him. He was dressed casually, his arms outstretched, exuding an imposing aura. He instantly unleashed his inner strength and charged towards Wu Qingran. The surrounding nuns, witnessing this, stamped their feet in anxiety. On one hand, the goddess was present, on the other, the god's wife was also there. They dared not offend either side. They clenched their fists, nervously watching the situation unfold, hoping Su Ming would return quickly to resolve the trouble. Wu Qingran's attacks grew increasingly fierce, her sword flashing like lightning, each strike deadly. Li Shui retreated repeatedly, her heart beginning to race. Lin Tian desperately blocked, his movements agile, sometimes leaping, sometimes dodging, trying his best to deflect Wu Qingran's attacks. His eyes were resolute, unwavering, he was determined to protect his mother's safety. The nuns held their breath, silently praying that the fight would end soon and that nothing serious would happen. Lin Tian's body grew weaker and weaker, but he showed no sign of retreating. Li Shui clutched his sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with worry and gratitude. She understood that Lin Tian was risking his life to protect her. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Su Ming. Su Ming knew what was happening immediately. Without a word, he jumped in front of Wu Qingran, blocking her attack. Wu Qingran stopped, staring coldly at Su Ming, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She knew Su Ming was not easy to deal with, and with Lin Tian beside her, the situation was already unfavorable. Su Ming snorted coldly, his gaze unwavering. He knew that this was a choice he had to make. He glanced at Li Shui, then looked at Wu Qingran, and finally pointed, firmly standing on Wu Qingran's side. Wu Qingran, Lin Tian, Li Shui, and I stand side by side. We will never let you harm them. We swear to protect the Tianlong Holy Land with our lives, and no one can shake our resolve. Su Ming's words resonated throughout the entire Holy Land. Wu Qingran glared at Su Ming, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She knew the situation was already decided and she could only retreat for the time being. She muttered under her breath, Su Ming, you big idiot, are you stupid? I was just trying to protect the Holy Land, wasn't I? And you're siding with them, mother and child? Now that they've come knocking on our door, you're still protecting them. Wu Qingran was furious, glaring at Su Ming as she uttered harsh words, but a deep sadness welled up inside her, and tears silently streamed down her face. This scene touched Su Ming's heart. After all, the goddess was someone he couldn't forget from his past life. This time, he was just teasing her. It didn't mean he didn't love her. In the past, she was always the one stringing him along, now it was his turn to play along. After saying this, Wu Qingran turned and left, transforming into a gentle breeze and disappearing into the night. Chapter 132 Rescuing Mother from Predicament. The Holy Land breathed a sigh of relief, the oppressive atmosphere slowly dissipating. Li Shui and Su Ming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gratitude and determination. Just then, Lin Tian coldly watched Su Ming. He had returned with only one purpose, to rescue his mother. Although Su Ming had just tried his best to protect them, he showed no appreciation. In his eyes, Su Ming was putting on an act. Everyone knew Su Ming's infatuation with Wu Qingran. Why would he offend Wu Qingran for his mother's sake? This was definitely an act. Without a word, Lin Tian drew his sword, pointing it directly at Su Ming. Su Ming had never expected Lin Tian to doubt him, much less to attack. Su Ming didn't back down, clenching his fists, ready to fight. Lin Tian, how could you treat me like this? I've sacrificed so much to protect the Holy Land, for your mother, and you still doubt me. Su Ming's voice was filled with anger and grievance. Lin Tian stared coldly at Su Ming, the tip of his sword almost touching his throat. Su Ming, do you think you can get away with this? My heart belongs only to Wu Qingran, everything you've done is an act. Now we are irreconcilable enemies, only one of us can leave here alive. The two locked eyes, their power converging, both knowing this battle was inevitable. The air in the entire Holy Land seemed to freeze, even breathing felt difficult. Just as they were about to fight, a gentle yet clear voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere, "Stop! Lin Tian, how can you treat Su Ming like this? Have you forgotten how much he sacrificed to protect me? My feelings for him were genuine, he didn't force me." Li Shui glared angrily at Lin Tian, raising her voice, "If you came back only to make me leave Tianlong Holy Land and give up my position as the divine child, then I might as well not have met you in the first place." Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice, where Li Shui stood, her eyes resolute. She stepped between Su Ming and Lin Tian, reaching out to block their swords from clashing. Everyone was stunned, no one had expected Li Shui to intervene in this fight. Her words startled Lin Tian. He had never imagined his actions would anger his mother so much. "Mother, Lin Tian was interrupted by Li Shui before he could finish. "Listen, Lin Tian, I am your mother, and your family. I know you returned for my sake, but you cannot harm Su Ming. He is the divine child of our Tianlong Holy Land, he has done many things for me. Your feud should not involve the entire Holy Land." Li Shui spoke with unwavering conviction, imbued with the power of maternal love. Even so, Lin Tian was torn. His mother's words made him realize his recklessness and selfishness, but his resentment towards the divine child did not diminish. He knew that if he wanted to return, he would have to give up the opportunity to deal with the divine child, which meant he would lose control of the entire Tianlong Holy Land. This decision was difficult for him. Lin Tian's gaze darted back and forth between his mother and Su Ming, his heart churning with inner turmoil. He saw the expectant eyes of the traders within the Holy Land. They wanted him to return and fight alongside them against the enemy. However, Lin Tian's inner desire gradually took over. He understood that if he missed this opportunity to become a divine child, he might never have such a chance again. Finally, Lin Tian made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Mother, I understand your feelings, and I know the Holy Land's expectations of me." Chapter 133 I don't want anyone to get hurt. But please forgive me, I cannot give up the opportunity to hunt down the divine child. I can contribute to the heavenly glory Holy Land, but I need more power to protect our home. Li Shue's eyes were filled with disappointment and helplessness upon hearing her son's words. She knew she couldn't change Lin Tian's mind. After all, everyone has the right to pursue their own goals and make their own choices. Su Ming gave Lin Tian a deep look inside. He understood Lin Tian's ambition, but also knew it meant the rift between them would only deepen. Thus, the relationship between Lin Tian and his mother, Li Shue, reached another impasse. They both realized the road ahead would be full of difficulties and challenges. Unfilial son, don't you even believe your mother's words? Are you trying to force me to my death? Li Shue's voice was filled with pain. Lin Tian felt even more conflicted after hearing these words. Although he hesitated about his mother's words, he had never doubted her care and guidance. He recalled his childhood, how his mother had been incredibly caring, giving him boundless love and support. Whenever he encountered difficulties or was in a bad mood, his mother was always there to encourage and comfort him. But now, he was facing a crucial choice, one that not only concerned his future but also the safety of the entire continent. He knew his mother wanted him to return for his safety and happiness, but he also knew that the opportunity to seize the divine child was extremely rare. Lin Tian felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew he had to make a choice. Your Majesty, I desperately want to understand your meaning, but I truly don't know how to comprehend it. Do you really intend to stay in this sacred land forever? How did you get in back then? Have you forgotten everything? Lin Tian's words carried an accusatory tone. Li Shue looked at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with heartache and disappointment. Tianer, you've misunderstood. I was very ill back then. If it weren't for the divine child saving me, I would be long gone now, let alone able to meet you. Li Shue's voice was gentle yet firm. But Lin Tian had no intention of listening to his mother's explanation. He had already made up his mind. No matter how moving his mother's words were, they could not shake his yearning for power. He decided to continue hunting down the divine child and strive to gain control of the entire Tianlong sacred land. This broke Li Shue's heart. Watching her son's retreating figure, she felt all her efforts had been in vain. She sighed, helplessly admitting she couldn't change her son's mind. So, Lin Tian began to work on his plan. He gathered a group of men, preparing to capture the divine child. This operation not only concerned his personal fate but also the future of the entire continent. Lin Tian knew countless difficulties awaited him, but he was fearless, confident in his abilities and strength. Despite inner conflict and pain, he firmly believed he had made the right decision. Lin Tian drew his green sword, spiritual energy surrounding him. He stood beside Su Ming, their eyes resolute, facing the impending battle without fear. Lin Tian's sword flashed, his moves fierce and his swordsmanship superb, while Su Ming formed hand seals, releasing powerful spiritual energy. The two coordinated perfectly. However, they failed to notice that the purple-clad woman from the moon worship sect was already secretly plotting, preparing to seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos. Li Shue stood by, her face filled with worry. On one side was her son, on the other, her beloved. She didn't want either of them to get hurt. She noticed Su Ming was deliberately letting Lin Tian win, which made her even more uneasy. She couldn't help but shout, "Stop! Tianer, if you continue like this, I'll disown you as my son." Hearing his mother's words, Lin Tian immediately stopped and looked at Li Shue in the distance. Just then, a strange spiritual energy suddenly appeared. Su Ming noticed the change immediately. Lin Tian also quickly sensed it. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly, and continued to pretend to fight, with Lin Tian feigning defeat. The woman in purple, hidden in the shadows, sword in hand, suddenly rushed towards them. Li Shui thought Su Ming had attacked Lin Tian cruelly, and tears streamed down her face. She quickly supported Lin Tian, tightly gripping his hand. Lin Tian couldn't bear to see his mother so heartbroken. He gently patted her arm, and Li Shui immediately understood, stopping her crying. At this moment, Su Ming was locked in fierce combat with the moon worship cult members. He glanced at Li Shui and Lin Tian, noticing the mother and son were already embracing, their faces beaming with smiles, as if the tension and sorrow they had just experienced had never happened. Lin Tian, wielding a long sword, was locked in a heated battle with the moon worship cult leader. He shouted down to Lin Tian, "Hey, you two, stop standing there like idiots. Come help. I can't hold on any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up, heading straight for the moon worship cult members in the sky. The two worked in perfect coordination, their swords flashing like dragons, their sword energy sweeping across all directions, forcing the enemy to retreat repeatedly. Every sword strike carried deadly power, every hand gesture seemed capable of destroying everything. Their fighting spirit was high, their determination unwavering, and they charged forward fearlessly. They understood the significance of this battle. They were determined to protect the heavily flourishing Holy Land and safeguard their home from invasion. The battle raged fiercely. Lin Tian and Su Ming radiated intense fighting spirit, their figures flashing across the battlefield like lightning, swift and agile. Swordplay and hand seals clashed, creating dazzling streaks of light that pierced through the enemy's defenses. Inspired by them, the disciples of Tianlong Holy Land began to fight back, displaying their skills and courage. The entire battlefield was a tapestry of sword shadows and spiritual energy, filled with deafening battle cries and a magnificent atmosphere. Finally, Lin Tian and Su Ming led the disciples of Tianlong Holy Land to victory. The enemy was defeated. They stood on the battlefield, their bodies stained with sweat and blood. They looked at each other, smiling, their eyes filled with determination and courage. The road ahead was still fraught with difficulties, but they both believed in their victory. Li Shui, watching Lin Tian and Su Ming reconcile, was overjoyed. She smiled as she watched the two of them. At this moment, Lin Tian and Su Ming walked over to her side. "That's wonderful. I'm so happy to see you two made up. I thought you were going to have a huge fight, it scared me half to death. I even thought Tianer was really hurt." Li Shui sat down next to Su Ming with a serious expression, while Su Ming smiled at her. As Su Ming in this life, he knew very well, now I need to cultivate a good relationship with this protagonist. After all, in that person's world, the protagonist is incredibly powerful. Although I'm a villain, I don't want to be written like that in this life. To change my fate, I was prepared from the very beginning by marrying the protagonist's mother when I arrived in this world. Today's outcome couldn't be better for me. I didn't expect the moon worship cult to give me such a generous gift. If they hadn't suddenly appeared, the misunderstanding between Lin Tian and me might not have been resolved so quickly. Chapter 134 Who wants to make peace with him? I have to thank them for all of this. Su Ming thought to himself, smiling at Li Shui before him. Su Ming turned to Lin Tian, his tone indifferent, and said, "Don't be nervous. He's your son. How could I harm him? You two have been separated for so long, there are many things he probably doesn't know. It's normal for there to be some misunderstandings between us." Everyone knew that Su Ming had always wanted to reconcile with Lin Tian, but Lin Tian refused to acknowledge it because he still remembered the incident where his mother was taken away by the Tianlong Holy Land, and he couldn't let it go. "Who wants to reconcile with him?" Lin Tian said coldly, "Considering he's been relatively good to my mother, I won't hold it against him. However, if I find out he's wronged my mother, I'll make trouble for him sooner or later." "Su Ming, you'd better watch yourself." After saying that, Lin Tian walked to his mother's side. The mother and son looked at each other for a while before Lin Tian finally spoke, "Mother, are you all right? I will definitely get justice for you." Li Shui smiled and gently patted her son's hand, "Silly boy, as long as you're all right, I'll handle everything else." Su Ming watched the scene, feeling very uncomfortable, but he held back. He suddenly thought of his own mother and understood, right now, I'm just a supporting character, I have no right to interfere in their family's affairs. Seeing Lin Tian's resolute attitude, Su Ming could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, it's really not easy to make peace with the main character, we have so many misunderstandings and grudges between us. But I believe time will heal all wounds. As long as I try, one day he will forgive me. Su Ming made up his mind. From this moment on, he would do everything in his power to protect Li Shui and Lin Tian, and also to mend his relationship with Lin Tian. He looked up at the sky, silently thinking, I will make good use of the gift your moon worship sect sent me. Lin Tian said goodbye to his mother and turned to leave, warning Su Ming to be worthy of his mother, or he would return one day to collect his debt. Su Ming frowned but didn't reply. He knew Lin Tian had gone back angry, and he understood his feelings. A son protecting his mother was not something to be discussed. Su Ming decided to do his best to ensure Li Shui's safety, while also trying to avoid conflict with Lin Tian. He knew that Lin Tian was now the protagonist, backed by powerful forces, and he simply couldn't defeat him. He secretly vowed that as long as Lin Tian didn't harm Li Shui, he would pretend he hadn't seen anything and stop dwelling on it. However, deep down, he still hoped Lin Tian would understand their predicament, that they could reconcile and face the future together. Su Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his resentment. He knew, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. He turned and left, walking towards the future, hoping to protect Li Shui and Lin Tian, resolve their conflict, and restore peace to the world. Lin Tian's figure receded into the distance. Su Ming, holding Li Shui, stood still, saying nothing, then followed, heading towards Tianlong Palace. The palace was hidden deep in the mountains, surrounded by peaks, looking like a shining jewel embedded in the rolling hills. Tianlong Palace was both the Holy Land's stronghold and Su Ming's final home. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards immediately tensed up and tried to stop them. Halt! This is Tianlong Palace. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. One of the guards shouted. Chapter 135 Ensuring Your Safety. Su Ming smiled dismissively, took out a gleaming golden talisman from his robes, and held it high. I am the divine child Su Ming. Quickly inform the goddess that I have returned with Li Shui. The guards were stunned upon seeing the talisman, immediately understanding Su Ming's identity and Li Shui's important position. They hurriedly opened the door and respectfully invited them in. Upon entering the palace, Su Ming felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. This was the place where he had grown up, the place where he had matured. He was led to a large hall, the furnishings unchanged, and many familiar faces appeared before him. The goddess Wu Qingran sat on the throne. Hearing Su Ming's arrival, she immediately stood up. Seeing Su Ming bring Li Shui in, a complex emotion appeared on her face. Su Ming, you brought Li Shui? Wu Qingran asked, her voice filled with an indescribable feeling. Su Ming took a deep breath and said firmly, that's right, I brought her back. We need to protect each other and fight those enemies together. Before, when Su Ming pursued Wu Qingran, she was very averse to him. But now, facing this situation, her feelings had become complicated. Looking at Wu Qingran's expression, Su Ming could sense her complex emotions about bringing Li Shui back. He knew that his relationship with Wu Qingran was not simply one of hostility, but rather fraught with twists and turns and contradictions. Recalling the past, when Su Ming pursued Wu Qingran, she was always cold and disgusted. Back then, Su Ming was deeply in love with her, unable to extricate himself, even wanting to replace her as the one in her heart. But things didn't go as planned, he failed to win her heart. He gradually realized that what he had done was nothing but vanity and selfishness, not true love. He deeply reflected on his mistakes and tried to change his attitude. From that moment on, Su Ming began to truly focus on Wu Qingran's inner world, listening to her thoughts and feelings, no longer fixated on becoming her man. He discovered that he and Wu Qingran shared common pain and confusion, and he began to truly understand her, willing to be her friend and supporter. Now, looking at Wu Qingran's complex expression, Su Ming understood her inner contradictions and struggles. Perhaps Wu Qingran still harbored some resentment towards him, but at the same time, he also sensed her understanding and acceptance of him. Su Ming quietly looked at Wu Qingran, saying nothing more. He understood that time would slowly change their relationship, allowing them to understand and support each other. He was willing to give Wu Qingran time and was willing to put in the effort, taking steps towards this goal. When the divine child Su Ming returned, the female cultivators dropped what they were doing and rushed to greet him. They were overjoyed, bowing respectfully and greeting him with shouts of delight. "Divine child, you're finally back. We've all missed you so much," one of the female cultivators said excitedly. "Yes, divine child, you've always been our role model. Your return will definitely give us more courage and motivation." Another female cultivator gazed at Su Ming with deep affection. Su Ming smiled at them, his mind churning. These female cultivators were the result of his and his companions' efforts. Their safety and happiness were his greatest concern. He felt both grateful and a sense of responsibility. "Thank you all for your care and support. I'm so happy to be with you all again. No matter what happens, I will do my best to ensure your safety." Su Ming's gentle gaze swept over the female cultivators. Chapter 136. I will cherish all of this. The female cultivators all showed their trust and reliance on Su Ming. They knew that Su Ming was exceptionally talented in both cultivation and leadership, and that he had always stood by their side. They felt that under Su Ming's leadership, all difficulties would be easily resolved. Su Ming was determined to create a safer and more prosperous living environment for the female cultivators, leading them towards a better tomorrow. The female cultivators looked at Su Ming with eyes full of trust and expectation, firmly believing that he would bring them even more surprises. When the goddess Wu Qingran saw Su Ming return, she gave him her throne and sat to the side. Su Ming led Li Shui by the hand to the throne, his eyes filled with affection for her. This scene angered Wu Qingran. She regretted her initial choice. She had originally thought she would become the most important person in Su Ming's life, but now it seemed she was merely an observer, unable to influence Su Ming's favoritism towards Li Shui. Although she questioned Su Ming's abilities, she couldn't deny his standing among the female cultivators. They trusted him implicitly, believing he would provide them with a better future. This infuriated and angered Wu Qingran. She felt she had let the female cultivators down and resolved to reclaim her place, determined not to be ostracized. She wanted to prove her worth and demonstrate her strength. She was determined to surpass Su Ming and become the true guide for the female cultivators. She believed she could do more for them and create a better living environment. Wu Qingran didn't know when it started, but Su Ming no longer revolved around her, no longer pestered her daily. As a goddess, she felt lost and disillusioned. She began to wonder if she had lost her appeal to Su Ming. Su Ming's choice to stay with Li Shui, leaving her aside, made her feel ignored and meaningless. Wu Qingran tried many times to express her feelings to Su Ming, but Su Ming always made excuses, saying Li Shui is his true love, and he hopes Wu Qingran can understand his choice. However, these words did little to ease Wu Qingran's feelings. As time went on, Wu Qingran finally realized that she could no longer rely on Su Ming to prove her worth. She secretly resolved, I have to stand up for myself, use my own abilities, and no longer be Su Ming's shadow. So, she began to study diligently, improving herself, wanting to gain the recognition of her sisters. Although she still harbored some resentment towards Su Ming, she knew she couldn't remain trapped in that emotion. I want to fight for myself and find my own happiness. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will definitely reap the rewards and rediscover myself. With the support of her sisters, Su Ming returned to Tianlong Holy Land. He stood in the corridor, gazing at the distant scenery, feeling the unique atmosphere of this place. Wu Qingran approached with a smile. Senior brother Su, you seem quite relaxed, enjoying the scenery and absorbing spiritual energy all by yourself. Your understanding of this place is truly remarkable. I admire you greatly. Su Ming turned around, smiling as he replied, Junior sister Wu Qingran, you've arrived. The spiritual energy here is truly intoxicating. Every time I come here, I feel incredibly peaceful and energized. I believe that as long as we work hard, this place will flourish and provide a better life for all the sisters. Wu Qingran chuckled softly, Senior brother Su, thank you. Although we had a little disagreement before, I now know you considered your decision carefully. I know you've done a lot for the sisters, and I want to work hard with you too. Su Ming sensed her sincerity and grasped her hand. Junior sister Wu Qingran, thank you for your understanding and cooperation. I believe that as long as we work together, we can make our sisters' lives better. From now on, let's move in a positive direction together. The two stood together, exchanging glances, a quiet exchange of trust and commitment flowing between them. Su Ming occasionally glanced at Wu Qingran and noticed that she wasn't as cold and distant as before. Instead, she was taking the initiative to approach him, which made him quite happy. However, along with his happiness, he also wondered, is this change because she really likes me? Or is there another reason? He adjusted his mindset, deciding to observe Wu Qingran's actions first, hoping she was genuine and not just putting on a show or having ulterior motives. As Su Ming spent time with Wu Qingran, he noticed that she was striving to change and constantly improving. She was no longer just following his orders, she proactively shared her thoughts and suggestions. She actively devoted herself to the affairs of the Tianlong Holy Land, working tirelessly for the female disciples. Su Ming gradually noticed these changes in her, which made him both happy and satisfied. He understood that Wu Qingran's approach to him was genuine. She was willing to be his companion, sharing responsibilities and striving forward with him. Su Ming no longer viewed all of this with pride, but instead felt a sense of responsibility and mission. He knew that as a goddess, Wu Qingran needed his guidance and support, so he decided to continue fighting alongside her for the future of the Tianlong Holy Land and its female disciples. Despite this, Wu Qingran remained the most special person in his heart, the one he truly wanted to protect. Seeing Wu Qingran's change in attitude towards him, Su Ming believed his opportunity had arrived. For him, conquering the hearts of countless women had always been his ideal. Initially, his kindness towards Li Shui was also because of Lin Tian, at least it would make Lin Tian more polite to him. Su Ming thought to himself that the current situation proved his choice was correct. Lin Tian's attitude towards him had indeed softened, though he was stubborn and wouldn't admit it. However, with Li Shui by his side, even if Lin Tian had other intentions, he had to consider his mother's feelings. Although he had initially used Li Shui, he now genuinely liked her. After all, on the path of cultivation, Li Shui remained beautiful, charming, and intelligent. Even ordinary men would be captivated by her. Coming to his senses, Su Ming gazed at Wu Qingran before him, a captivating smile playing on his lips. He said softly, "Wu Ran, thank you for your companionship and support. I will cherish all of this." Wu Qingran paused, looking into Su Ming's affectionate eyes, her face slightly flushed. She nodded in response. "Su Ming, I'm so happy to grow alongside you." Su Ming took her hand, looking at her tenderly. "I will do everything in my power to help you become the pride of Tianlong Holy Land, and I hope our friendship will only grow stronger." Feeling Su Ming's sincerity and care, Wu Qingran felt a warmth welling up inside her. She smiled gently and replied, "I trust you. We will definitely work together to make Tianlong Holy Land even more glorious." Su Ming nodded, and the two then left room 467 to begin another day of cultivation. That day, they both worked very hard, eager to quickly improve their strength and contribute to the Holy Land. During this time, Su Ming and Wu Qingran's relationship deepened. They supported and encouraged each other, weathering many difficult times together. Su Ming gradually realized that Wu Qingran was not only his capable assistant but also the person he loved most in his heart. Chapter 137 Fierce Battle. While cultivating in the Tianlong Holy Land, Su Ming and Wu Qingran encountered numerous troubles, facing not only various cultivation challenges but also external pressures and dangers. One day, a deeply hidden force emerged, seeking to disrupt the peace of the Tianlong Holy Land. This force was powerful, employing ruthless and vicious methods, throwing the cultivators of the Holy Land into a panic. To protect the Holy Land and their loved ones, Su Ming and Wu Qingran decided to join forces against this enemy. After overcoming countless hardships, they finally found and defeated the enemy's leader. In this fierce battle, Su Ming and Wu Qingran displayed extraordinary abilities and perfect teamwork, not only saving the Holy Land but also earning the respect of everyone. After this battle, Su Ming and Wu Qingran's feelings for each other deepened. They realized that as long as they trusted each other and worked together, they could overcome any challenge. At this moment, Li Shui watched this perfect couple, feeling a warmth in her heart. She knew that Su Ming and Wu Qingran truly loved each other deeply, a love that was the envy of everyone. She understood that loving someone wasn't about control. As long as Su Ming was happy, she was content. Li Shui smiled at Su Ming, who returned the smile, saying gratefully, "Li Shui, thank you so much for your continued support and help. Without you, we might still be stuck in the same place." Li Shui smiled gently, "Su Ming, don't say that. I just did what I should do. Seeing you two doing so well makes me happy too." Wu Qingran approached Li Shui, took her hand, and said earnestly, "Li Shui, thank you so much. You're not only my good friend, but also a benefactor to Su Ming and me. Let's work together to make Tianlong Holy Land even stronger." Li Shui nodded and smiled, "Okay, let's do it together. I believe that as long as everyone is of one mind, the Holy Land will definitely have a bright future." Su Ming looked at the two women he loved most, filled with joy and gratitude. He knew that with their companionship and support, he would definitely overcome all obstacles and move towards a better tomorrow. From that moment on, Su Ming, Wu Qingran, and Li Shui became the most shining figures in the Tianlong Holy Land. They worked together wholeheartedly, dedicating countless efforts to the development of the Holy Land. Under their leadership, the Holy Land gradually became one of the strongest forces in the cultivation world. The love story of Su Ming and Wu Qingran spread far and wide throughout the cultivation world, becoming the envy of many. However, just as the Holy Land was flourishing, an unprecedented catastrophe struck: the invasion of the Azura Demon Clan. The Azura Demon Clan was aggressive, powerful, and possessed various monstrous techniques. Faced with the demon attack, the Tianlong Holy Land was immediately plunged into crisis. Su Ming immediately organized the cultivators to prepare for battle, and Wu Qingran and Li Shui also played crucial roles in the fight. Wu Qingran used all her skills to cast spells, protecting the people of the Tianlong Holy Land, while Li Shui used her unique medical skills to heal the wounded, greatly boosting the morale of the group. With their help, the morale of the Tianlong Holy Land soared, and everyone united to engage in a fierce battle against the Azura Demon Clan. Unfortunately, the Azura Demon Clan was too powerful, and the people of the Holy Land gradually became overwhelmed, with their defenses on the verge of being breached. At this critical moment, Su Ming revealed his true abilities as the Lord of the Holy Land. He defeated the demon leader with his profound skills and repelled the enemy's attack with his superior Taoist magic. Although the Holy Land suffered considerable losses in this fierce battle, it managed to preserve its homeland. Chapter 138: Seeking an Audience. Su Ming, Wu Qingran, and Li Shui thus became heroes in everyone's eyes. Afterwards, Su Ming and Wu Qingran led the Holy Land to gradually recover its strength and become even more powerful. However, the Azura Demon Clan was still not to be underestimated. They devised a new method to deal with Su Ming, using Yi Luosha's beauty to seduce him. Yi Luosha disguised herself as an ordinary woman and came to the gates of the Holy Land, wanting to see Su Ming. But she never expected that Su Ming's abilities far exceeded her imagination. All her disguises could not escape his eyes. Su Ming did not expose her on the spot, but pretended not to know her and invited her inside. After entering the Holy Land, Yi Luosha began to try to bewitch Su Ming with her beauty and tricks, but Su Ming remained calm and unaffected. He even deliberately arranged for Yi Luosha to approach Wu Qingran, hoping she would reveal her true identity. Sure enough, when Yi Luosha approached Wu Qingran, she completely exposed her identity, and Su Ming immediately took action and subdued her. After Yi Luosha's capture, the Azura Demon Clan's scheme failed, and the Holy Land returned to peace after the crisis. Su Ming looked at Yi Luosha and said coldly, "Yi Luosha, you are truly overestimating yourself. Do you think you can deceive me with your beauty?" Su Ming was utterly contemptuous of Yi Luosha's behavior, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Su Ming continued, "To achieve your goal, you are willing to sacrifice your beauty. Such methods are too despicable. No one can shake my feelings for Wu Qingran. No matter how much you try, it's futile." Yi Luosha stared directly at Su Ming and said, "Su Ming, I admit my plan failed, but I will not give up. One day, I will make you understand that my beauty and methods will definitely move you." Su Ming smiled and shook his head, clearly helpless against her persistence. "Night Rakshasa, you're too naive. My relationship with Wu Qingran has weathered too many storms, we're deeply involved, and no one can change that." Night Rakshasa fell silent. She knew that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't win back Su Ming's heart. So Su Ming imprisoned her in the dungeon of the Tianlong Holy Land. Although Su Ming appreciated beautiful women, he would never lose his reason for beauty. When Night Rakshasa's plot was exposed, Su Ming temporarily locked her up, intending to deal with her properly later. After learning Night Rakshasa's true identity, Wu Qingran was somewhat worried, but to her, Su Ming was the most important person. She believed Su Ming could handle this matter well and wouldn't be affected by Night Rakshasa. After Night Rakshasa was imprisoned, Su Ming and Wu Qingran didn't abandon her. They interrogated her from time to time, hoping to extract information about the Azura demon clan, but Night Rakshasa remained silent. As time passed, Yi Luosha was moved by the feelings between Su Ming and Wu Qingran. She began to reflect on her actions and realized the mistakes she had made. One day, Yi Luosha mustered the courage to confess her past to Su Ming and Wu Qingran. Actually, I was originally from the Tianlong Holy Land, but due to a moment of impulsiveness, I fell into the trap of the Azura demon clan. After hearing Yi Luosha's words, Su Ming and Wu Qingran felt some regret, but they did not completely forgive her. However, they gave Yi Luosha a chance to repent. Under the tutelage of Su Ming and Wu Qingran, Yi Luosha began learning the Taoist arts of Tianlong Holy Land, gradually growing into an outstanding cultivator. During her time in the Holy Land, she got along well with everyone, and her kindness and courage were recognized. Chapter 139: The Demonic Cult. Under Su Ming and Wu Qingran's leadership, the Tianlong Holy Land not only regained its vitality but also became even stronger. Yi Luosha also became a member of the family, making amends for her past mistakes through her actions and becoming a respected cultivator. In Su Ming's eyes, Yi Luosha's transformation was a good omen. He knew that to survive in this world, besides cultivation, he also needed to learn how to live harmoniously with those around him. Wu Qingran and Li Shui by his side also brought Su Ming happiness. He knew these two women had deep feelings for him, and he didn't want to disappoint them. Su Ming resolved to use his abilities to protect those he loved. He wouldn't let either Wu Qingran or Li Shui get hurt. Yi Luosha's addition also enriched Su Ming's life. He began to learn how to find a balance among the three of them while simultaneously maturing. After some time, Su Ming discovered that although Yi Luosha had strayed from the right path, her heart remained kind. Under Su Ming's guidance, Yi Luosha gradually became an outstanding cultivator of the Tianlong Holy Land, her cultivation levels steadily improving. Su Ming was delighted to see her progress, feeling his efforts had not been in vain. As time passed, the Tianlong Holy Land grew stronger under Su Ming's leadership, its status in the martial arts world rising accordingly. However, even with its increased strength, some still harbored prejudice against the Holy Land. To improve this situation, Su Ming decided to hold a martial arts tournament, inviting leaders and masters from various sects to participate. At the tournament, Su Ming allowed the Tianlong Holy Land to demonstrate its strength and express its goodwill towards other forces in the martial arts world. Through his persuasion, some sects that had previously been hostile towards the Tianlong Holy Land gradually changed their views, understanding that the Holy Land's existence was not for fighting with other sects, but for protecting the peace of the entire cultivation world. Su Ming also invited masters from other sects to spar and exchange experiences with the Tianlong Holy Land. This conference not only earned Tianlong Holy Land higher praise but also fostered more harmonious relationships among the various sects. After the conference, Tianlong Holy Land's status rose significantly, and more people recognized the sect. However, Su Ming was also aware that although Tianlong Holy Land's image had improved, some sects still harbored hostility towards them. To protect his base, he resolved to continue his efforts and ensure Tianlong Holy Land's foothold in the cultivation world. As Tianlong Holy Land gradually grew stronger, it became a force to be reckoned with in the cultivation world, and Su Ming and the three beauties beside him were regarded as the most enviable cultivators. Recently, their life in Tianlong Holy Land had become a popular topic of conversation. Xu Qingyang, with one arm around Li Shui and the other around Wu Qingran, smiled and said to Wu Qingran, "Wu Ran, look how beautifully Yi Luosha dances. You and Shui should try it too. I know you two are also very good dancers." At this moment, Yi Luosha was dancing to the music, her ribbons fluttering in the air. Encouraged by Su Ming, Li Shui and Wu Qingran joined in the dance, and the three of them danced gracefully together. Su Ming clapped and cheered from the sidelines. "Excellent. My beloved concubines dance wonderfully. Your dancing skills are simply extraordinary, even the fairies in heaven are not as good as you. Hearing Su Ming's praise, each of them beamed with joy, looking at him with smiles. Just then, a surge of evil energy swept in. Night Rakshasa, familiar with this energy, immediately stopped what she was doing, quickly approached Su Ming, and said solemnly, "Divine child, be careful. This is the second prince of the Azura demon clan. A powerful force is approaching, we must prepare to fight." Su Ming immediately became alert, looking around to find the source of this power. Suddenly, a gigantic black shadow descended from the sky, crashing heavily before them. This black shadow was as large as a small mountain, shrouded in pitch-black shadow, looking extremely terrifying. "You cultivators dare to offend my might. Today I'll let you taste true power." The black shadow roared, then pounced towards Su Ming and the others. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately cast a spell, unleashing a powerful force from within him, distorting the surrounding air. A golden longsword materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he slashed at the shadowy figure. The sword strike was incredibly powerful, cleaving the shadowy figure in two. However, the shadowy figure didn't disappear, instead, it split into two smaller shadows, continuing to charge towards Su Ming and his companions. Su Ming dared not let his guard down and immediately unleashed a stronger spell. A golden protective shield appeared around his body, protecting himself and his companions within it. Then, he swung his golden longsword, cutting the two smaller shadowy figures into countless fragments. The shadowy figures gradually dissipated, and the enormous shadow vanished as well. Su Ming and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the threat was finally gone. Having experienced this, everyone became even more vigilant. They understood that the cultivation world was not a peaceful place and they had to remain constantly on guard. "Yi Luo Sha, you actually dared to betray the demonic sect and defect to the Yin sect. Today I will make you understand how terribly wrong your decision was." Before he finished speaking, a man dressed in black appeared before Yi Luo Sha. "Lord Haisha, what are you doing here?" Yi Luo Sha looked at the man in black with a puzzled expression. Yi Luo Sha, betraying the demonic sect and joining the Yin sect, today is your death day." Haisha sneered and then launched an attack on Yi Luo Sha. Yi Luo Sha immediately cast a spell, a powerful force erupting from his body, distorting the surrounding environment. He conjured a black sword in his hand and slashed at Haisha. The sword strike was incredibly powerful, cleaving Haisha in two. But Haisha didn't disappear, instead, he transformed into two smaller black shadows, continuing to charge towards Yi Luo Sha. Yi Luo Sha dared not be careless and immediately unleashed an even stronger spell. A black shield appeared around him, protecting him and his companions. Then, he swung his black sword, slicing the two small black figures into countless pieces. Seeing Yi Luo Sha and the others in trouble, Su Ming, as an envoy of the Holy Land, immediately took out his magical weapon, preparing to deal with He Sha. He stood in front of Yi Luo Sha and the others, determined to go all out. Holding a gleaming golden sword, Su Ming's eyes were resolute, and he said to He Sha without fear, "He Sha, don't be too smug. This is insect territory, not a place for your demonic sect to run rampant. Today, I will let you know the price of offending insect." He Sha laughed wildly. "Ha ha, Su Ming, who do you think you are? You alone think you can stop our demonic sect army? You're dreaming." Ignoring his taunts, Su Ming took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength into the golden sword in his hand, and then fiercely attacked He Sha. This sword strike was unstoppable, directly knocking He Sha back dozens of meters. Chapter 140, Destroying its Roots. However, He Sha wasn't seriously injured and, after regaining his footing, charged at Su Ming again. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately unleashed an even more powerful spell. A golden shield appeared around him, enveloping him and his concubines. Then, he swung his golden sword, cleaving He Sha in two with a single strike. However, He Sha didn't disappear, instead, it transformed into two small black shadows and continued to pounce on Su Ming and the others. Without hesitation, Su Ming used his spell again, and the golden shield reappeared, protecting everyone. He swung his sword, completely shattering the two black shadows, causing them to vanish into countless fragments into thin air. After the shadows disappeared, everyone thought He Sha was defeated. But just as Su Ming was about to go find Li Shui and the others, He Sha suddenly appeared behind Yi Luosha. Su Ming roared, "Yi Luosha, watch your back!" Yi Luosha turned around hastily and saw He Sha wielding a jet-black longsword, aiming straight for her vitals. Yi Luosha quickly chanted an incantation, blocking the fatal blow. At the same time, Li Shui and Wu Qingran joined the battle. Su Ming swung his golden sword, each strike brimming with power. Li Shui and Wu Qingran each displayed their unique abilities, coordinating with Su Ming to bombard He Sha relentlessly. Although He Sha was powerful, he slowly succumbed to the combined attack of the three. His figure became ethereal, finally transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing completely. Su Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that He Sha had been completely defeated. However, they all knew that this was only the beginning. In this perilous world of cultivation, they still had countless trials to overcome. Su Ming, along with Yi Luosha, Li Shui, and Wu Qingran, continued their adventures in the cultivation world, determined to protect their home by growing stronger. Although the road ahead was arduous, they believed that with unity, nothing was insurmountable. Although they had temporarily defeated He Sha, the demon cultivation Holy Land would not give up easily. To prevent further trouble, Su Ming planned to strengthen the Tianlong Holy Land's defenses. They thickened the protective shield and set up various formations and traps on the outer perimeter, capable of both blocking enemies and protecting their own. During this time, Su Ming realized that they alone could not possibly contend with the entire demon cultivation Holy Land. To strengthen the Tianlong Holy Land, he invited experts from other cultivation sects to discuss solutions. Through their efforts, many experts agreed to help and came to the Tianlong Holy Land to work together to counter the threat from the demon cultivation Holy Land. They devised many strategies, such as enhancing defenses, improving cultivation levels, and even planning to unite with other sects to jointly attack the demon cultivation Holy Land. During this process, Su Ming and his group made many like-minded friends, and their team grew increasingly large. Not long after, the demon cultivation Holy Land indeed attacked the Tianlong Holy Land again. However, under Su Ming's command, the disciples of the Tianlong Holy Land successfully repelled the attack and killed many of the demon cultivation Holy Land's elites. Realizing they couldn't win, the demon cultivation Holy Land had no choice but to retreat. Although Su Ming and his group relaxed slightly, they knew the battle had only just begun, and the demon cultivation Holy Land would return sooner or later. To protect the safety of the Tianlong Holy Land, they had to remain vigilant and continue to improve their abilities. After making preparations, Su Ming invited friends from all sides to launch a full-scale attack on the demon cultivation Holy Land. This operation aimed not only to eliminate the main force of the demon cultivation Holy Land but also to destroy its foundation. Chapter 141 Familiarity. To ensure success, Su Ming and his team took numerous measures. First, they sent scouts to gather intelligence on the demon cultivation Holy Land, ascertaining the enemy's strength, deployment, and weaknesses. After gathering information, Su Ming and his team formulated a detailed battle plan. After discussion, they decided to use a feint attack. A small elite team would feign an attack on the outskirts of the Holy Land to lure the enemy away, while they would concentrate their full strength on a fierce attack from within, directly capturing the core. The day before the battle, Su Ming selected several elite soldiers, providing them with the best weapons and treasures. On the battlefield, unity and fearlessness were essential to defeating the demon cultivation Holy Land. On the day of the battle, Su Ming led his forces like an arrow, charging deep into the Holy Land. They encountered many obstacles along the way, but he and his teammates, through teamwork and skill, overcame each challenge, getting closer and closer to the core. Meanwhile, the feint attack outside successfully drew the enemy's attention. Under Su Ming's command, the elite team finally penetrated the core. After a fierce battle, they defeated the leader and destroyed the foundation of the sacred land. This battle, fought with unity and courage, completely subdued the demonic cultivation sacred land, restoring peace to the Tianlong sacred land and the cultivation world. Although they understood the threat hadn't completely disappeared, this victory was of great significance. From now on, Su Ming and his companions would continue their efforts to protect their homeland and the peace of the cultivation world. Su Ming stood at the bow of the boat, which slowly glided along the shimmering river. The scenery on both banks was picturesque, with lush trees, birdsong, and sunlight filtering through the clouds, shimmering golden on the water. Reflecting on these past days, Ming was filled with emotion. He knew that this achievement was the result of everyone's joint efforts. They had defeated the demonic cultivation sacred land, preserved the Tianlong sacred land, and maintained peace in the cultivation world. However, Ming knew this was only the beginning. The real threat was yet to be resolved. Many more difficulties awaited them. After the destruction of the sacred land, Ming and his companions enjoyed a period of peace. However, many demons within the ruins were unwilling to accept defeat and were secretly plotting revenge, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. During a training session, Ming inadvertently discovered their plan and quickly informed Yi Luosha, Li Shui, and Wu Qingran, warning them to be vigilant. During the preparation phase, Yi Luosha clashed with Li Shui and Wu Qingran. Yi Luosha felt they should intensify their training to quickly become stronger and deal with the demons. Li Shui and Wu Qingran felt Yi Luosha was too impatient, neglecting teamwork, and even suspected he was a demon spy. This angered Yi Luosha. He felt his idea was correct. He simply wanted everyone to focus on improving their strength to better fight the demons. But Li Shui and Wu Qingran's endless complaints discouraged him. While this stalemate continued, Ming had to intervene. He told Li Shui and Wu Qingran that Yi Luosha's concerns were valid, and they indeed needed to train diligently. However, he also advised Yi Luosha that good teamwork was crucial in battle. After Ming's words, the three finally reached a consensus. They understood that only by working together could they fight the demons. So, they began to train diligently again, improving their individual skills. Ming was also pondering how to unite everyone's strength to fight the demons together. This time, we not only have to deal with the demons, but some martial arts sects are also causing trouble. Sects like the Moon Worship Cult, the Great Ming Cult, and the White Eyebrow Cult are all eyeing our Tianlong Holy Land. Ming said. Wu Qingran, you know the White Eyebrow Cult best, right? Their leader saved you before. Chapter 142 Jade Frost Fairy. But now he's keeping an eye on our Holy Land, probably because of you. Ming continued. Hearing this, Wu Qingran was very unhappy. What do you mean? Aren't we in the same boat now? Don't you trust me? Ming saw that Wu Qingran was angry and quickly explained. Wu Ran, that's not what I meant. I know you're loyal to our relationship, but I understand the white-browed cult leader's personality. He has feelings for you, and seeing him watching our Holy Land like that, we can't let our guard down. Wu Qingran calmed down a bit. She understood that Ming's concerns were valid. She took a deep breath and said, I understand your worries, Ming. I understand your position. But now we need to unite and face the demon clan and other forces together. I will keep an eye on the white-browed cult leader's movements to make sure he doesn't cause us trouble. Ming nodded to indicate he understood. Wu Qingran, I trust your judgment. Let's work together to protect the safety of the Tianlong Holy Land. The most important thing right now is to deal with the demons. Let us fight side by side in battle for the future of Tianlong Holy Land. Wu Qingran and Ming reached a consensus. They knew that only by working together could they overcome the difficulties. Therefore, they, along with their companions Yi Luosha and Li Shui, continued to cultivate diligently, preparing to meet the challenges ahead. In this perilous world, they must bravely face the challenges and fight for the safety of Tianlong Holy Land. Ming decided to leave Tianlong Holy Land to inquire about the White Eyebrow sect. Before leaving, he urged Li Shui, Yi Luosha, and Wu Qingran to intensify their training and enhance their strength to deal with the demon clan. They promised to practice diligently and reminded Ming to be careful while traveling. After leaving Tianlong Holy Land, Ming used his martial arts skills to swiftly traverse the martial world. While gathering information about the White Eyebrow sect, he also kept an eye on the demon clan's movements. During this time, he made several friends in the martial arts world, and they discussed how to deal with the current situation. After much effort, Ming finally gathered some intelligence about the White Eyebrow sect. Ming discovered that the White Eyebrow sect leader's feelings for Wu Qingran remained deep, but the White Eyebrow sect leader also knew that keeping Wu Qingran by his side was not a good solution, so he planned to temporarily back down and wait for a suitable opportunity. Su Ming wanted to bring this news back to Tianlong Holy Land to discuss countermeasures with Li Shuya Luosha and Wu Qingran. He knew very well that to completely resolve the trouble caused by the White Eyebrow sect leader, Wu Qingran had to personally take action. He believed that as long as everyone united, they could definitely overcome this crisis. Upon returning to Tianlong Holy Land, Su Ming shared the intelligence he had gathered with the three of them. After listening, Wu Qingran decisively decided to go to the White Eyebrow sect to have a serious talk with the leader. She hoped to use this opportunity to persuade the White Eyebrow sect leader to put aside old grudges and fight against the demon clan together. Li Shuai Luosha and Su Ming both supported her idea and wished her a safe and smooth journey. After Wu Qingran left, Su Ming felt somewhat uneasy. Although he knew Wu Qingran's martial arts were quite good and she could handle most situations without problems, he still couldn't put his mind at ease. On one hand, he was worried about her safety. On the other hand, Wu Qingran was now the woman he loved, and winning her over hadn't been easy. To ensure Wu Qingran's safety, Su Ming decided to secretly follow her, ready to help if necessary. He cautiously tailed her, trying his best to remain unnoticed. Wu Qingran arrived at the White Eyebrow sect's territory and went directly into the sect leader's main hall. Su Ming hid in a corner outside the hall, quietly observing the situation. Inside the hall, Wu Qingran had a deep conversation with the White Eyebrow sect leader. She patiently persuaded the leader to let go of past hatred and join forces against the demon race. Although the White Eyebrow sect leader still harbored feelings for Wu Qingran, he understood the gravity of the situation and ultimately decided to put aside his personal grudges and join forces with the Tianlong Holy Land to fight the enemy. Su Ming, overhearing this from outside, was delighted. He knew that as long as the White Eyebrow sect leader posed no threat to the Tianlong Holy Land, they could focus on dealing with the demon race. Moreover, he felt less worried about Wu Qingran's safety. After Wu Qingran and the White Eyebrow sect leader reached an agreement, Wu Qingran left the White Eyebrow sect's territory. Seeing Wu Qingran leave safely, Su Ming felt a weight lifted from his heart. He believed that through this conversation, the white-browed cult leader would no longer be a major threat to the Tianlong Holy Land. Su Ming decided to continue secretly protecting Wu Qingran until she safely returned to the Tianlong Holy Land. During this time, he cherished his relationship with Wu Qingran even more, showing her even greater care and affection. The white-browed cult leader outwardly pretended to have let go of old grudges, making Wu Qingran believe he was no longer fixated on her, but secretly he sensed Su Ming had arrived at the foot of White-Browed Mountain. He knew this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Su Ming and win Wu Qingran back. After Wu Qingran left the white-browed cult, the white-browed cult leader secretly sent several powerful figures to ambush Su Ming. These men were all skilled in martial arts, and although Su Ming was strong, he was outnumbered and struggled in the battle. Just then, on her way back, Wu Qingran suddenly sensed a murderous aura and immediately realized someone wanted to harm Su Ming. Extremely anxious, she immediately used her likeness skill to rush to the White Eyebrow sect. Upon returning to the sect, she saw Su Ming locked in a fierce battle with the White Eyebrow sect leader's men. Looking at the White Eyebrow sect leader, she angrily said, "You shameless bastard. Didn't we have an agreement? Now I see you're a man of your word. I thought you'd changed, it seems I misjudged you." Without another word, she joined the battle, fighting alongside Su Ming. The two cooperated perfectly, ultimately defeating the White Eyebrow sect leader's men. Seeing they were outmatched, the White Eyebrow sect leader could only slink away. Wu Qingran and Su Ming supported each other as they left the White Eyebrow sect. This battle deepened their bond and fostered greater trust in each other. Back at the Tianlong Holy Land, Wu Qingran recounted her negotiations with the White Eyebrow sect leader to the elders. The elders acknowledged Su Ming's protection and Wu Qingran's resourcefulness, but also grew wary of the white-browed sect leader's cunning. Through this incident, the Tianlong Holy Land strengthened its defenses against the white-browed sect to prevent similar occurrences. Su Ming thus became Wu Qingran's sworn brother, and their relationship grew increasingly close. However, the white-browed sect leader did not forget Wu Qingran, secretly watching her and seeking an opportunity for revenge. Faced with these threats, Wu Qingran and Su Ming gradually grew stronger, becoming better martial artists and wiser individuals. From then on, the struggle between the white-browed cult leader and the Heavenly Glory Holy Land intensified, while Wu Qingran and Su Ming's relationship grew stronger under the weight of numerous trials, becoming the most important person in each other's lives. Knowing that Su Ming valued relationships, the white-browed cult leader devised an even more cunning plan to separate them. He sent a beautiful woman named Jade Frost Fairy to approach Su Ming. Chapter 143 Seduction. Jade Frost Fairy was exceptionally beautiful and highly skilled in martial arts, enjoying the deep trust of the white-browed sect leader. After receiving her mission, she began to secretly approach Su Ming, attempting to sow discord between him and Wu Qingran. By chance, Jade Frost Fairy successfully attracted Su Ming's attention, and an ambiguous atmosphere gradually developed between them. However, Su Ming was not completely captivated. He understood that Jade Frost Fairy's appearance might be a scheme by the white-browed sect leader, so he remained vigilant. The subtle connection between Su Ming and Jade Frost Fairy was noticed by Wu Qingran. Although she did not reveal her feelings, she secretly kept a close eye on things, wanting to understand Jade Frost Fairy's intentions. In the days that followed, Jade Frost Fairy constantly sought opportunities to get close to Su Ming, trying to stir up feelings between him and Wu Qingran. But Su Ming and Wu Qingran were of one mind and perfectly in sync, and Jade Frost Fairy's schemes ultimately failed. Until the great battle between the Tianlong Holy Land and the White Eyebrow sect, Fairy Yushuang was defeated by Wu Qingran and Su Ming, severely injured, captured by the Tianlong Holy Land, and interrogated. Fairy Yushuang, you are indeed a remarkable person. If it weren't for the White Eyebrow sect leader's orders, I would have truly wanted to keep you. Su Ming said. Fairy Yushuang smiled gently, a smile as radiant as the morning sun. Thank you for the compliment, but I am not here seeking praise. I am a member of the White Eyebrow sect, and I only obey the sect leader's orders. Please forgive me for not being able to disobey my mission. Su Ming frowned slightly, thinking, this woman is truly formidable, but it's a pity she possesses such unparalleled beauty. Since she insists, I have no choice but to hand her over to the sect leader for disposal. He waved his hand, signaling his men to take Fairy Yushuang away. Fairy Yushuang's eyes shone with determination. She knew the difficulties ahead, yet she was fearless. For her, loyalty to the cult leader and completing her mission were paramount. Li Shui watched Jade Frost Fairy's departing figure and sighed. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. She was completely manipulated by the white-browed cult leader, yet she remained so devoted. It seems the cult leader has long forgotten about her. After Jade Frost Fairy was taken away, Li Shui shook her head and sighed, feeling sorry for the beautiful woman's fate. She knew the white-browed cult leader's ruthlessness and was filled with worry for Jade Frost Fairy's future. She silently prayed, Jade Frost Fairy, I hope you can see through the cult leader's schemes, escape his control soon, and not end up with a tragic fate. Li Shui decided to secretly help Jade Frost Fairy when the opportunity arose, helping her escape the white-browed cult leader's clutches and start a new life. However, now, she could only watch helplessly as Jade Frost Fairy walked further and further away, her heart filled with helplessness and sorrow. Su Ming noticed Li Shui secretly helping Fairy Yushuang and, remembering her usual kindness, felt a pang of worry. Knowing the ruthless methods of the white-browed cult leader, he feared Li Shui might be putting herself in danger by helping Fairy Yushuang. Therefore, Su Ming decided to secretly protect Li Shui, allowing her to focus on helping Fairy Yushuang. He kept a close watch on any activity within the Tianlong Holy Land, ready to react swiftly to ensure Li Shui's safety should he detect any movement by the white-browed cult leader. Su Ming repeatedly advised Li Shui against taking such risks, but Li Shui was determined to help Fairy Yushuang escape the white-browed cult leader's clutches. The two protected each other, their feelings deepening, and as they continued to move forward for justice and their beliefs, Fairy Yushuang's fate began to change. Su Ming approached Li Shui, gently placing his hand on her shoulder, and said, I know you feel sorry for Fairy Yushuang, and I know you're kind. But the white-browed sect leader is no joke, we must be extra careful. Chapter 144 Li Shui, I love you. I will protect you with all my might, but you must understand that being too kind can sometimes harm you. Li Shui looked into Su Ming's worried eyes, her heart warming. She knew Su Ming was genuinely worried, but she still said firmly, I know you're worried, but I can't stand by and watch Fairy Yushuang be controlled by the white-browed sect leader. I must help. She paused, then continued, don't worry, I'll be careful and won't make you worry. Su Ming sighed helplessly, knowing Li Shui had made up her mind, and agreed to support her. Since you've decided, I'll face everything with you and definitely help Fairy Yushuang regain her freedom. Actually, if Li Shui hadn't insisted on saving Fairy Yushuang, Su Ming wouldn't have intervened at all. In his heart, protecting those he loved was the most important thing. However, Li Shui's persistence and kindness deeply touched him, making him willing to pay attention to Fairy Yushuang for her sake. Initially reluctant, he was gradually influenced by Li Shui, touched by her kindness and courage, and realized that helping Fairy Yushuang was also their responsibility. Therefore, he decided to fight alongside Li Shui against the white-browed cult leader for justice. During this time, their feelings for each other deepened, and they supported and trusted one another. On their journey to find and rescue Fairy Yushuang, Su Ming and Li Shui encountered countless hardships and dangers. They searched for clues in the perilous martial world, while constantly remaining vigilant against the white-browed cult leader's pursuit. Despite the numerous obstacles, they never gave up. One day, they received reliable intelligence that an abandoned ancient temple might hold crucial clues. Legend has it that the temple contains an ancient manual that can counteract the white-browed cult leader's evil magic. They decided to risk infiltrating the ancient temple to find the secret manual. After overcoming numerous traps and obstacles, they finally found the book. Su Ming and Li Shui examined it and discovered that it contained a martial art called the demon-slaying divine skill, the key to defeating the white-browed cult leader. While practicing the demon-slaying divine skill, the two sparred and improved rapidly, their feelings for each other deepening. Several months later, they had completely mastered the essentials of the demon-slaying divine skill and prepared to go to the white-browed cult leader's lair to challenge him, rescue Fairy Yushuang, and restore her freedom. After a great battle, Su Ming and Li Shui defeated the white-browed cult leader using the demon-slaying divine skill and rescued Fairy Yushuang. Fairy Yushuang escaped her manipulated fate and regained her sense of self. This experience deepened Su Ming and Li Shui's bond. They believed that as long as they were together, no problem was insurmountable. Li Shui looked at Su Ming happily and said, "Thanks to you for being with me all the way, handling the white-browed sect leader's matter, and even helping to rescue Fairy Yushuang." "Thank you so much." Su Ming smiled and replied, "Don't thank me, I'm happy to. You're so kind and brave, I've always admired you. I cherish going through all this with you." Li Shui said emotionally, "You're very important to me. When we rescued Fairy Yushuang together, we supported each other, grew together, and our relationship became stronger and stronger." Su Ming nodded, "That's right, our relationship is as precious as gold. After going through so much, we understand each other better and cherish each other even more. As long as you're by my side, I'm not afraid of anything." Li Shui squeezed Su Ming's hand, her eyes filled with determination. "Su Ming, I will remember the days we spent together. No matter what we encounter in the future, we will face it head-on, because we will always be together." Su Ming looked at her affectionately and whispered, "Li Shui, I love you." Chapter 145 Defeating the Demon Lord. "No matter where we go, I will protect you and stay by your side." Li Shui was moved to tears, leaning against him. From then on, their relationship deepened, and they decided to spend every day together. Su Ming thought to himself, "I never imagined that I would fall in love with the protagonist's mother while writing this story." When he first arrived in this world, he only thought of using Li Shui, but unknowingly, the two of them grew very close. Li Shui was a cultivator, and she didn't look like an elder, she looked more like a young woman. Su Ming was lost in thought when Li Shui patted him. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Su Ming waved his hand. "Nothing, let's hurry on our way." After a brief exchange, they set off back to the Tianlong Holy Land. Before leaving, they bid farewell to Fairy Yushuang. After saying goodbye to Fairy Yushuang, Su Ming and Li Shui began their journey home. Although the white-browed sect leader had been defeated and the Tianlong Holy Land had temporarily returned to peace, they knew they still had to continue their efforts to protect this tranquility. On the way, they admired the scenery while reminiscing about their previous experiences. Seeing each other's growth filled them with pride and satisfaction. Suddenly, they were attacked by unidentified assailants. Su Ming and Li Shui immediately went on high alert, taking up their weapons to fight back. These people were agile and unlike ordinary cultivators. Su Ming and Li Shui formed a defensive formation back to back, ready for battle. During the exchange, Su Ming and Li Shui noticed that these mysterious figures seemed to be searching for something, which further puzzled them. After a fierce battle, Su Ming and Li Shui defeated the leader, forcing him to retreat. Despite this, they remained vigilant, knowing the enemy wouldn't give up easily. On their return journey, the two decided to split up. Su Ming was responsible for investigating the enemy's background, while Li Shui returned to Tianlong Holy Land to strengthen its defenses. During the investigation, Su Ming learned that these mysterious figures belonged to a powerful force, and the Book of Life and Death they sought possessed the power to control life and death. To avoid revealing himself, Su Ming disguised himself as a passerby to follow the enemy, and also sent a message to the goddess Wu Qingran, explaining the situation. In his letter, he implored Wu Qingran to carefully analyze the situation, find the mastermind behind the enemy, and requested assistance from experts. Upon receiving the letter, Wu Qingran was delighted and immediately summoned the elders for a meeting. Ultimately, she dispatched several top experts to support Su Ming and Li Shui. With a positive response, the group joined forces and, after a fierce battle, located the enemy's lair, completely thwarting their plans. When Su Ming and Li Shui returned to Tianlong Holy Land, they thought the matter was over, but little did they know it was just the beginning. It turned out that the one behind all this was the Demon Lord, the leader of the Demon Clan Holy Land. The Demon Lord had always wanted to control the entire martial world, secretly manipulating various forces and instigating conflict. Tianlong Holy Land was blocking his path, so he wanted to use this opportunity to weaken its strength. Upon hearing this, Su Ming, Li Shui, and Wu Qingran decided to fight the Demon Lord to the death. They gathered all the experts of Tianlong Holy Land, preparing for this tough battle. Before the decisive battle, Su Ming, Li Shui, and Wu Qingran meticulously planned a strategy. They understood that the Demon Lord was very powerful and they had to fight with all their might. The day of the decisive battle arrived. Su Ming, Li Shui, and Wu Qingran led the experts of Tianlong Holy Land in a breathtaking battle against the Demon Lord. On the battlefield, chaos reigned, and the eerie moonlight blanketed the earth. The two sides clashed fiercely, swords flashing and sparks flying. Su Ming and Li Shui, seasoned by countless battles, showed no fear in the face of the Demon Lord's power. They skillfully employed the martial arts of the Tianlong Holy Land, engaging their opponents in a battle of wits and courage. In the fierce fighting, they deftly evaded enemy attacks, seeking out their weaknesses. However, the Demon Lord's forces were not to be trifled with. They were masters of dark magic, capable of creating terrifying illusions, plunging Su Ming and Li Shui into peril, forcing them to exercise extreme caution. During the battle, Li Shui was struck by a hidden weapon from one of the Demon Lord's henchmen, spitting blood from her mouth and clutching her chest. Upon seeing this, Su Ming immediately rushed over and embraced her. "Shuier, hold on. You can't fall. I'll take you back to heal your wounds right now." After saying this, Su Ming looked to Wu Qingran for help. "Wu Ran, I'll leave things to you here. I need to get Li Shui back to heal her wounds quickly. I'll come back to help as soon as I've settled Li Shui in. You all need to be careful." Wu Qingran, sword in hand, was locked in fierce combat with the demons. Her eyes remained fixed on Li Shui and Su Ming, silently praying, "Sister Li Shui, you must hold on. I believe you'll be all right." Normally, she and Li Shui often bickered over Su Ming, but in this life-or-death situation, that jealousy vanished, replaced by deep concern. Nearby, Yi Luosha was also fighting desperately, carving an escape route for Su Ming and Su Qingyang. Su Ming, worried about Li Shui, kept an eye on Yi Luosha and Wu Qingran. He knew the danger they faced was extremely serious. Using his time travel ability, Su Ming quickly opened a portal and took Li Shui away from the battlefield. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and determination. He hated the Demon Lords for harming Li Shui and vowed to annihilate them all to avenge her. He repeatedly chanted, "Demon Lord, you'd better pray my Shuier is safe, or I'll make your entire demon realm pay with your life." Thinking this, Su Ming accelerated his journey, and in the blink of an eye, he had brought Li Shui back to the Tianlong Holy Land. The leaders and maids of the Tianlong Holy Land, seeing Li Shui injured, anxiously gathered around. "Master, what happened? Who hurt you?" Li Shui was panting, her face pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and then said to those around her, "We were attacked by the demon lords. Su Ming brought me back here to save me." Hearing this, the powerful figures of the Tianlong Holy Land were immediately enraged, clamoring to act immediately and seek justice for Li Shui. Seeing their angry expressions, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his heart. He knew this wasn't just for Li Shui, but also for the peace of Tianlong Holy Land and the entire martial world. He was determined to defeat the demon lord no matter what and restore tranquility to the martial world. With the help of these powerful figures, Su Ming began healing Li Shui, continuously channeling his power into her body. Through Su Ming's efforts, Li Shui's wounds slowly healed, and the bloodstains on her face disappeared. After resting for a while, Li Shui's injuries were fully healed. Looking at Su Ming, she was filled with gratitude and affection. She knew that no matter what happened, Su Ming would always be by her side. Having recovered, Li Shui decided to challenge the demon lord again with Su Ming. She believed that as long as they worked together, they could definitely defeat the demon lord and bring true peace to the martial world. So, Su Ming and Li Shui embarked on their journey once more, this time with some experts from the Tianlong Holy Land to fight against the demon lord's power. This battle was destined to be fierce. Chapter 146 Life or Death Showdown. Throughout the battle, Su Ming kept a close eye on Li Shui, Wu Qingran, and Yi Luosha, worried about their safety. After a fierce exchange, Su Ming and Li Shui, with unwavering faith and fearless courage, finally located the demon lord's hiding place. They engaged the demon lord in a life or death duel. The demon lord, relying on powerful magic and strange techniques, initially overwhelmed Su Ming and Li Shui. But at a crucial moment, Su Ming suddenly comprehended a powerful martial arts technique, unleashing a burst of power that caught the demon lord off guard. At the same time, Li Shui seized the opportunity, fiercely battling the demon lord with her unique swordsmanship. The two combined their strength and finally defeated the demon lord. As the demon lord fell, it seemed as if the entire world breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ming and Li Shui looked at each other, both sensing each other's joy and exhaustion. They knew that this victory was not only theirs, but also a symbol of peace for the entire martial world. After the battle, Su Ming and Li Shui led some members of the Tianlong Holy Land back to their sanctuary and held a grand celebration to commemorate the peace restored to the martial world. At the celebration, Su Ming and Li Shui demonstrated their conviction and courage, earning cheers from everyone who hailed them as heroes. Su Ming initially believed himself to be a villain, but he gradually realized his mission was different. He began to reflect on his actions, striving to change others' perceptions and become a true hero. He studied diligently and improved himself, all to change his destiny and to make the world a better place. Su Ming began to care for those around him, helping those in need and proving his worth through his actions. During this journey, Su Ming made many like-minded friends. Together, they overcame numerous hardships, gradually forming a powerful team to uphold justice and strive for world peace. Gradually, Su Ming's good deeds touched many hearts, even earning the respect of his former adversaries. His deeds began to circulate in the martial arts world, people both respected and trusted him, regarding him as a true hero. Finally, Su Ming completely transformed his situation, going from villain to a respected hero. He showed everyone through his actions that even when fate is unfair, one can still turn the tide through hard work and unwavering faith. Su Ming gazed at the gracefully dancing Wu Qingran, thinking to himself, "This is the woman I fell in love with the moment I transmigrated. Now she's my partner, and two other beauties are by my side." Su Ming's gaze fell on Li Shui and Yi Luosha, his mind filled with complex emotions. In the past, he thought he would forever be immersed in the bitterness of unrequited love, but unexpectedly, he was now able to share joy with them. Just then, Wu Qingran finished an elegant dance. Her movements were light and graceful, like a fairy, each step deeply captivating Su Ming, leaving him mesmerized. Su Ming smiled and beckoned to Wu Qingran, inviting her closer. Wu Qingran slowly walked to his side, and Su Ming took her hand and held it tightly. "Wu Qingran, thank you for your support and companionship all this time. I have finally found my happiness," Su Ming said with deep emotion. A hint of joy flashed in Wu Qingran's eyes, and she nodded gently, indicating that she was happy too. Li Shui and Yi Luosha were also genuinely happy for Su Ming and Wu Qingran, seeing their intimate interaction. They understood that their relationship hadn't been without its ups and downs, but thankfully they could now walk together through life, a bond they cherished deeply. The four of them sat around the campfire, enjoying this moment of peace. Chapter 147. There's something wrong with this wine. They reminisced about the past, sharing their feelings. At that moment, their hearts seemed to be united, an inseparable whole. That night, they created many unforgettable memories. Ming knew the road ahead was long, but as long as these beautiful women were by his side, he firmly believed they could overcome all difficulties and create their own wonderful story. Just as they were enjoying themselves at the Tianlong Holy Land, little did they know that a demonic spy was lurking within its walls. Li Shui was about to drink a cup of wine when Ming rushed to her side, casually unfolding his folding fan. The cup immediately fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Ming frowned and warned Li Shui, "Be careful, this wine might be poisoned." Li Shui was startled, still shaken by the memory. She looked at Ming with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Ming. If you hadn't discovered it in time, I might have already fallen into their trap." Ming nodded. "We must remain vigilant. The enemy will do everything in their power to deal with us." He scanned their surroundings, reminding his companions from Tianlong Holy Land to be aware of their surroundings as well. Just then, the demons suddenly launched an attack, plunging Tianlong Holy Land into chaos. Ming, Li Shui, Wu Qingran, and Yi Luosha immediately began to fight back, using their skills and wits to battle the demons fiercely. In the melee, Ming and Li Shui spotted a familiar figure, their friend Tianfeng. But Tianfeng was now controlled by the demons, becoming their puppet. Ming and Li Shui were heartbroken and determined to find a way to rescue Tianfeng. After a fierce battle, Ming finally freed Tianfeng from the demons' control. When Tianfeng awoke, he realized his mistake and was filled with remorse. Ming and Li Shui comforted him, saying it wasn't his intention and that they were willing to forgive him and help him overcome his trauma. Ming and his group successfully thwarted the demons' plan and protected the peace of Tianlong Holy Land. This battle made them cherish their friendship even more and strengthened their resolve to protect this land. After Tianfeng woke up, Ming approached him and asked about his experience of being controlled by the demons. "Tianfeng, can you tell me how you were controlled by the demons? I know this will hurt you, but I really want to know. How could someone as skilled as you fall into the hands of the demons and be led by the nose?" Tianfeng felt a little embarrassed and guilty. He told Ming, "It's a long story. During a mission, I accidentally fell into a trap set by a demonic dragon, and the demons used a secret technique to control my mind. Although my consciousness is still clear, my body is completely out of my control." After listening, Ming expressed understanding and sympathy, comforting him, "Everyone makes mistakes. The key is to recognize your mistakes, bravely face them, and correct them." Tianfeng nodded gratefully, saying he would definitely reform and contribute to the Tianlong Holy Land. To help Tianfeng recover quickly, Ming took him to see a doctor at the Tianlong Holy Land. Under the doctor's treatment, Tianfeng's condition gradually improved. After a period of recuperation, Tianfeng gradually recovered his health. He was extremely grateful for Ming and Li Shui's help and decided to join them in fighting for the peace of Tianlong Holy Land. Chapter 148. 7-Star Dragon Balls. Tianfeng's addition strengthened Ming, Li Shui, Wu Qingran, and Yi Luosha's team. Together, they experienced many dangerous events, ultimately driving the demon clan out of Tianlong Holy Land and bringing true peace to the martial world. In this process, Tianfeng rediscovered his faith and atoned for his past mistakes, becoming a valuable assistant to Ming and his companions, contributing to the tranquility of Tianlong Holy Land. However, Ming still sensed that the demon clan was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Although he had defeated the demon lord, he felt things weren't so simple, given the demon lord's former immortality. Therefore, Ming decided to send Tianfeng to infiltrate the demon clan once again to gather intelligence. Although somewhat apprehensive, Tianfeng accepted the mission. He knew that for the peace of Tianlong Holy Land and the entire martial world, he had to muster the courage to face it. With Ming's help, Tianfeng disguised himself as a demon and infiltrated demon territory. He meticulously observed the demon's every move, secretly relaying the intelligence he gathered to Ming and his companions. After some time, Tianfeng discovered a grave secret: the demons were searching for a mysterious power, said to grant them stronger magic and immortality. Tianfeng knew that if the demons obtained this power, the entire martial world would be threatened. Tianfeng immediately informed Su Ming of this news. Upon hearing this, Su Ming frowned deeply, understanding the gravity of the situation. He immediately summoned the people of Tianlong Holy Land, preparing to fight the demons to the death. Under Su Ming's leadership, the people of Tianlong Holy Land fought fiercely against the demons. Tianfeng, utilizing his knowledge of the demons' inner workings, provided them with crucial intelligence, helping them defeat the demons' attacks time and again. After a grueling battle, Su Ming, Li Shui, Tianfeng, Wu Qingran, and Yi Luosha located the place where the demons hid their mysterious power. In a tense and thrilling battle, they successfully destroyed the source of power, preventing the demons from gaining immortality. But things weren't that simple. The cave was riddled with barriers, extremely difficult to break. To open them, 4 divine artifacts were needed. These 4 treasures were hidden in 4 dangerous locations, said to be found and brought back only by true heroes. Su Ming racked his brains but couldn't break the barriers. Suddenly, he remembered reading in an ancient book that to break the barriers, he needed to find all 4 divine artifacts. These 4 items were: 7-star dragon ball, a bead with mysterious power, said to contain immense energy, allowing the holder to control the power of heaven and earth. Phoenix feather, a phoenix feather, legend says the phoenix is a symbol of good fortune, bringing endless luck. Gentian flower, a rare plant, said to cure all diseases. Spirit tortoise shell, a spirit tortoise shell, legend says it can predict the future. Su Ming instructed Li Shui, Wu Qingran, and Yi Luosha to remain in place and set up an array to prevent the demons from seizing the power again. He told Wu Qingran, "Be careful. The 3 of you together can definitely hold the line. To break the barrier, I need to find all 4 items. Tianfeng and I will split up to search. You must guard this place and not let the demons succeed. Wait for us to return." Su Ming looked at Wu Qingran with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingran frowned deeply. "What? Su Ming, where are you going to find these things? What kind of treasures are they? Let me help you think." Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Wu Qingran's words, as if he had grasped some important clue. He knew that Wu Qingran must have learned a lot from her master. So he immediately told Wu Qingran about the 4 peerless treasures. "Great, Wu Qingran, you know about these 4 treasures? I'll tell you, they are the 7-star dragon pearl, the phoenix feather, the gentian flower, and the spirit tortoise shell." Wu Qingran's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. These rare treasures are all guarded by spirit beasts. She frowned at Su Ming, her voice filled with worry. "Isn't there any other way? Are we really going to collect all 4 treasures? I know these aren't easy to obtain, each one is guarded by a spirit beast. Given your abilities, the risk is too great." Su Ming nodded and said, "You're right, these 4 treasures are indeed difficult to deal with, but we can't give up just because we're afraid of the difficulty. For the sake of peace in Tianlong Holy Land and the martial world, we must try. Don't worry, Tianfeng and I will do our best to complete this mission." Before he could finish speaking, Wu Qingran had already walked up to him, covered his mouth with her hand, and said urgently, "Don't say such unlucky things. Promise me, no matter what happens, even if we don't get those treasures, you must stay alive. I believe that as long as we work together, we can definitely find a better way out. If you don't agree, I'll go get the treasure myself, leaving you to guard the demon cave." Su Ming felt the concern in her eyes, a warmth spreading through him, knowing she genuinely cared for him. He smiled, gently patting her hand, his tone firm. "Don't worry, Wu Qingran, I'll take good care of myself and my companions. Although this mission is dangerous, we're sure we can find a solution. As long as we're united, there's no difficulty we can't overcome." Wu Qingran's eyes showed a hint of relief. She knew Su Ming was a reliable person. Once he agreed, he would go all out. So she said, "Then we need to plan carefully how to divide the work, how to deal with those guardian spirit beasts. We need to prepare thoroughly in advance. Only in this way can we guarantee the success of the mission." Su Ming nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can't act rashly. Let's start discussing countermeasures now, striving to be foolproof." Then, Su Ming and Wu Qingran began to discuss the plan in detail, analyzing everything from the route to find the treasure to dealing with unforeseen circumstances, considering all possibilities. During this process, they trusted and encouraged each other, working together for the peace of Tianlong Holy Land and the martial arts world. After discussion, they finally formulated a comprehensive plan. Tianfeng and Su Ming confidently embarked on their journey to find the treasure. No matter how great the challenges ahead, they firmly believed that as long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to successfully complete the mission and bring peace to Tianlong Holy Land and the entire martial arts world. Tianfeng and Su Ming set off. Their top priority was to find all 7 dragon pearls. Before leaving, Wu Qingran gave them a bagua diagram, just in case. Full of anticipation and courage, the two ventured into the unknown. Along the way, the clues to the 7 dragon balls gradually became clearer. They overcame numerous difficulties, never considering giving up. Finally, they found the 7 dragon balls in a secret cave deep in the mountains. Standing at the cave entrance was an old man with a white beard, exuding an air of otherworldly grace. Chapter 149 8 Trigrams Formation. Tianfeng and Su Ming bowed respectfully, apologizing for possibly disturbing his cultivation. The old man stroked his beard, looking at them and saying, "If you want to obtain the 7 star dragon balls, you must pass my test. Within 1 hour, you must not only unravel this bagua formation but also defeat the spirit tiger guarding it." Tianfeng and Su Ming exchanged a glance. Although they understood the difficulty, they decided to give it a try. The old man led them into the cave and showed them the formation diagram. The symbols and lines on it were densely interwoven, making them dizzy. To break the formation, the two immediately began, meticulously analyzing the details of the diagram, searching for its secrets. But they also had to be wary of the spirit tiger. It was extremely ferocious, always appearing and disappearing unpredictably within the formation, ready to ambush at any moment. Time was of the essence, and Tianfeng and Su Ming relentlessly deciphered the formation under tense conditions. Through wisdom, courage, and perseverance, they slowly solved one problem after another. As the final puzzle was solved, the array suddenly shone brightly, unleashing a powerful force. At that moment, the spirit tiger appeared, baring its fangs and claws, ready to attack. However, the golden light emanating from the array seemed to grant them special power. Tianfeng and Su Ming combined their strength with a powerful attack, successfully driving the spirit tiger away. Finally, they broke the 8 trigrams array and obtained the 7 star dragon pearls. The old man nodded in satisfaction, congratulating them and saying that these dragon pearls would make them incredibly powerful. Tianfeng and Su Ming, carrying the 7 star dragon pearls, embarked on a new adventure. Afterwards, they set off to find the phoenix feather. With the phoenix feather in hand, the two traversed mountains and valleys, encountering many strange things along the way. One day, they encountered a strange old man with a fierce-looking face in a quiet valley. Su Ming greeted him politely as always, even though the man looked quite intimidating. Su Ming looked at the old man and felt that he resembled Li Kuwei from the legends, but no one in this world knew that name except him. "Hello, senior, it's a pleasure to meet you here. We've come looking for the phoenix feather, and we hope you can give us some guidance," Su Ming said politely. Although the old man looked fierce, he seemed to have an important mission. He coldly said to Su Ming, "You're really bold, daring to covet the phoenix feather. I've been guarding here for so long, and none of those who tried to take the phoenix feather have returned. Aren't you afraid? If you are, it's not too late to turn back now." Su Ming smiled slightly, his tone firm. "Thank you for your guidance, senior, but we are not afraid. Whatever dangers lie ahead, we will bear them ourselves and will not cause you any trouble." The old man's lips curled slightly upward, and he slowly said, "Since you insist on going to your deaths, then I will be frank. To obtain the phoenix feather, you must first complete a task, go to a place called Wind Valley and find a gem called Wind Tear. It is the key to unlocking the phoenix feather's hiding place." Su Ming frowned and asked, "Senior, where is Wind Valley? How do I get there?" The old man didn't rush to answer, but instead hinted to Su Ming that to know the location of Wind Valley, he would have to make a deal with him. Su Ming understood perfectly well, as the divine son of the Tianlong Holy Land, how could he not see through this? He smiled and replied, "Senior, are you waiting for us to discuss terms? As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to meet your requirements." The old man nodded, pointing at him, and said, "You're quite clever, lad, you get it right away." Chapter 150 Dragon Vein. Indeed, if you want to know where the Valley of Wind is, you'll have to trade my map. But you'll have to give me a treasure in return, otherwise I won't do a losing business. As the divine son of the Tianlong Holy Land, how could Su Ming be without magical treasures? He opened his yin-yang ring, and a series of radiant treasures appeared before the old man's eyes. Tianfeng, standing beside him, was dumbfounded, thinking, so the divine son is this powerful? So many strange and wonderful things, like the spirit chess piece from Ziwu Mountain, the divine spirit from Huashan Mountain, the iron bell from Lushan Mountain, these are rare and precious items. The old man nodded in satisfaction, for he had long coveted the divine spirit from Huashan Mountain. So, he took out his map and pointed the way for Tianfeng and Su Ming, leading them towards the Valley of Wind. The two mustered their courage, preparing to face the challenge. After bidding farewell to the old man, they resumed their journey to find the phoenix feather. After overcoming countless hardships, they finally reached the Valley of the Wind. The scenery here was picturesque, with birdsong and fragrant flowers, like a paradise on earth. However, the surrounding wind barrier was exceptionally strong, keeping outsiders out. Tianfeng and Su Ming, relying on their wisdom and courage, cracked the secret of the wind barrier and successfully entered the Valley of the Wind. They searched the island thoroughly and finally found the hidden tear of the wind gem at the foot of a steep cliff. After obtaining the gem, they followed the map to a palace shrouded in mist. This palace was the location of the phoenix feather. They cautiously stepped into the palace and found the phoenix feather placed on a gleaming golden altar, radiating a solemn and sacred light. Just as Su Ming approached the phoenix feather, two azure dragon divine beasts suddenly appeared in the sky. They radiated dazzling light, their aura mysterious and unfathomable. The arrival of the azure dragon divine beast shook the entire palace, as if proclaiming the existence of something extraordinary. Tianfeng and Su Ming were speechless with astonishment at the scene, believing it to be some kind of divine miracle. They quickly bowed to the azure dragon divine beast, expressing their respect and faith. The azure dragon seemed to sense their intentions and said, "You are brave, intelligent, and confident enough. Therefore, we will give you the phoenix feather, but you must first pass our test. You must find the dragon vein within 1 hour, otherwise, this feather will remain here." Tianfeng and Su Ming knew this would be difficult, but they agreed without much thought. They began searching for clues about the dragon vein, solving various problems along the way with their wit and courage. After a period of struggle, they actually found the dragon vein. The azure dragon nodded, acknowledging their abilities, and the feather became theirs. With the feather in hand, they set off to search for other treasures. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with difficulties, but their determination was unwavering, and they pressed onward. The azure dragon's blessing continued to support them, making them stronger. Having obtained the feather, they decided to next search for the gentian flower. This flower was exceptionally rare, said to cure all ailments, and would be invaluable on their journey. To find the flower, they consulted many old books and maps, hearing that a place called Yunming's might have it. Despite the difficult terrain, they set off. They traversed dark forests, climbed steep cliffs, and forded turbulent rivers, enduring much hardship along the way. After a long journey, they finally arrived at Yunming's. It was like paradise, warm and pleasant year-round, filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Chapter 151 Yunming Marsh. But this beautiful place was actually fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to a trap. Relying on courage, intelligence, and unwavering will, they successfully avoided the various dangers of the swamp and finally found the secret place where the gentian flowers grew. In the center of a lush green meadow, a gentian flower, shimmering with an eerie light, quietly awaited them. Tianfeng ran happily towards it, filled with joy. At that moment, Su Ming sensed danger and immediately used his magic to pull Tianfeng back. Tianfeng looked at him with some confusion. Su Ming said seriously in a low voice, "Don't move, there's a trap." Then he carefully surveyed the surroundings, trying to find the hidden risks. Tianfeng obeyed Su Ming's words and became alert. The two of them slowly searched for clues around the flower, and after much effort, they discovered the hidden mechanism. It turned out that this flower field was actually a super large array. Touching the flower would activate the array, unleashing a fierce attack. Tianfeng and Su Ming immediately realized that this was a powerful array. Tianfeng and Su Ming planned to break the formation first, then pick the gentian flowers. The two studied the formation's mysteries and finally found the key to breaking it. After breaking the formation, the two were very excited. However, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared. She was Tianhuan's daughter, Lu Yao, who stared at them with displeasure. Tianfeng and Su Ming were a little nervous, unsure why Lu Yao was there or why she was angry. Lu Yao glanced around and said, "Who gave you permission to trespass and pick gentian flowers?" Tianfeng quickly explained, "We didn't trespass intentionally. We'll only pick one, and we promise not to bother you again." Lu Yao's expression softened somewhat, but she remained cautious. "If you want to leave, you have to complete a task." Tianfeng and Su Ming understood, this was the only way to leave. They asked, "What mission?" "We'll definitely complete it." Lu Yao whispered, "Find something called the illusionary spirit orb. It can dispel the darkness. Finding it will allow us to leave." Tianfeng and Su Ming agreed without hesitation, thanking Lu Yao and immediately setting off to find the orb. On their journey, they proceeded cautiously, traversing forests, climbing mountains, and crossing deserts, all in their search for the illusionary spirit orb. Despite numerous difficulties, they supported each other, their faith unwavering. After overcoming countless hardships, they arrived at an ancient ruin, sensing a powerful surge of magical energy. Following this power, they found a hidden cave. Deep within the cave, there lay a dazzling orb, the illusionary spirit orb. Tianfeng carefully picked it up, excitedly telling Su Ming, "This is it." Su Ming was also delighted, but reminded them not to let their guard down. They had to give the orb to Lu Yao. With the illusionary spirit orb, they returned to the sacred land and gave it to Lu Yao. Lu Yao smiled with surprise and relief, touching the bead and exclaiming, "You did it. I'm so proud." Tianfeng said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust. We will remember this journey." Lu Yao smiled and nodded. With a wave of her hand, a flash of light appeared, and they were back where they had first met her. Tianfeng and Su Ming were a little confused. How did they end up back where they started? The gentian flower was right in front of them. They realized that the illusionary spirit bead had helped them, granting their wish and allowing them to find this treasure. Tianfeng stared at the gentian flower inside. "It seems our mission is complete. This illusionary spirit bead is truly powerful." Su Ming chimed in, "Yes, we need to hurry back and treat our sick friend." Actually, they knew in their hearts that there was no sick friend, it was just a pretense. Their true purpose was to thwart the demon lord's plan, and the fewer people who knew, the better. So Su Ming said a few words, and then the two walked towards the gentian flower, preparing to pick it. They already had 3 rare and precious herbs. Only the spirit tortoise shell was needed to complete their mission. After carefully picking the gentian flower, they were secretly delighted. "Finally, we've got this important medicinal herb. Only the spirit tortoise shell is left to complete the mission." To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, they kept quiet for the time being. After saying goodbye to the villagers, they set off on their journey to find the spirit tortoise shell. They traversed mountains and valleys, enduring countless hardships, all for the sake of finding the legendary spirit tortoise shell. After a long trek, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake, where a giant spirit tortoise was lazily basking in the sun. They suspected the spirit turtle was related to its shell, so they cautiously approached, trying to communicate with it. The spirit turtle sensed their sincerity and agreed to help. Guided by the turtle, they found the shell at the bottom of the lake. Upon holding it, they felt a powerful surge of energy. Su Ming suddenly sensed impending danger and, without hesitation, released his power to protect Tianfeng. They had already guessed that each rare treasure was guarded by a spirit beast. Faced with the sudden appearance of a powerful spirit beast, Tianfeng and Su Ming were fearless, knowing this was an obstacle they had to overcome. The two joined forces and engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the spirit beast. In the battle, they defeated the spirit beast through wisdom and courage. Despite the arduous process, their belief remained steadfast, and they pressed on. After defeating the spirit beast, they collected the rare treasures. They understood that these items were crucial to thwarting the demon lord's plans. Although exhausted, they were overjoyed to have collected all 4 treasures. Ming was eager to take Tianfeng back to the demon cave as quickly as possible. He knew Wu Qingran and Li Shui were waiting for him, and he worried about whether they could withstand the demon's barrier. Although somewhat worried, they quickly composed themselves and rushed towards the cave. Along the way, they not only had to guard against demon ambushes but also be wary of the surrounding spirit beasts. Tianfeng and Ming, leading their companions, headed towards the mysterious cave. They firmly believed that this adventure was to save the entire world. But as soon as they approached the cave, they sensed a strong magical fluctuation. Clearly, the demons had detected their arrival and intended to stop them. Facing this powerful enemy, Tianfeng and Ming showed no fear, brandishing their weapons and charging ahead. With their wit and courage, they managed to break through the demons' defenses. Upon entering the cave, they found Wu Qingran, Li Shui, and the others engaged in a fierce battle. The situation was extremely critical. Ming immediately joined the fight, while Tianfeng quickly located the barrier set up by the demons and worked to break it. After a fierce battle, Tianfeng and Ming finally defeated the demon army, destroying not only the barrier set up by the demon lord but also the elixir of immortality he had painstakingly crafted. Everyone was overjoyed, realizing that their operation had been a great success, but they also understood that the battle was far from over. To truly save the world, they must find more treasures. After a brief rest, they immediately resumed their search for other divine artifacts. They believed that, by working together, they could defeat the demon lord and protect the Heavenly Joy cult. Ultimately, they successfully rescued the Heavenly Joy cult, the very organization the demon lord sought to destroy. End of book.